These undead, what does this mean? In the sky, Uriel looked down at the undead tide and frowned. He was also confused. Logically speaking, they were at a disadvantage now, but the undead did not take advantage of the situation to attack. Instead, they rested for 2 weeks. He thought that the undead, it was finally time to launch an attack on the Holy Empire. I didn't expect that what we were waiting for would be this. Withdrawal? Lord Uriel, there is news from the kings of various countries that this is most likely a conspiracy of the undead. They may want to lure us into attacking and show weakness to the enemy. At this time, an angel flew to Uriel's side and said respectfully, "Want to lure us into action? How stupid." Yuli shook his head slightly. "Pursuit? It is impossible to pursue. Now the power of the 073 Holy Empire is not enough. If they start a war again, they must completely defeat all the undead in one battle. If there is another, the losses cannot be dealt with in one go, and things will only get worse when the time comes." Under the king's order, everyone retracted their defense lines and looked solemnly at the direction in which the undead were leaving, as if they were watching the undead leave. Gathered in the legions here are always ready. From dawn to noon, not a single undead can be seen in the distance. Even the slowest, moving plague zombies have completely disappeared in front of the temple. In the air, Uriel also sent people to investigate, but there was only one result. The undead had really withdrawn. This news really made everyone curse. The 5 countries gathered, the players gathered, everyone came overnight, and even prepared in order to participate in the second war between the undead and the Holy Empire. On the way, many people were encouraging each other, and they all decided to defeat the undead this time. At this time, they were inevitably a little excited. In their opinion, this should be the last the decisive battle was over. But when they were ready, did the undead withdraw their troops? Or did they withdraw in a real sense? For a moment, they suddenly felt as if they had been tricked. What is the purpose of the dark messenger? Yuli was puzzled. But at this moment, an angel flew over quickly from the distance. Archangel Uriel, the golden dragon, was captured by the dark messenger. The angel's respectful report. What? Yuli paused, and a bright light flashed through his mind, piercing the fog. He suddenly understood why Lin Jin's army was pressing down on the border. This was simply a feint attack to ensure that Lin Jin attacked the golden dragon. Angel Legion compare since Lin Jin has more crown-level troops. If Lin Jin attacks the Kingdom of Golden Dragons, Angel can definitely snipe Lin Jin and stop Lin Jin's attack. It is precisely because of this that he sent a large army to suppress the situation and trap himself and others in here. Now that the Kingdom of the Golden Dragon has been conquered by him, it is natural for the undead to withdraw. The kings and nobles of the Holy Empire also got the news one after another. They all figured it out, and all their faces were filled with tears. They were ashamed and annoyed. They now knew that they had been completely tricked by Lin Jin. Lin Jin's real purpose was to conquer the Kingdom of Golden Dragon. Thinking of the large amount of treasures buried in the Kingdom of Golden Dragon, they felt heartbroken. If these gold and resources were given to Lin Jin, it would bring about earth-shaking changes in his strength. Moreover, in order to ask the Golden Dragon to take action, their Holy Empire also paid a large amount of gold and resources. Thinking about it now, on the contrary, all cheaper Lin Jin. King, the Golden Dragon has sent news that the realm of the Golden Dragon God is willing to sign a contract with the king of our Holy Empire and give us the right to build buildings. At this time, a holy knight came to the king. All the kings of the 5 holy principalities received the news. This dark messenger is really too crazy. Originally, the Golden Dragon was not planning to cooperate with the Holy Empire and give us the right to build buildings. But now that the Kingdom of the Golden Dragon has been conquered, the Golden Dragon is really angry. Marquis Andrus also said with emotion, how difficult it is to recruit the right to recruit elite troops. Originally, they had given up, but they didn't expect that another village would become clear again. At this critical moment, it would still be Lin Jin. Help them. Originally, they begged Jin Long, but now Jin Long took the initiative to find a way to contact the Holy Empire. Great. Now the Dark Messenger is in a cocoon. As long as we build the Golden Dragon Cliff, starting in 2 weeks, we will be able to recruit Golden Dragons continuously. When the time comes, defeating the undead will be easy. Not only that, Our Holy Empire will also reach a higher level in the future. King Inhim also looked happy and excited. This is indeed good news for the Holy Empire. Golden dragons are different from angels. Their destructive power is much more powerful than angels. If the golden dragon is added, then the strategy of the Holy Empire will be more diverse. What King Inhim did not say is that he can also take advantage of this time to weaken the influence of heaven. Previously, Archangel Uriel forcibly summoned all angels and deprived them of their control. This has also caused dissatisfaction among many people. After all, recruiting angels also costs them a lot of money, and they also have to support angel maintenance costs. However, they do not have other championship units, and even if they suffer a loss, they can only continue to suffer. Go down. Without the angel, they can't even survive. Their lifeline has long been tightly held by the angel. Now with the golden dragon, even if the angel threatens them again, they can greatly reduce the influence of the angel. Even replacing the angel completely in the future is not a bad idea. Yes, with the addition of the golden dragon, our Holy Empire will surely become more prosperous and powerful. King Godric also echoed. No matter from any aspect, they have no reason to reject the golden dragon. Just when the two of them looked happy, a golden figure flew over in the sky, suspended between the two over the king. Your Holy Empire still wants to sign an agreement with the golden dragon? Uriel looked down at the two kings and asked calmly. With his question, the joy of the two kings stopped suddenly and their faces froze. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Let me remind you again that when heaven signed an agreement with the Holy Empire, as long as the Holy Empire still exists, the Holy Empire can only sign a contract with heaven, recruit angels, and believe in the holy light. If you want to contract a new crown, ranked military unit, you must first ask heaven for its opinion, and heaven has the right to participate in the contract between the two parties. Archangel. Uriel looked down at the two kings and said lightly, these were all signed together at the beginning and were included in the contract. The reason why heaven chose to help the Holy Empire also had requirements, and it was not what the Holy Empire wanted. Whatever happens, you can do whatever you want. Under normal circumstances, heaven does not need to participate in the management of the Holy Empire, but once heaven participates, the priority will be on heaven's side. Originally, heaven was in direct contact with the Holy Emperor, and the latter was also quite so heaven supported the Emperor in the human world. However, the Holy Emperor was assassinated, and then wars broke out frequently. Even heaven could not immediately appoint a Holy Emperor. Originally, angels did not need to always be involved in the affairs of the Holy Empire. As for the Holy Emperor, he was also able to choose the next Holy Emperor on his own and continue to be the messenger of the angels. This caused everything to go out of control and also caused the angels to face the kings of the principalities. Listening to Uriel's cold warning words, the faces of the two kings changed. They stiffened and even clenched their fists involuntarily. The second time. This was already the second time that the angels forcibly interfered with the Holy Empire. Moreover, they were still so ruthless and decisive. Archangel Uriel, the power of heaven is not enough to resist the undead now. The reason why we contacted the golden dragon is precisely because of this. Both the Holy Empire and heaven need new power. King Inhim said in a deep voice. His tone was quite respectful. As an old fox, he naturally would not show his emotions easily. In any case, this matter is not something that your Holy Empire can decide. I will contact the Archangel Lord Michael, and the angel will directly participate in the agreement between the two parties. Yuli did not give the two kings a chance to choose. After leaving an ultimatum, he flapped his wings and left here. After he left, the two kings looked at each other, but there was a gleam of tacit understanding in their eyes. They were very happy. Shun, there are all angels around here. It is impossible for them to directly express their dissatisfaction with the angels here. Moreover, they are not without options. No matter what, the Holy Empire must get the right to recruit golden dragons. The more Uriel is like this, the more that he became more and more determined in his thoughts. At this moment, conflicts and rifts completely arose between royal power and divine power. Lin Jin withdrew his troops, and the principalities also withdrew their troops. Everyone came in a hurry and left in a hurry. None of the players knew it. What happened, and the attitude of the Holy Principality has changed subtly. After the kings returned, secret orders were given one after another. Originally, Lin Jin had asked the wings of Shrouding Sky to gather a large number of players and disintegrate the Holy Emperor. However, this matter cannot be accomplished overnight, and the Holy Empire is also strictly suppressing rumors, and the Church of Light has arrested many people for this. But now, another rumor has begun to spread. The death of Uther, related to heaven. The birth of How Angel was indeed at the expense of the people of the Holy Empire. Amidst these undercurrents, an ominous atmosphere lingered in the entire Holy Empire, and the Holy Empire also began to unceremoniously more dirty water was thrown at Angel. Whether it was settling the victims, asking for donations from the public, or other things, Angel took the blame. Holy City, Cathedral. Uriel was kneeling on the ground. A golden shadow appeared in front of him. He looked like Michael. Lord, this is what happened. The Dark Messenger destroyed the kingdom of the Golden Dragon. The Holy Empire wanted to sign a contract with the kingdom of the Golden Dragon some time ago, and now the kingdom of the Golden Dragon agreed to them. Uriel reported respectfully. He also told Michael everything that happened recently. The more he listened to Uriel's report, Michael's brows wrinkled slightly. He originally thought this was a sure thing. The angel spent such a high price to help the Holy Empire have 1,500 crown troops, but forget about the failure of the war. Now, things seem to be starting to get out of control little by little. Archpope, what do you think? Michael turned his attention to the Archpope kneeling behind Uriel. The Church of Light is also equivalent to the eyeliner of heaven, and to a certain extent, it also represents heaven. Lord Michael, Archangel Lord, now that the Holy Emperor is dead, the Holy Principality has become a mess. If the Holy Emperor was still there, things would not be so troublesome at all. Now, the kings of the various holy principalities have other ideas in mind, and they will no longer be so loyal to the angels. Nowadays, there are many rumors among the people that are not conducive to heaven. If heaven does not agree to the Holy Empire, I am afraid that heaven's faith will also be greatly lost. The great Pope lowered his head, lowered his eyes, and replied respectfully. The belief in heaven also supports the power of angels to a certain extent. The reason why angels can resist demons and develop so prosperously and become the leading force is because of the faith provided by the Holy Empire. Faith gives them a certain amount of power and increases the number of angels born. If faith is lost, then what is the use of controlling the Holy Empire? In your opinion, how should the problem of the Holy Empire be solved? Michael's face remained unchanged, his eyes slightly raised, and he asked calmly. If the Holy Empire wants to stabilize, it must have a Holy Emperor. If there is a Holy Emperor, it can integrate the forces within the Holy Empire. A flash of light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Archpope with his head lowered. Michael looked at him deeply, and then suddenly asked, if you become the Emperor of the Holy Empire, can you control the Holy Empire? The Church of Light is spread throughout every town in the Holy Empire. We have been spreading the faith of heaven and gaining the trust and support of the people. If I become the Emperor of the Holy Empire, the Holy Empire will be stronger and more united in the future. The great Pope finally raised his head and looked at Michael seriously. He has been planning for this day for a long time. The Church of Light has long been deployed in various principalities, developed and grown, controlled a large number of people, and also cultivated a large number of heroes were born. The picture is clear. The great Pope has always kept a low profile, and only at this most appropriate time did he finally show his ambition. The Holy Empire, only under the control of the Church of Light, can it embrace the purest holy light. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Whether it is the former Queen Isabel or the current King of Inhim, this makes the Church of Light very dissatisfied. The former seems too benevolent and has the kindness of a woman, and the Holy Empire's attitude towards heretics should be more resolute. As for King Inhim, the latter only became king after plotting against Queen Isabel. His methods were decisive, but his belief in the holy light was not firm, and he pursued power. These two basically represent the two factions within the Holy Empire. But I'm sorry, neither of these two factions can catch the eye of the Archpope. In his opinion, none of this was right. A pure holy empire should have the purest holy light. Heretics should naturally be eradicated, and there should be absolutely no room for doubt about the affairs of the Holy Church. Except for the Emperor who controls the Holy Empire, everyone else should work together like a sophisticated machine, abide by the most rigorous order, and dedicate everything to the Holy Church and the Holy Light. This will be the most perfect empire. This is what the current Grand Pope and the Church of Light stand for. As the situation becomes increasingly chaotic, the Church of Light, as the coordinator, does not coordinate the conflicts between the Holy Empire and the angels at all, which already illustrates the problem. Only now that the Holy Empire intends to weaken the Holy Church and weaken the faith of angels has he shown his true intentions. Uriel, you are responsible for assisting the Archpope. The undead are not moving now. Maybe they have some scruples. You just take advantage of this period of time to cut through the mess quickly. Finally, Michael turned his attention to Uriel. He didn't want to get involved too much in human affairs. In his opinion, these were insignificant. If the great Pope could secure his position in the Holy Empire, then he would also be willing to help. A great Pope. From now on, I will definitely make the Holy Empire completely surrender to the angels, expand the territory, and spread the faith of angels. The great Pope was overjoyed. His face remained solemn, and he bowed down to Michael again. The meeting ended quickly. After leaving here, the great Pope immediately summoned the popes and archbishops of each principality. The silver priest, the Grand Knight of Light, and the top brass of the heretic tribunal. It is not that simple to dismantle the power of the king of the Holy Principality. He must make some preparations in advance. In addition to contacting the knights originally stationed in the Holy Empire, it is necessary to obtain the consent of the people and follow the general trend to complete the succession of the Holy Emperor. If there are no angels to help the Church of Light, then the Church of Light will be far from able to seek to usurp the throne. But now, with the help of angels, the Church of Light has the entire Holy Empire mobilizes all its crowned troops. Moreover, the Church of Light cultivates paladins and priestesses. As long as it is handled properly, not to mention becoming the Emperor of the Holy Empire, it can even eclipse all the kings and take over the Holy Empire safely. On the other side, the kings of the 5 countries in the Holy Empire also gathered together to discuss signing a contract with the Golden Dragon. The last time the angels refused to withdraw the Holy Principality's troops. They summoned all the angels and forced the Holy Empire to fight. This also led to the dissatisfaction of the king of the Holy Principality. After the death of the Holy Emperor, the mountains above the heads of the kings of each principality completely disappeared. They are the masters of the principality. Now the existence of angels is equivalent to putting another shackles on them, and they have to obey the angels' orders. How can they accept it? Everything about us is under the control of angels, and now there are traces of angels all over the Holy Empire. This means that the Holy Empire is not under our control at all, but under the control of angels, and we are just a group of puppets who can be replaced at will. Therefore, our Holy Empire must need new crown, ranked troops. King Godric of the Unicorn Principality said in a deep voice. His words directly open the theme of this meeting. I agree. Even if the Holy Empire worships the Holy Light, it still worships Elrath, the Light Dragon God. Besides, we are a human empire, and humans should control the Holy Empire. It is absolutely impossible for angels to control the Holy Empire. The king of the Greyhound Principality was the first to respond strongly. Humans and angels are 2 species. The Holy Empire signed a contract with the angels, which also wanted to borrow the power of the angels to develop the Holy Empire. At best, both parties are in a state of equality. But now, the angels have interfered in the affairs of the Holy Empire, and even mobilized their crowned troops completely at will. This has suddenly touched their reverse scale. It is imperative to resist the angels and reduce the influence of the angels on the Holy Empire. Okay, I agree. The angels' hands are already a little too wide. The 5 kings expressed their opinions one after another. Now the angels have given them a great threat, making their status as kings a joke. Even if the angels are really the reborn parents of the Holy Empire, these kings will inevitably have other thoughts, let alone it can be said that the relationship between angels and the Holy Empire is a mutually beneficial model. The Holy Empire not only provides the angels with faith, but also gives them considerable rewards in the long term. From this point of view, even if the Holy Empire owes heaven, it has been paid off long ago. As the meeting progressed, a series of methods to weaken the influence of angels began to be quickly implemented. In the Holy Church camp, a considerable number of paladins and nobles came from the Church of Light, and they all had the most determined. This group of people has also become the target of their eradication. In the past, angels did not participate in the affairs of the Holy Empire anyway. They could use the guise of angel belief to use these temple heroes. After all, in the vast majority of sometimes, these people who are willing to sacrifice themselves are very comfortable to use. But when conflicts and differences arise between the two parties, these people need to be removed quickly. The Church of Light is in action, and the Holy Empire is also in action. Hidden here under the huge empire, there are endless undercurrents and turbulent fluctuations. Along the way to today, the Holy Empire has actually developed to its peak. But even at the peak, it has come to a time of life and death. Feilu remind you, 3 things about reading, collection. Buck's Principality. Lin Jin sat on the throne. His handsome figure showed elegance, but there was a faint aura of a superior in his deep eyes. Now he has been completely transformed, and the aura exuding involuntarily from his body makes people dare not look directly at him. Even if an ordinary person stands next to Lin Jin, even if Lin Jin deliberately restrains his aura, he will be affected. Not to mention anything else, Lin Jin's individual combat effectiveness in this world has reached its peak. Regardless of his character level or strategic level, he is already at the top of the pyramid, even far ahead of the first-tier heroes. At this time, Lin Jin was flipping through a large number of documents. This Holy Empire is getting more and more interesting. After reading the pile of documents in his hand, Lin Jin's lips slightly raised. The Holy Empire had no way of observing Lin Jin's movements, but Lin Jin could easily understand the movements of the Holy Empire. He even didn't know which town had happened. He can easily know everything. Originally, he just wanted to see what kind of trouble the Uther incident and refugees would bring to the Holy Empire. But when he saw some actions of the Church of Light, he also realized the matter it's not that simple. Some time ago, during the battle between Lin Jin and the 6 principalities, the Wolf Principality among the 6 principalities left the battlefield directly, ignoring the other principalities. The other principalities also wanted to evacuate, but were forcibly stopped by the angels. This incident also aroused widespread discussion among players. Everything led to the conflict between the angels and the Holy Empire. Originally, this conflict was suppressed, but as the Golden Dragon planned to sign an agreement with the Holy Empire, the conflict between the two sides was detonated. Now it seems that the conflict is inevitable. Once this conflict breaks out, it will have the most violent impact on the entire Holy Empire and a large number of players. The Church of Light is the largest church in the Holy Principality. The power relies on the people and has countless believers, while the king controls the military strength and is the legitimate supreme ruler. They are the highest level of the Holy Empire. Once the competition between these two forces breaks out, it will be the Holy Empire an unprecedented internal purge and chaos. For Lin Jin, this is also a good thing. He never expected that things could go so smoothly. As for the current enemy, will the Holy Empire suppress internal conflicts? Lin Jin has never doubted this. The lessons from the past are right in front of us. Changes have occurred within the Greyhound Principality, so why won't changes occur in the Holy Empire? And if the angel takes action, even if there is civil strife, he was calmed down in the shortest time. Of course, for Lin Jin, he didn't care whether there would be turmoil or not. As long as there was a conflict, scars would be caused, and even if they were healed instantly, they would always exist. However, the chaos within the Holy Empire also caused Lin Jin to change his next plan. Lin Jin originally wanted to prepare another wave of attacks to attack some Holy Empire territories and expand the border territory. The night of the lunar eclipse has not yet arrived. He could just sit and wait, which wasted the undead version bonus. But after seeing the chaos of the Holy Empire, he was unable to attack the Holy Empire. His attack would probably unite the Holy Empire. Not only can't we attack, but we have to move our troops away from here. It seems that the National Front will be opened early. Lin Jin's eyes flashed. The Holy Empire is so big, and there is the support of heaven behind it. Hell will return to the Holy Continent soon. It's too chaotic here. If you want to attack the Holy Empire now, your teeth will inevitably break. Coupled with the fact that the Holy Empire is in chaos now, in order to help them, Lin Jin also needs to mobilize his troops. It is imperative to move to other places to fight. Currently, Lin Jin has two places to go. One is the underworld, and the other is naturally National Front. The underworld belongs to another plane and is still too far away. Lin Jin's plane has not yet been solved clearly, so naturally the National Front must be opened first. Ask the sky covering wings to come here. Lin Jin put away the documents in his hands and said calmly, "Yes." In the main hall, a death angel also retreated. Not long after, the wings of covering the sky came to the main hall. At this moment, he was far from his usual calm and confident self, but seeing that his steps were heavy, it was as if he was facing great pressure. He could feel his heart beating much faster and his blood speeding up. Logically speaking, he had seen strong winds and waves, so he shouldn't be nervous, but he really felt the pressure. When he joined Lin Jin was already very strong, but there was still a limit to this strength. But right after he joined Lin Jin sent troops to attack the Bucks Principality, and then quickly captured the entire Stag Principality, wiped out the dwarves, and made the Silver City state surrender. Next, they defeated the six-nation coalition of the Holy Empire and competed with the Holy Empire head-on. It can be said that the current military strength of the Holy Empire Lin Jin's strength is no match for Lin Jin. Lin Jin's status at this time is completely different from before. This can be said to be the most noble person in the Holy Continent. Even the king of the Holy Principality must be ranked second, under the forest embers. Coupled with this magnificent hall and the angels of death around him, he felt like he was about to meet an extremely great king, a king who controlled countless lives and deaths. Naturally, he began to feel nervous. Then, Lin Jin's invisible aura of the undead was also oppressing the entire audience. With such a nervous mood, the sky, covering wings suddenly step by step, we walked to the center of the hall. "Your Majesty, the King of Eternal Night." Zhaodianzi looked up at Lin Jin, but when he saw Lin Jin's eyes, he lowered his head involuntarily, and his heart became more and more frightened. For a moment, he felt that the person in front of him was not even a person, but he is like a god. And this thought is beyond his control. This is also true. Compared to Lin Jin's strength, he is indeed just like an ant, but Lin Jin is a demon dragon holding the sky. If it weren't for him having surrendered to Lin Jin a long time ago and controlling the player's power, he is not qualified to come to Lin Jin. Whether it is character level or strategic level, he is far lower than the nobles of the Holy Empire, let alone between him and Lin Jin. Difference. There are still people in the guild I want you to check. How is the situation? The calm voice resounded through the empty hall. Along with the questions, even Lin Jin's heart was filled with waves. Some fragments resurfaced in his mind. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Lin Jin's enemies, besides directly burning him to ashes, completely destroyed his temple and holy empire. There is also that woman and the guild that set him free. The reason why Lin Jin didn't go to find them was because they were in the Falcon Principality, which was in the south of the Holy Empire. Lin Jin had not been able to stretch his hand that long before. On the other hand, they are not fully developed yet. If you want to destroy someone and make them feel hopeless, you have to stand up after they have worked so hard. Calculating the time, it should be almost done now. Some time ago, Lin Jin asked the sky, shading wings to start recruiting troops. When he was spreading rumors in the Holy Empire and controlling public opinion, he also asked the sky, shading wings to investigate some people. This is exactly the woman and the person who used her and betrayed her. It has been clearly investigated. The woman you asked to investigate is now the girlfriend of the president of Feiyu Guild. However, I sent people to investigate this woman in real life. She has maintained ambiguous relationships with multiple men. This is detailed information and files about her. As for the Feiyu Guild, it is also a first-class guild. It is developing very rapidly. Behind it is the investment of the Sanyong Consortium. The Sanyong Consortium has fully invested in the game and has recently incorporated many guilds. However, The reputation of Feiyu Guild has never been very good. They use some unscrupulous methods to integrate guilds, and there are also guilds they integrated here. Zhao Dianzi quickly replied. Now his title for Lin Jin is obviously one level lower, as if he is a real subordinate. Originally, he could treat Lin Jin as a player, but now he instinctively doesn't. With this thought in mind, at this time, he took out some documents again. The Death Angel on the side came to cover the sky wings, took away the documents, came to Lin Jin again, and handed them to Lin Jin respectfully. Lin Jin, without changing his expression, he took the file and began to flip through it. He flipped through it very quickly. With one glance, everything was imprinted in his mind. As he looked at the file, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared, then appeared in front of his eyes. A character image also became fuller. Thinking back to the scenes that happened between him and this woman, he suddenly felt a little boring. No one is a fool, but some people don't like to use the greatest kindness, maliciously speculating on others, or still holding on to the last trace of trust and unwilling to break the beauty in his heart. In fact, even without seeing this document, Lin Jin knew who his ex-girlfriend was in his previous life. He just wanted the last just to confirm again. When what he confirmed overlapped with what he thought, he lost much interest. I want to completely destroy her, let her family be ruined, and disappear from the game forever. As for the Feiyu Guild, I will destroy them all. I want all the members of the Fengchai Quang Guild, which Feiyu Guild has incorporated, to be ruined. Can it be done? Lin Jin gathered energy in his right hand, and a jet black flame instantly surged into all the documents in his hand, and all the documents turned into ashes and dissipated. A calm but cold voice also echoed in the hall. Feiyu Guild was incorporated in the previous life. The methods used by his guild were also very dirty, but the members of Feng Qi Crazy Guild were all Lin Jin's brothers in his previous life. Compared to the Feiyu Guild that he had incorporated, Lin Jin was obviously more angry about the rebellion. Can do it. Zhao Dianzi's heart was shocked, and he felt the chill in his bones. He did not hesitate and replied quickly. How did these people provoke King Yongya? This is really a hard fight. Zili Anzi after answering. He couldn't help but think in his mind. With Lin Jin's current status, wanting to destroy a super first-class guild was as natural as eating and breathing. Not to mention that Feiyu Guild was just an ordinary first-class guild. If he wanted to destroy such a first-class guild, it would be as natural as eating and breathing. Guild, there is no difficulty at all. Lin Jin doesn't need to do this. As long as the Divine Wings Guild's influence in the Holy Empire is hooked, Feiyu Guild can feel despair. The current Divine Wings Guild has Lin Jin's back and has absorbed countless elite players. Studios and guilds are well-deserved super guilds. This has already surpassed the top 10 guilds. Some help from Lin Jin to the Divine Wings Guild, as well as some permissions from the Dark Elves, are enough for the Divine Wings Guild to sit firmly. Daitai. It has to be said that letting the sky-covering wings handle this matter in person is like using anti-aircraft guns to swat mosquitoes. Of course, in comparison, being able to let Lin Jin interrogate them would only make them famous if word spread. Loud noise. I'll give him a squad of death angels. Lin Jin said suddenly again. With the improvement of his strength, he could even feel the inner thoughts of the sky-covering wing. In his perception, the sky-covering wing should be very loyal to him. His recent things were done well. Not only did he effectively control public opinion, but he also collected a lot of information about the Holy Empire. Since he was relatively easy to use, Lin Jin would not treat him badly. If he could help him with things, he would naturally give him some more information. Strong strength, so that it can help him do more things. Yes, master. Al replied respectfully. Thank you, sir. The wings of covering the sky are also a little excited. The angels of death are much more powerful than the ghost dragons, and they are very balanced and smaller in size. They can be suitable for more tactics and are easier to hide. But under the whole world, there is death. The only angels are Lin Jin and his direct heroes. Jitian Wing did not expect that he could also obtain the Death Angel. Moreover, this is a whole team of Death Angels. For players, this is extremely valuable. At the same time, he also realized in his heart how much Lin Jin valued this matter. This was not only a reward for him, but also an aid to help him complete the task better. The family is ruined and everything is ruined. This seems to be more than just talk. The wings of covering the sky thought in their minds. Not long after, the wings of covering the sky withdrew. The empty hall returned to dead silence again. Lin Jin's eyes were just looking ahead. No one knew what he was thinking. His family was ruined and his family was dead, bankrupting everything. His behavior should be considered extreme. Just think about it. He didn't end up like this in his previous life. Regardless of whether they were directly accomplices or indirect, they can be regarded as Lin Jin's enemies. Since if they did, Lin Jin would not show any kindness to them. A woman who used him, betrayed him, plotted against him, treated his sincerity like rubbish, and manipulated him at will. Just say that this is just a game. Let the brothers who openly betrayed and left with laughter feel the pain. There is always a price to pay for fooling others. As for whether the so-called price is heavy or not, and whether it is worth it, this is not something Lin Jin considers. When they were fooling and using Lin Jin, what did they think about, and did they ever think about Lin Jin? In other words, they thought about it, but who cared? Then why was Lin Jin treating them? Do you still have to think about so much when you are doing something? You have obviously given up on being a human being, but when you are being treated like a dog, you still want to have the rights and fairness that a human being should enjoy. Is there such a good thing? Fei Lu reminder you. 3 things about reading collection. It is the most perfect and appropriate thing to let the wings of covering the sky handle this matter. The wings that shroud the sky are very powerful both in reality and in the game. Especially during this period, they are at their peak. Let him handle matters related to players, and he will be sure of it. On the contrary, it was very troublesome for Lin Jin to take action himself. His level is too high now, and intervening in this kind of thing will consume a lot of time and energy. After handing this matter over to the sky, shading wings, Lin Jin didn't take it to heart anymore, as long as he knew the outcome of the matter when the time came. He gathered the main force and moved the legion to the Guazhan Islands. In this battle, Lin Jin mobilized 3 million undead. Logically speaking, the Holy Empire's armies are now gathered at the border, and they will not let Lin Jin mobilize the legions at will. They may even attack the Bucks Principality while its defenses are empty. But Lin Jin was sure they wouldn't do that. I'm afraid that after Lin Jin leaves, they will accelerate the internal replacement of power and replace the Holy Empire from top to bottom. On the Guazhan Islands, a large number of undead have gathered here in the sky and on the ground. As for the crown troops, Lin Jin deployed 1,000 death angels and 300 ghost dragons. It is true that Lin Jin now has a lot of troops, but he is not able to mobilize all his main forces in every war. He must leave enough guards in the direction of the city of Eternal Night in the Guazhan Islands. Even in the Bucks Principality, he still has to leave a large number of death angels and ghost dragons as a deterrent. Nothing is 100%. If the Holy Empire really launched a fierce attack on the Buck Principality, he would also have to ensure that he had a certain amount of backhand power. Ding! You have stepped into the national border. To cross the national border, you need to defeat the defenders here. As he approached the national border, a system prompt sounded in Lin Jin's ears. But at this time, Lin Jin no longer hesitated. The dark iron ghost dragon king under his feet also whizzed past and disappeared into the level in front of him. At the same time, all the surrounding ghost dragon kings and death angels also disappeared into the level. The scene in front of him changed, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of an empty flatland. The wild sand swept across the place, adding a desolate feeling. As for the one in front of them, the most conspicuous thing is an ancient tree spirit that is more than 10 meters in size. Its body is slightly hunched, and its shape is like a high-rise building. Its feet are rooted in the ground, and its upper body appears to be leafy. Its body is covered with reinforced, thick bark, making its defense extremely powerful. Ordinary soldiers seem too insignificant in front of these ancient tree spirits. In addition to 8 teams with a total of 48 ancient tree spirits, there is also a team of holy dragons, 2 teams of fairy dragons, 2 teams of poisonous dragons, and 4 teams of black dragons in the sky. There are ancient tree spirits on the ground, dragons in the sky, and even the 3 giant dragons among the upper dragons have all appeared. This power alone is already terrifying. If you want to defeat this kind of power, you can only use crown-level troops. If you use low-level cannon fodder, You will really die as many as you come. Scatter and attack. The dragons in the distance have already flown here, and the ancient tree spirits have also begun to take steps and move towards here. Lin Jin also directly issued the attack instructions, but saw that half of the death angels and ghost dragons dispersed, appearing as if they were coming. Rush towards the enemy in front of you. The entangling roots. But I saw an ancient tree spirit taking the lead in attacking. Their hands all slammed into the ground, and then a wave of tree roots rolled and entangled in the earth, like a wave coming here. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountains shook. Roar! The purple fairy dragons, which were much smaller in size, also roared one after another. Their roars were much sharper and less vigorous. Along with their roars, the power of the surrounding elements also began to gather crazily. In the sky of the battlefield, however, they saw whirlpools emerging and dark clouds shrouding them. The next moment, continuous flaming meteorites fell from the sky and attacked the attacking Death Angel and Ghost Dragon. Boom, boom. With the sound of thunder raging, crossing terrifying thunder also struck down one after another. Call, call. The wind roared, and tornadoes swept over crazily from the side of the battlefield. Flames, thunder, and hurricanes all made the battlefield look like the end of the world. The angels of death kept flashing, trying their best to dodging all attacks. Many death angels dodged, but there were also many death angels who were hit by the attacks, and their health volume continued to decrease. As for the huge ghost dragon, it became the main target of the attack, and its health volume dropped sharply. The bones on their bodies are being shot down continuously, and broken bones are scattered on the battlefield. This is the power of fairy dragons. Lin Jin looked at the apocalyptic battlefield in the distance. His eyes slightly narrowed, and the fear of the dragon emerged again in his heart. Fairy dragon. This is the upper dragon clan among the dragon clan, and it also belongs to the neutral camp. It is not good at it. They fight with their bodies, but are good at using magic. All magic used by fairy dragons has extremely powerful power. In terms of magic and power, fairy dragons are much more terrifying than titans. But the magic they release is uncertain, and you cannot release all kinds of magic at will. If not, their deterrence will only become more powerful. Of course, fairy dragons are powerful, but their numbers are also very rare. The more powerful the dragon clan, the lower the breeding rate. Over there, when all the death angels and ghost dragons were under attack, one by one the death angels watching the battle also raised their cross swords or sickle moon scimitars. The next moment, one after another, dark energy fell from the sky and enveloped the angel of death and the ghost dragon. The latter's dropped health was quickly regained. Only a few unlucky ghost dragons happened to withstand a large number of attacks in a short period of time and were instantly killed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just after a large number of death angels passed through the magic area, they saw that the entangled roots on the ground had rolled to the feet of all the death angels. But they saw that in the earth, countless tree roots were also like javelins, flying straight into the sky, stabbing one by one the death angels and ghost dragons. In an instant, several death angels and ghost dragons were attacked. After the tree roots were hit, they split into vines, locking the death angels and ghost dragons. Ghost dragon. What the ancient tree spirits are best at is fighting on the ground. These entangled roots are rolling in like a wave. No matter how many legions there are, they will be easily strangled and turned into nourishment for the earth. If there are enough ancient tree spirits, even they can easily overturn a city. Although the ancient tree spirits are extremely powerful against the ground, they are powerful and can also intimidate the troops in the air. Roar! Just when the death angels and ghost dragons were attacked and restrained, the holy dragon at the front disappeared in an instant. With roars, dragon breaths swept over. The holy dragon's breath carried the extremely violent impact was astonishingly powerful. As soon as a death angel cut off the vines on his body and produced the double hell sword in his hand, he was hit by the holy dragon's breath. The latter's figure was blasted out in the air, the blood volume dropped crazily, and it didn't last long before the death angel was killed. Around him, a famous ghost dragon also launched attacks. The dragon's breath swept over the holy dragon from all directions, but the latter remained motionless. The blood volume on his body has not dropped at all. The Holy Dragon has extremely powerful magic immunity, which also includes the dragon breath of the ghost dragon. Roar. The ferocious and ugly poisonous dragon also came here. It breathed dragon breath from its mouth, and green smoke instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. These smokes contain corrosive power. Even if Lin Jin's legion is undead, it has very strong poison immunity ability, but still suffered a lot of damage. Just when the war just broke out, the defenders of these levels showed their powerful strength. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Roar. On the battlefield, a holy dragon was facing the attack of two ghost dragons, but saw two ghost dragons rushing toward the holy dragon from two directions. The latter did not retreat but advanced, and instead pounced quickly go down. It was so fast that it knocked away a ghost dragon and jumped on another ghost dragon. Its ferocious mouth opened and bit directly on the bones of the ghost dragon. The holy dragon shook its neck. Driving with all his strength, he began to tear apart. The ghost dragon seemed to be driven by its entire body. It kept shaking, and its bones kept falling. The ghost dragon next to it had also rushed over. The latter seemed to be aware of it, and its tail with a sudden swoop. A burst of air was heard, and the ghost dragon was whipped away again. Drink. Next to him, two angels shouted coldly and brought out a series of swords and swords. The swords and swords were like horses, and they struck the holy dragon with a bang. But their attacks only scratched the holy dragon's blue gem, like scales, but it did not cause much damage. Just to besiege the holy dragon, for crown, ranked troops were used, and they did not occupy much advantage, which is simply amazing. The holy dragon, among the giant dragons, the leading overlord, can be called an all-round unit. In addition to its outrageous magic immunity, its defense, movement speed, and attack power are all amazing. Just after the battle, Lin Jin saw the power of the holy dragon. In terms of attribute data, these holy dragons are indeed too strong. Moreover, this is not all the strength that the holy dragons can exert. The level also has certain enhancements for the defenders, and the holy dragons on the national front have also received an increase. But this amplification effect is not powerful. If the latter is led by the Holy Dragon King, or even the Holy Dragon Emperor, its true strength will only be more terrifying. If it was the Holy Dragon who joined the Holy Empire and the War of the Undead, then the loss is unpredictable, and the pressure faced by Lin Jin will also double. In addition to the Holy Dragon, the Fairy Dragon, the Poisonous Dragon is also very powerful. The Poisonous Dragon's body is full of plague, like dark green outer scales, and the scales are somewhat similar to a toad. Generally, there are many pustule, like protrusions on the body, which are very ugly. Not only do they release poison when attacking, but if they are attacked, the pustules on the body will also release venom. In addition to the highly toxic effect, this toxin it has the ability to corrode armor. Maybe it will also add some debilitating effects when targeting living bodies. In other words, Lin Jin is an undead, so it can be regarded as restraining these poisonous dragons. Golden King Behemoth. While there was a fierce battle on the field, the ring in Lin Jin's hand flashed with light, and he also released the Golden King Behemoth. Since the Dragon Clan is likely to be his enemy, he planned to test the strength of these holy dragons, poisonous dragons, and fairy dragons. Now he had almost mastered the 3 high-level dragon clans, and the last one that needed to be compared was the Golden Behemoth King. The undead didn't have much advantage over the Dragon Clan, and Lin Jin's favorite was the Golden Behemoth King. Roar. As soon as the Golden King Behemoth appeared, he let out a roar. All the dragons present froze, and their combat effectiveness also dropped to a degree visible to the naked eye. This is the passive aura of the Golden King Behemoth. After the roar, the Golden King Behemoth, it also quickly rushed towards the battlefield over there. The ground shook as it ran. In a short time, it came to the battlefield here. However, it saw a violent look in its eyes, and it jumped up and jumped directly. It pounced on a holy dragon. It was stared at by the Golden Behemoth King. This holy dragon seemed to be facing some big terror. It moved as slow as a snail and was jumped down from the air by the Golden Behemoth King. Stab. The sharp claws of his right hand stabbed, but the sharp and huge claws easily pierced the scales of the holy dragon and sank into the holy dragon's flesh and blood. As the sharp claws tore again, the holy dragon's blood volume also dropped crazily. The holy dragon was still powerless in the hands of the Golden King Behemoth. Under the fatal attack of the Golden King Behemoth, the holy dragon was quickly killed. As for the Golden King Behemoth, it dug out the holy dragon again. The dragon's heart was swallowed in one gulp. As the heart of the holy dragon was devoured, the hair on King Behemoth's body became shinier, and his attributes and strength were permanently improved. This holy dragon has much more to offer than the ordinary giant dragon. According to the infinite improvement of Golden Behemoth King, Lin Jin will have great confidence even if he faces the Holy Dragon Emperor in the future. The performance of Golden Behemoth King once again gave him confidence and made Lin Jin's fear disappear. After all, Golden Behemoth King is still Golden Behemoth King, and the Dragon Clan Nemesis is still the Dragon Clan Nemesis. As long as Golden Behemoth King is around, even the Holy Dragon can be killed. Lin Jin's legion is far stronger than before. The defenders, especially after the Golden King Behemoth joined the battlefield, the fighting stopped not long after. In this battle, Lin Jin also killed 18 Death Angels and 21 Ghost Dragons. Among them, except for those attacked by the Holy Dragon in addition, most of them were killed by fairy dragons. The extremely destructive magic was hard to guard against. However, even if they died in the battle, Lin Jin still resurrected them all after the war. After the death of the Death Angel and Ghost Dragon, Lin Jin did not use spiritualism. So after the war, all the Death Angels and Ghost Dragons were able to be resurrected. Not only that, he also summoned souls and resurrected 12 Ghost Dragons. With his current strength, if he breaks through the National Front difficulty, that's a joke. Ding. Congratulations on completing an epic victory. Ding. Congratulations on breaking through the National Front level. Whether you choose to open the National Front in advance, the opening of the National Front will lift the barrier between you and your neighboring countries. Barriers, please consider carefully. Open the National Front. Lin Jin had summoned so many soldiers and horses, so he was naturally ready. With his confirmation, everything in front of him disappeared, and Lin Jin appeared in front of the checkpoint again. Boom! At this time, above the level, a ray of light rose into the sky, and a barrier also appeared. This barrier completely isolated the two worlds. As the barrier appeared, a ray of light spread out from both sides of the barrier. The entire huge barrier also began to spread towards both sides, as if the curtains were opened. At this time, a sound system prompt also sounded throughout the entire Holy Continent. Not only the Holy Continent, but also players from another empire, also heard the news. Ding! The player King Yongye was the first to break through the National Front, opening the barrier between the Holy Empire and the Hasama Empire. Ding! The player King Yongye was the first to break through the National Front and won the title Chaos Warriors. Ding! The player King Yongye takes the lead in breaking through the National Front. Players from the Holy Empire and Hasama Empire can freely cross regions from the National Front. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Has the Chinese front been breached? Has the national war begun? When this news swept across, players across the entire Holy Continent were stunned. The Holy Empire is just a part of this world, and besides the Holy Empire, there are many other large territories, which belong to the game areas of other countries. In order to ensure the early development of each country, barriers were set up at the borders between each country to prevent collisions between the two empires. Once the national border is opened, it will inevitably lead to a war between the two regions. There is nothing to say about this. From the moment you step into the game, this is everyone's goal. Even if it is a battle within the same country, it is to better gather strength for future national wars. Logically speaking, it will take at least half a year for the national war boundaries to be completely lifted. However, under Lin Jin's strong attack, the national war boundary between the Holy Empire and the Hasama Empire was completely lifted. What I am referring to here is that the Holy Empire is not the only Holy Empire. The Hasama Empire is only the Hasama Empire. What is named here is only the most powerful force in the default territory. The national front line was broken in this way. As mentioned before, the archipelago occupied by King Yongye was the edge of the national front line. The National Front is broken, and the Hasima Empire will probably go to war with the Holy Empire next. Stop the civil strife and prepare to gather troops. No matter what, the Hasima Empire must be killed first. Yes, no matter what, the Hasima Empire is our enemy. What on earth is King Yongyi thinking? He must be too crazy. Now that the Holy Empire is preparing to destroy him, he actually breaks the National Front. Yes, his national war islands are on the National Front, which is also a battleground for military strategists. Once the National Front breaks out, it will also become the main battlefield. All the players were extremely shocked and began to discuss one after another. The collision between Lin Jin and the Holy Empire was originally the focus of discussion among all players, but after the National Front was breached, the players no longer discussed Lin Jin and the Holy Empire. The war between empires. What they are discussing now is the collision between the entire Holy Empire and the Hasima Empire. Not only the Templar players in the Holy Empire, but also the players among the Dark Elves and the Orcs. The players of the Silver City State have also turned their targets to the Hasima Empire. One by one, the hidden forces have also begun to take action, and many people have also turned their targets to the Hasima Empire. The Guozhan Islands are just the best strategic location, but the National Front is extremely long. Therefore, in addition to the National War Islands, there is also a large area of bordering territory that can become the entry point for both sides to attack. Now, they must also take action. All the players in the Hasima Empire were extremely solemn when they heard the news. King Eternal Knight, is that big devil finally coming? Damn it, the civil strife in the Holy Empire is so serious, but we are united. Why do they have such powerful players? Bastard, now that the National Front has been breached, we can only start the war in advance. The war broke out. I don't believe that this King of Eternal Night can still control the Hasima Empire. Fight. Immediately increase your numbers to the Guozhan Islands, and find a way to mobilize the power of the entire Hasima Empire. Fighting. 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 All the guild leaders of the Hasima Empire gathered together, and they also conveyed the orders. Suddenly, the entire Hasima Empire was shaken. At the same time, a large number of legions also began to gather. Compared to the Holy Empire, the Hasima Empire is much weaker. Although their territory is large, their military strength is not strong. It is precisely because of this that the players of the Hasima Empire have been united from the beginning. They have been together since before the game. Regional division has begun. They cooperate with each other to develop the power of the Hasima Empire. All preparations are for the national war. Once the National Front is lifted in half a year, these legions of the Hasima Empire will attack the rest of the country at the same time. The war started, and its offensive was like fire, which would also shock the whole world. However, they were not fully prepared yet, but Lin Jin came directly. The Great Demon King. Lin Jin was also called the Great Demon King in their eyes, and he deserved to be the Great Demon King. Demon King. If their Hasima Empire could have such a great Demon King, then they would probably stand firmly on Lin Jin's side and help Lin Jin directly subvert the entire empire. At that time, they would gather all their strength to attack the rest of the empire. Originally, they were still watching the civil strife within the Holy Empire, but they did not expect that this big devil would break the National Front just like that. The appearance of Lin Jin also brought fear to them. Here, after Lin Jin broke through the checkpoint, he continued to lead the army towards the front. Half of this island has been occupied by Lin Jin, but the other part of the island is the territory of the Hasima Empire. Not only that, in addition to this island, you can also see an archipelago looking far in front of you. That is the Guozhan Islands belonging to the Hasima Empire. The undead marched all over the sky. After marching a short distance, you could see a long wall filled with war equipment, and you could also see groups of players wearing samurai armor. In addition to these players wearing samurai armor, there are also elegant and quiet snow maidens and ice maidens in ice blue dresses on the city wall. They belong to the 9th to 10th level troops. The Snow Girl and the Ice Girl are formed from the essence of ice and snow. They both exude a faint chill, just like walking ice. It is worth mentioning that they are also living beings. It is not the so-called elemental body. In the sky here, there are still holy unicorns, which are also the crowned soldiers in the Naga camp. The blue body with white mane is different from the familiar ordinary unicorn. The body is a bit like a dragon. The scales of the holy unicorn's body are dark green, engraved with golden patterns, and two dragons grow out. Must. The holy unicorns are all suspended in the air, stepping on the thick fog under their feet, as if they are controlling the fog. In addition to the legions on the city wall, there are also a large number of legions under the city wall, including level 2 Crocodile Shark, level 4 Pearl Miko, level 6 Hebo, level 8 Chuan Ling, and level 12 Sword. Crocodile Shark is also a created species. It is a species after the fusion of humans and sharks. Its whole body has the characteristics of a shark, and its head is also a shark's head, but it is a standing humanoid. The crocodile shark is not tall, with thick and short legs, but its upper body is extremely strong and powerful. It holds a large spiked stick in both hands, making it very ferocious. Four pearl witches are also the smallest coral naga among the three major groups of nagas. They have shiny and colorful scales, and their faces are the closest to humans. One of the most unique features of the coral nagas is that their hair is made of living snakes. The snakes in their hair, in addition to attacking, also have hypnotic abilities that can put their enemies into coma. Level 6 Hebo. This is the water spirit that flows into the lake. He looks a bit like the descendant of a toad and a tortoise. They are also over 1 meter in size, with strong hind legs and forelimbs pressed against the ground. Their fists are like boulders, very huge, like a heavy punch. They have always maintained a rickety shape, with cone-shaped thorns protruding from their backs, which look extremely defensive. Level 8 spirits are also in female form, and their bodies are made of water. They are also a type of elemental creatures, but because of their strength, they have turned into entities. Chuan Ling has the ability to counter damage, and can also connect arms, apply buffs, and increase counter damage to other arms. It can also be regarded as a strategic unit. The last one was a majestic 12th level sword master wearing warrior armor. These powerful warriors belong to the Abyss Naga clan, the largest of the three Naga clans. Characterized by dark scales and faces more reptilian than human, they have 4 arms and are trained to master a fighting style known as 4 waves, a combat technique developed for created to fit their unique body structure. All the legions of the Naga camp were lined up in sequence. Even the legion in front of them seemed to number more than 50,000. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The great demon king, king of eternal night, is finally here. Here, all the players of the Hasima Empire felt solemn in their hearts when they saw the Lin Jin Legion in front of them, with deep solemnity and amazement in their eyes. At this time, Lin Jin was standing on the back of the dark iron ghost dragon king on the top. His face was stern. He was wearing an extremely domineering and exquisite armor. His cloak was swaying behind him, and a black shadow like a sword was suspended beside him, emitting a faint light. 3 national weapons, 1 divine weapon. Even from a distance, they could feel the extraordinary power of Lin Jin. And this also reflected Lin Jin's power. Even across the entire battlefield, they could feel the deep pressure from Lin Jin's dark pupils. He was like looking down on the world like a true overlord. In addition, the dark iron ghost dragon emperor under Lin Jin's feet is even more domineering, with a dark silver alloy, like skeletal frame and black flames burning all over his body. The dark iron ghost dragon emperor alone is spreading its wings and floating in the air gives people a deep sense of oppression. In the sky near the dark iron ghost dragon king, there are even more continuous death angels and ghost dragons. Not to mention the continuous army of undead on the ground. Just the vast number of crowned troops in the sky overwhelmed them. These crowned troops could easily destroy their legions. Being famous is not as good as meeting, and meeting is better than being famous. It's just that they have just met. They felt how powerful Lin Jin was, which was far more terrifying than they imagined. King of Eternal Night, our Hasima Empire has no intention of being your enemy. Your enemy is the Holy Empire, and our enemy is also the Holy Empire. If you are willing to cooperate with us, we can divide the Holy Empire together. Here, the leader on the city wall shouted loudly. This is one of the 5 leaders of the Evil Ghost Society, the Evil Ghost of the Sword. The Evil Ghost Society is also the guild mainly responsible for the Holy Empire War Zone, and the members inside are all extremely aggressive. The demon of the sword, is no longer human. His upper body looks like a human, with his face and body covered with some scales. He has 4 arms, each holding a sword, but his lower body has turned into the body of a snake. He seemed to have transformed himself into an abyss naga. Lin Jin's strength was too strong, so powerful that they all felt a lot of pressure. More importantly, Lin Jin's enemy was also the Holy Empire. It is precisely because of this that the evil of the sword only now did Goei want to discuss with Lin Jin. If Lin Jin could stand on the side of the Hasama Empire and cooperate with them, then it would be easy to conquer the Holy Empire. You are worthy of sharing the Holy Empire together. Lin Jin was unmoved, and an indifferent and contemptuous voice also sounded. The Evil Ghost Society, the evil ghost of the sword. He was also a well-known figure in his previous life. Even now, he can gather such a powerful force at this stage and provide support. Holding 19 shenglins. This kind of power is no longer something ordinary people can imagine. But then again, even if this power is not weak, in Lin Jin, this power is nothing. Can he really compete with Lin Jin? The only ones negotiating were the Naga royal family of the Shima Empire, who represented the power of the Hasama Empire. However, let alone Lin Jin himself and his cooperation with the Hasama Empire. Even if he wanted to cooperate, Naga would not. Lin Jin didn't think he could coexist peacefully with Naga from the camp that hated the undead. The contemptuous tone and indifferent words also made the face of the sword demon look a little ugly, but the black and terrifying undead in front of him made him. He still suppressed his anger. King Yongya, I know you are very strong, but the one standing behind us is the Hasama Empire. Now that you are an enemy of the Holy Empire, do you still want to be an enemy of our Hasama Empire? The evil spirit of the sword shouted again. When he failed to win over, he turned into a threat. He didn't know why Lin Jin dared to attack the National Front, but Lin Jin's enemy was the Holy Empire. If they also attacked Lin Jin, who would win? Negative, still unknown. Yes, don't underestimate our power, you bastard. If you really want to anger the Hasama Empire, you will be the one to die. Leave our territory quickly, and we can forget about it. After the words of the evil ghost of the sword, there were some abyss nagas behind him, shouting arrogantly. These were also transformed by the players. They still maintained their original aggressiveness, and when they felt Lin Jin, this contemptuous tone and demeanor made them a little angry. There were noisy voices everywhere on the city wall. Even though Lin Jin was very strong, it only made them feel jealous, but could not make them feel afraid. In their eyes, in the sky behind, you can see many more holy unicorns coming towards here. Lin Jin looked far away, and there were also many legions coming towards here on the shore of the nearby island. The Guazhan Islands are the real strategic location is where both sides are competing. Controlling this place will control the initiative in the war, and you can overlook the other side's continent. Therefore, the players of the Hasama Empire cannot give up here easily. Not only that, I will find a way to get the forces of the Hasama Empire to participate in the battle here. Attack! Lin Jin didn't intend to waste any more words with these enemies, and directly ordered the attack. Hasama Empire? Lin Jin has never been afraid of the Hasama Empire this time when he started the national war. Especially now that it is the undead version, the undead can exert its full power, stronger power. If you don't attack quickly at this time, your advantage will be wasted. These stupid things. Al and Hill snorted coldly, unable to hide the murderous intent in their hearts, and flew forward quickly. These players had been talking nonsense and rude words just now. Lin Jin could not take it to heart, but these death angels could not. Death angels, they all held their breath. In the sky, ghost dragons and angels of death also roared away. Snowstorm. Seeing this, a number of famous players used strategic magic one after another. The temperature in the sky plummeted instantly, and then the cold wind roared, and waves of extremely powerful storms also enveloped the sky. Mass frost armor. Ice halo. Freeze the ground. A famous sword master is covered with a layer of frost armor. The ice on the earth spreads, instantly turning the ground into solid ice. The breath of ice envelopes the whole body, and all Ingzhou troops receive an increase. Hailstorm. A famous St. Chelan also roared, and the temperature on the battlefield became even lower. In the sky in front of him, a large number of hailstones emerged one after another and enveloped the ghost dragon and the angel of death in the sky. Blizzard, hailstorm. When these magics are cast at the same time, the power of each other is greatly enhanced. The Hasama Empire belongs to the Naga force and is a well-deserved overlord of the sea. Their magic is also based on water magic. Not only the magic released by the troops, but also even the hero's strategic magic is mediocre. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. What does King Yongya mean? We, the players of the Hasama Empire, are not the trash of the Holy Empire. Blizzards and hail covered the sky and the earth in front of us, turning everything into a world of ice. This powerful attack also made the players of the Hasama Empire proud. With so many players casting this advanced strategic magic at the same time, even if he is the famous king of Eternal Night, and I am afraid he has never seen such a battle. However, from this point of view, the players of the Hasama Empire are indeed better than the players of the Holy Empire. They only learned advanced strategic magic, and there are more players who can cast advanced strategic magic than there are players in the Holy Empire. After all, the Holy Empire is too big, and wars within the Holy Empire break out very frequently. When Lin Jin manipulated the trading market before, it was equivalent to a further step. Promoting war. The gold and resources on the market are limited. They invest their limited gold and resources in fighting with each other, and their own development will naturally slow down. According to the current time, players who build towns into high-level towns, there are also many guilds. But even if they build high-end towns and buildings with crown troops, they may not have the gold and resources to recruit crown troops. Even if they recruit crown troops, the weekly maintenance costs will also be empty their savings. Once the maintenance fees cannot be paid, the crown troops will directly leave the team. The reason why the players of the Hasama Empire in front of them can learn so much strategic magic and recruit so many holy unicorns and legions is also it's not because they have a lot of resources. It's just because there are very few internal wars. They have completely accumulated all their strength to deal with the national war that will come in the future. In the attention of all players, the ghost dragon and death in the sky angels also rushed into the ice and snow world. They saw that every ghost dragon flew straight towards this side without dodging. The death angels were also ordinary, but they saw sharp blades in the hands of each death angel. Swinging, he smashed all the hailstones that hit him and then rushed forward quickly. Looking at the entire ice and snow world, every death angel is ordinary. They cut through the mess with their swords, just like the warriors with the most superb fighting skills. Everyone looked calm and relaxed. Even if some death angels were hit by hail, their blood volume only dropped slightly, and then they continued to charge. As for the damage caused by this inevitable blizzard to the death angels and ghost dragons, is extremely low. Lin Jin didn't even bother to use any strategic magic. He just watched the death angel and ghost dragon quietly, watching their battle. Now Lin Jin's strategic level is as high as 39th level. In addition to the increase in the title effect, there is also an artifact and 3 national weapons, and the combat power is extremely powerful. Moreover, now is also the age of the undead. Even the top match Holy Empire hero has used all his cards, and his legions are in front of Lin Jin, at a disadvantage. Not to mention these players who are far inferior to the Holy Empire. They launched an attack on Lin Jin, and it was like a cricket shaking a tree. Even though this ice and snow world looks very beautiful, it is of no use. In the Lin Jin Legion, in the face of the magic resistance, vitality, and defense power, even the attack of the angry unicorn appears extremely weak. What on earth is going on with these enemies? Wouldn't the ice aura slow them down? Moreover, storms and hailstorms will also reduce their mobility. How can they still be so fast? Wait, why have so many negative statuses been added to our arms? King Yongya has done nothing. And their health points have not dropped significantly at all. Seeing that a death angel was hit by an ice spear, the steel, hard ice spear turned into ice crystals and dissipated in the sky. However, the death angel had no scars on his body and only had a slight drop in blood volume. This player was a little suspicious. Life was born. They were also deceived by their own eyes. It was not the powerful attack they thought, but it was really powerful. The undead swept over, and the auras of the Ghost Dragon King and the Ghost Dragon also began to spread, and all the soldiers in the Naga camp had a look of fear on their faces, and their fighting spirit dropped sharply. Roar! But I saw the Ghost Dragons roaring and roaring one after another. Their ferocious mouths opened, and the dragon's breath that corroded their vitality was spit out. In the shroud of the dragon's breath, I saw a person underneath. The famous crocodile shark, Pearl Miko, Hebo, and Chuan Ling all paused, and all their souls and vitality were drained by the Ghost Dragon. The Ghost Dragon is known as the weakest rank unit. Under normal circumstances, the Ghost Dragon absolutely does not exist. The situation of the 8th level troops has been eliminated in seconds, but under the leadership of Lin Jin, even the 10th level troops can give you seconds. More than 300 Ghost Dragons all dispersed, and among them was the figure of the Ghost Dragon King. Among them, when launching an attack, it was like a nightmare for low-level troops. Thousands of enemies began to dissipate. What is going on? All the players in the Hasama Empire widened their eyes and looked horrified. Everything in front of them was challenging their worldview. Originally, they thought that their attack could shock Lin Jin and make him know how powerful he was. However, instead of shocking Lin Jin, they were deeply shocked by Lin Jin. They had never fought against ghost dragons, but in their impression, ghost dragons were very weak creatures. These people in front of them, what on earth is it? Their attacks are like soft little fists, unable to cause much damage to the undead at all. But to them, the attacks of the undead are super heavy punches with the force of thunder. This is a baby the feeling of fighting with giants. If there are players here, they will probably laugh. I really thought that if King Yongye said a few words to you, you would be able to compare with King Yongye. This is really embarrassing for you. You must know that within the scope of the Holy Empire, even 99% of the players in the temple cannot feel any hostility towards Lin Jin. They all know how terrifying Lin Jin's strength is, from beginning to end. Without the help of, they had no idea about the power of the Holy Empire. During the recent Six Kingdoms War, the Holy Empire coordinated all the forces and assigned them to epic heroes, characteristic heroes, legendary heroes, and so on. The most powerful force of the core was used. A large number of magic scrolls were used. But even then, the Terror Knights and Vampire Legion were rushed away from behind, causing heavy losses. And the players of the Hasama Empire in front of them, what is this? Do you really think that the Abyss Naga that has transformed into the 12th level is powerful? Do you really think that some angry unicorns and masters of advanced strategic magic can compete with Lin Jin? If nothing else, even Lin Jin is now the power exerted by using the lowest level of dark magic is more powerful than their high-level strategic magic. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. 4 waves. On the city wall, a group of sword masters were already fighting with the Angel of Death. They saw them waving their 4 arms and launching extremely violent attacks with their swords. Waves rose, waves fell, and waves of blood followed. This is also the skill that sword masters are best at. And relying on their snake-like bodies, they move more flexibly, like lake water. Even if they are pushed away, they will return to their original positions. In the face of this sword master's most proud attack, a famous, however, the Death Angel kept waving the double knives and the giant cross sword in his hands. However, he saw that the Death Angel was several times faster than the 4-handed sword master, and the power of their attacks was far suppressed. Sword master, the sword blades of both sides kept intersecting in the air, so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. In the midst of this fierce competition, the 2 swords in the hands of the Death Angel suddenly crossed, or directly crossed the Juggernaut's neck, or it could sink into the heart of the sword master. In less than a minute of fighting, the sword master will surely fall. Fighting quickly, when the strength of the 2 sides is very different, will actually accelerate the death of these sword masters. Naga's the strongest and most arrogant sword master in the world was vulnerable to the Angel of Death. As for over there, the Holy Qilin had already been killed by the Ghost Dragon King and the Angel of Death. Even the 12th level sword master and the 1st level Holy Qilin had already been killed, not to mention the remaining enemies. On the other side of the battlefield, The terrifying knights had already rushed over first, and Hebo also jumped up one after another, falling from the sky, and smashed the terrifying knights with their rock, like fists. Tear. But I saw a terrifying knight slashing at Hebo with his broadsword. The thick broadsword came first and stood on Hebo's rock, like fist. Hebo's fist was covered with a hard cuticle. Even stones can be easily shattered, but in the Horror Knight's broadsword, the entire fist is easily cut into two pieces. The 12th level Terror Knight is known for its powerful destructive power. The rest of the Terror Knights are also average. They faced the Hebo who descended from the sky, swung their swords, and easily killed the enemy with one blow. Cold and cruel, with the Terror Knights as the vanguard, along with the overwhelming undead, all the defenders also killed. The outcome of this war has long been determined. Even the players of the Hasima Empire cannot think that they can win. It is just that the battle will be such a complete crushing way. This is indeed something they did not expect. The big devil, we completely underestimated his power. The evil ghost of the sword had already realized how terrifying the forest embers were after the enemy passed through the blizzard and hailstorm without any damage. Until this one-sided battle, he had completely given up. Everyone, prepare to retreat. The evil spirit of the sword shouted loudly again. This war has no meaning. Even if we fight again, the sacrifice of the Legion will be in vain. If you want to defeat Lin Jin, you must rely on the Legion of the Hasima Empire. But, right here the demon of sword had just spoken, but a figure suddenly appeared behind him. This was clearly Al. She had been staring at the demon of sword from the beginning. After breaking through here, she also used teleportation to arrive. Behind the demon of sword. Die! As she appeared, the two knives had already slashed past. The sharp blades brought out a blade light. The movement of the evil spirit of the sword stopped abruptly. A head at the neck was displaced and fell down. Instant kill. Bastard, kill him. The famous sword masters around him twisted their bodies quickly and rushed towards them one after another. 4 waves. A streak of sword light came from all directions, completely covering Al. The corner of the latter's mouth raised an evil arc. She lowered her body slightly, moved her right foot, but turned in a circle in an instant, and the hands in her hands the sword also slashed in all directions. However, a series of pitch black sword gleams instantly enveloped the surroundings. The sword master's sword struck the sword gleam, but it seemed as if it had hit an unshakable enemy. Instead, it was forced to death by this force. The blast flew out. All attacks came to an abrupt end. Elle flapped her wings and rushed to the side of a sword master in an instant. The sickle moon scimitar in her hand was already placed on the neck of the sword master. The cold light and dark flames of the knife made the sword master player swallow a mouthful of saliva. The other sword masters also got up at this time, and at this moment, Elle's sickle scimitar slashed down violently. With another human head and surging blood, she rushed towards the other sword masters again. She seemed to be dancing on the tip of the sword, her figure wandering among all the sword master attacks, dodging all attacks, and whenever she launches an attack, it must be fatal. The blood keeps blooming, just like the blooming flower of death. The epic angel of death, just with this name, is completely incomparable to these sword masters. Even if these players transformed into a sword master, it is only a 12th level soldier, and the quality may not be very high. But Al is a 14 level existence, still an epic level, and his combat power is naturally extremely powerful. The sword masters around him are all players, and they are also evil. The senior members of the Ghost Association. After they were beheaded, the command on the entire battlefield was completely in chaos. However, without their orders, all members of the Ghost Association could not retreat and could only fight to the death. An organization born for fighting. Naturally also have the strictest military discipline. In their deadly battle, all enemies were killed. Divine spiritualism. Lin Jin glanced at the battlefield and cast a god-level spiritualism. Immediately, a large number of undead stood up from the corpses. This kind of crushing battle is what the undead like best, because not only will they not lose many troops, on the contrary, it can also enhance the strength. The reason why Lin Jin chose to attack the Hasima Empire was not to weaken his own strength, but to enhance his own strength. Send the order, attack all the islands ahead, and occupy all the Guajan Islands as quickly as possible. Lin Jin ordered calmly. He occupied the Guajan Islands of the Holy Empire, but what he wants to attack now is the Guajan Islands of the Hasima Empire. Yes, the Death Angel heroes dispersed one after another, and Airshur also dispersed. A large number of ghost dragons and 12th level rotten poison Lamasu also dispersed. On the ground, some undead heroes also led their legions to the shore. Take a boat on the shore and march forward. Use the crown troops and high-level troops as the vanguard to kill all the enemies as quickly as possible. At the same time, these undead will also quickly arrive at each battlefield to carry out a comprehensive encirclement and suppression. In front of the undead, the so-called guerrilla warfare will not work, because once the undead wave arrives, it will only be a carpet like covering attack. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Soldiers are expensive and fast. Since Lin Jin decided to attack, he would naturally launch the most violent attack. This is also consistent with his usual style. The entire Hasima Empire will not be prepared for his attack, and even the players on the Guajan Islands will not be able to react. Before they could react, the Death Angel and the Ghost Dragon had already arrived in front of each town. This is also where the strength of the crown troops lies. With their extraordinary strength, they can execute various tactics. As long as the number of crown troops is large enough, they can attack a city. Moreover, the front line of defense of the Hasima Empire that Lin Jin had just breached was also the line of defense with the strongest troops stationed there. Since this place has been conquered, there will probably not be many troops in other places. This will also make Lin Jin's plan easier. In a town, the Demon of Sword and the other core members were resurrected one after another. However, during their resurrection, their faces were extremely ugly, and what appeared in their eyes were deep fear. Too strong. Even after just one battle, Lin Jin's power was deeply imprinted in their minds. It was a demon god holding up the sky, so powerful that they did not have the courage to fight. To be precise, that's not called fighting, that's called suicide. This madman, is this his strength? No wonder the Holy Empire was beaten to such an extent. Damn it, the evil ghost of the sword couldn't help but roar. The heavy pressure given by Lin Jin made him lose all his previous grace. Even one of the 5 leaders of the Evil Ghost Association has lost his sense of control now. Lord Sword Demon, what should we do now? What else can we do? Send the order and prepare to retreat immediately. If we continue to fight, we will only sacrifice our troops in vain. The Demon of Sword's face is extremely decisive. The Guajan Islands belong to the player's power. The power of the Hasima Empire has not spread here, so they will not receive assistance from the Hasima Empire. If there are no reinforcements from the Hasima Empire, they are no match for Lin Jin. Presumably Lin Jin will attack soon. He can only retreat now. King Yongya, even if we retreat, don't expect anything from us. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the evil spirit of the sword, and he immediately chose to destroy the town. As long as there was a slight possibility, he did not want to destroy the town he had worked so hard to build, but they have no chance now. Moreover, even if they attack again, he didn't know how long it would take to return home and fight on the islands. Therefore, he would rather destroy the town directly. Ding. Do you choose to destroy the town? Yes. Ding. You are involved in the battle, and you cannot destroy the town. Just in the Demon of Sword when the town was about to be destroyed, his face froze, with a trace of disbelief on his face. Involved in the battle? He turned his head to look at the town that emerged in the center of the town. This made his heart sink again. He could no longer care about anything else. He left the hall immediately and came outside, and what he saw was the domineering dark iron ghost dragon king again, and that familiar face again. His face was still cold, his eyes were still flat, and his posture was still so high and above. Attack! Lin Jin shouted faintly. When all the undead led their troops to attack, Lin Jin also rode the dark iron ghost dragon emperor and was the first to arrive at the town of the Demon of Sword. This is also the center of their command. Capture the thieves first. King, as long as you kill the evil spirit of the sword, attacks from other directions will naturally go more smoothly. Roar! The ghost dragons swooped down one after another, and the dark dragon's breath spread throughout the town. The death angels also swooped down again, and began to target the enemies one by one. The one-sided massacre began again. Fight here at that time. Lin Jin also began to look at the towns of the Naga camp. Their towns were overall blue like water, and the buildings were more like palaces and towers. There were many lakes in the center of the town, like it is like a town in the water. Although it is a town built on an island, it is still closely related to the sea. This is also a characteristic of the Hasima Empire. The Hasima Empire was founded by Sarasa, the dragon god of water. It is composed of Jaha believers. Because they admire the dragon god of water, they themselves have a great relationship with water. The light dragon god of the Holy Empire, the dark dragon god of the Dark Elves, the fire dragon god of the Dwarf Camp, and the dragon god of the Hasima Empire. The dragon god of water. Lin Jin is already involved with the 4 dragon gods. It has to be said that the dragon god is the highest point of everything. Even these symbolic forces are all subordinate forces of the dragon god. However, judging from the current situation, Lin Jin does not seem to have a good relationship with the 4 dragon gods. Needless to say, the dragon god of light, dragon god of fire, and dragon god of water, even the dark dragon god, Lin Jin, his relationship with him is not much better. He intervened in the affairs of the Dark Elves and completely changed the atmosphere within the Dark Elves. This may not be what this dark dragon god who likes conspiracy wants to see. Being able to provoke 4 dragon gods, this is considered a skill, right? King Yongya, this matter will not end so easily. You will pay the price. Just when Lin Jin was looking at the town and thinking about the dragon god, the evil sword ghost over there was once again forced into a desperate situation. Even before he died, he used his last strength to shout unwillingly. He lost the town and was killed again. It was like he changed his account and played again. This account was completely useless. Lin Jin glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze and didn't pay much attention to it. This kind of incompetent roar did not have much impact on him, and he didn't. I will take it to heart. Ding. Congratulations on conquering a high-level town. You can choose to convert it into a cemetery town or destroy it. Convert it into a cemetery town. Soon, the entire town will be filled with water elements. It has once again turned into a dead, like cemetery town, with a green and eerie feeling surrounding it. This town is very well established. After the transformation, although some buildings have disappeared, it is still a high-end town. As long as it takes a certain amount of time, it can be completely completed into a high-end town. Moreover, this town also has a portal. This means that Lin Jin's legion transportation will also be simpler. He can transport the undead army behind. Then they were continuously transferred to this town. After conquering the town, Lin Jin left 2 teams of death angels to temporarily guard the town, and then led the legion to continue towards the next goal. Except for Lin Jin's side, the rest of the legions also carried out blitzkrieg, conquered towns one after another, and fought in other towns. On the sea, more than 300 aircraft carrier, like ships, also headed to various islands in a mighty manner. This was different from the ships built in general, and the blueprints it was obtained from the Dwarf Kingdom. One ship alone can accommodate more than 10,000 skeleton soldiers. Lin Jin started preparing for the national war a long time ago, and his basic resources were basically not consumed. In fact, there are too many, and some inventories need to be cleared. The simplest is to build ships. He has built a large number of ships, and later upgraded the ships to this aircraft carrier, like warship. More than 300 aircraft carrier, like warships, ships of all sizes, running side by side, are really spectacular. The ships arrived at each island one after another, but they saw the ships approaching, leaving some troops to garrison, while the endless undead legions left the ships and swarmed towards the islands. All the islands all received the most violent attacks at the same time. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Damn it, the boss of the Eternal Night King was too strong, and he attacked the Hasima Empire. It is said that he divided his troops to attack, and even the sword evil ghosts of the Evil Ghost Association were killed. So fierce. The King of Eternal Night, the Eternal God, boss of the Shrouding Wings, is the Divine Wings Guild still accepting people? Count me in. Count me in. Count me in. I also have the heart to destroy the enemy with my fists. It should have been like this a long time ago. Isn't it nice to attack other countries? Haha. It depends on the situation. In the case of the undead, if you attack other countries, I'm afraid the Holy Empire will also attack you in an instant. I don't care. Even if the Holy Empire launches an attack on the Buck Principality at this time, I won't die. Well done, King of Eternal Night. When the war broke out on Lin Jin's side, the actual forum was once again maxed out, and the number of participants was increasing. Although the National Front was not open, both sides were exploring each other's information. News. Lin Jin's side turned the Holy Empire upside down, which also amazed the players of the Hasima Empire. Some major events that happened in the Hasima Empire also made the players of the Holy Empire talk about it. The strength of both sides is it is impossible to fully investigate, but major events are considered public. Now that Lin Jin has conquered the Guazhan Islands, the news was immediately spread by players who got off the game. They also want to stir up public opinion and let various forces resist this kind of thing. An act of aggression. Although in the previous life, the player forces belonging to the Hasima Empire attacked the most fiercely, they still divided their forces and attacked in all directions. But this does not prevent them from crying about Lin Jin's guilt and seeking so-called fairness. It was precisely because of their cries that Lin Jin's record spread, causing shock among the players in the Holy Empire. Everyone agreed and was satisfied with Lin Jin's attack. The two sides had a deep feud, and in the past in some games, both sides are enemies. Now that Lin Jin is attacking them, it will naturally make them feel proud. On this point of view, the vast majority of players are consistent. The Holy City and the eyes of God of the Church of Light received this news. After that, his face twitched and twisted, but his eyes flashed with crazy joy. Ha ha ha, God helps me, God helps me. The eye of God roared again and again, and his voice became hoarse. Lin Jin had become like a nightmare for him, and as the Holy Empire attacked Lin Jin, he became more and more desperate. Despite this, he still did not give up. On the contrary, he is constantly improving his own strength. In the last summons of Hao Angel, he also summoned a large number of priestess players to participate in the transformation ceremony of Hao Angel, and once again gained the appreciation of the Great Pope. Not to mention, the stronger Lin Jin became, the more he became obsessed with Yin Yen. His obsession made him stronger. During this period, he also felt that the Pope was planning to change the situation and completely replace the people in the Holy Empire. The core of power allowed the Church of Light to control the Holy Empire. However, this lacked the best opportunity. Unexpectedly, this opportunity came to him like this. Lin Jin would actually attack the Hasima Empire at this time. This is simply crazy. Now, you know, the Holy Empire is still brewing an attack on Lin Jin. If Lin Jin takes the initiative to provoke the Hasima Empire at this time, wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself? Once it symbolizes that the two most powerful forces in the territory are attacking at the same time. Lin Jin launched an attack, and his fate could be imagined. This was simply a stupid move. The Eye of God did not linger, and immediately came to the cathedral and reported to the Great Pope. Is this news true? Did he attack the Hashemite Empire? When the Great Pope heard this, his expression became solemn. He was no longer as amiable as usual, and the kind smile on his face also disappeared. The news is definitely not false. He gathered a large number of legions and launched an attack from the Guazhan Islands at sea to attack the Hasima Empire. He has now invaded the Hasima Empire and occupied a large number of islands. He probably felt that he could not conquer the Holy Empire in a short time, or that fighting with the Holy Empire would hurt both sides. So he wanted to open up a new battlefield and develop the power of the undead. The Eye of God said respectfully, and also expressed his thoughts. After thinking about it, this may be the reason why Lin Jin attacked the Hasima Empire. After all, the Holy Empire is also very strong now, and if they use the city as a defense, can also effectively resist the Sea of the Undead and cause greater damage to the Sea of the Undead. In this case, Lin Jin naturally needs more powerful power. The power of the undead comes from corpses and from war. There is no suitable one in the Holy Empire. The only target that can be turned overseas is the Hasima Empire. On the side, a Hao Angel also walked in. What the Hao Angel reported was Lin Jin's attack on the Hasima Empire. Near the Guazhan Islands, there was also a Holy the Empire's surveillance. After the undead army action in the Guazhan Islands, the news also came back. Haha, The undead are still ignorant creatures, and the sudden increase in strength finally drove them crazy. The great Pope heard how angels report and confirmed his suspicions, and finally couldn't help laughing. He no longer had any doubts in his heart. In his opinion, the undead heroes were originally a group of lunatics, otherwise who would be willing to let him become that kind of thing full of death. Furthermore, the undead can resurrect legions from corpses. In order to improve their own strength, those undead heroes often do things such as slaughtering cities and destroying countries. It is precisely because of this that the undead cause, in his opinion. The peace talks between Lin Jin and Silver City State some time ago were an accident. And accidents will never happen again. You did a great job. After calming down, the great Pope turned to the Eye of God and said, although he could also get the news, the Eye of God told him the first time, and the information from the Eye of God was more accurate. Now while feeling happy, I also have a better impression of the Eye of God. The Eye of God has indeed done a lot of things in order to take root in the Church of Light. It is an honor for all believers to be able to contribute their own strength to the Church of Light. The Eye of God lowered his head, and his white-side face looked very sacred and peaceful. The great Pope nodded, without saying much, and left here directly. He had already memorized the Eye of God, and as for the reward or something else, he was not in a hurry for now. For him, now is a golden opportunity, and he must take advantage of it. At this time, we can cut through the mess with a sharp knife, quickly control the interior of the Holy Empire, and complete the replacement of the power of the Holy Empire. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Saw the king. The Archpope saluted respectfully. Pope, come today, what do you mean? Godric asked lightly. Under normal circumstances, the Church of Light and the Holy Principality also belong to 2 organizations. Although the Holy Principality cannot command the Church of Light, the Church of Light will not interfere with the Holy Principality. It can allow the Archpope to come in person, which also surprised Godric. Moreover, there seems to be something not right with the Church of Light recently. He guessed that it must be the angels' matter. It seems that the rumors and chaos during this period should also be all made the angels see the strength of the Holy Principality. King Godric, I have come this time to bring orders from the angels. The Archpope squinted his eyes and looked very kind. An angel's command? What command does the angel have? Did they allow us to sign a contract with Golden Dragon? King Godric asked calmly without changing his expression. No, that's not the case. The great Pope shook his head, showed a smile towards King Godric, and said with a sincere smile, the angel feels that the current Holy Empire is too chaotic. The Holy Empire cannot be without an owner for a day, so it is necessary to re-establish a Holy Emperor. Only in this way can we better manage the Holy Empire and face threats from all sides. As soon as he said this, everyone turned their heads and looked at the great Pope. Their eyes narrowed slightly, but they seemed to have just met the great Pope. When will the Church of Light be able to interfere in the affairs of the royal family? What do you mean? If the Emperor is re-established, who can become the Holy Emperor? Could it be you? Godric also had a sullen face. His voice was cold, and he was already angry. Yes. The great Pope faced Godric's angry face calmly, showed a warm and charitable smile, and nodded. Presumptuous, this is not funny at all. Godric suddenly stood up from his throne and shouted loudly. Outside the main hall, the guards heard the movement inside and rushed in one after another, bringing the great Pope and the people of the Church of Light. Surrounded by everyone, the great Pope was still unhurried and very calm. At this moment, at the door of the hall, silver, white figures were seen flying in one after another. These were none other than angels. One after another angels ling in the air of the hall, looking down at everyone present. The cross sword in Uriel's hand was also pointed at Godric. The Holy Empire cannot be left without a master for a day. Under the orders of Lord Micah, I support the great Pope to become the new controller of the Holy Empire. According to our agreement, we have the right to interfere with the Holy Empire. If someone refuses to obey, we will help to suppress the rebellion. Uriel's majestic and cold voice resounded in the hall. Many of the agreements signed by the angels and the Holy Empire were ambiguous, but they were all biased towards the angels to a certain extent. It would be fine if nothing happened to both parties. Once anything happened, The angels would be completely ability to participate in internal events of the Holy Empire. Rebellious? I am the king of the Unicorn Principality. If you want to seize power directly, you are treason. King Godric shouted loudly, and his heart sank. He never expected that the angel could be so crazy and dare to directly help the Church of Light. This is to seize the entire Holy Empire. As for rebellion, he is dignified the king of the Unicorn Principality actually turned into a rebel? He rebelled against himself? This is simply the funniest thing. Originally, the Church of Light pretended to be very good, looking harmless to humans and animals and compassionate to everyone. But in the world when the Pope wanted to seize the position of Holy Emperor and control the Holy Empire, they realized the ambition of the Church of Light. Everything before was simply an illusion. King Godric, this is not rebellion, but obedience to God's will. I hope you can also obey God's will. The great Pope still squinted his eyes. Haha, great Pope, I really underestimated you. But what if I say no? King Godric sneered. It's not up to you. Except for the Unicorn Principality, all principalities were threatened by the Church of Light almost at the same time. The angel forced the palace and directly took over the defense of the main city. The king was supervised by angels, a large number of nobles were supervised by angels, and people from the Church of Light followed from above to take over from the nobles of the Holy Empire. Those who are willing to surrender can be released. Those who are unwilling to submit will be subject to long-term supervision, and those who resolutely resist will be killed on the spot. The nobles and heroes who were originally loyal to the Church of Light also began to take action. In just a few days, news spread about the holy principalities electing the great Pope of the Church of Light to become emperor. During this time of turmoil, some nobles and heroes loyal to the king also denounced the Church of Light and launched rebellions. The great Pope was not polite. He sent members of the Inquisition to quickly defeat these nobles and heroes, and also burn them all in the name of betraying the Holy Light. With the angel as a title unit, any rebellion can be easily swept away. Moreover, the members of the Church of Light are spread all over the place. Even if the nobles rebel, there are still many traitors among the heroes under their command. The Church of Light has long taken root in various parts of the Holy Empire, and the great Pope has been preparing for this day for a long time. So, everything went very smoothly. From top to bottom, the entire Holy Empire quickly changed hands. While all the players were still confused, the Holy Empire had already held a meeting to confirm that Archpope Onions would become the Holy Emperor. At the same time, the confirmation announcement about the new Holy Emperor also spread throughout the Holy Empire. Suddenly, the entire Holy Empire was completely shaken. Not only the Holy Empire, but also the Dark Elves, Orcs, and Silver City states were completely shocked. In less than a week, the entire Holy Empire changed hands. The speed and efficiency were exaggerated. Moreover, the great Pope will actually become the Holy Emperor. If any king from the other principalities became the Holy Emperor, they would be able to accept it. But what is the Church of Light? All personnel in the Church of Light are clergy, and they are not high-level nobles. Now they have transformed from clergy into high-level nobles. This made no one react. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The great Pope actually became the Holy Emperor. After seeing the notice posted on the streets and alleys, all the players were stunned. The appearance of the notice means that the matter has been settled. The Archpope has really become the Holy Emperor. The news came out a few days ago. When the great Pope wanted to elect the Holy Emperor, all the players were at a loss. But before they came to their senses, the matter had been settled. The changing flags, the clergy of the Church of Light on the street, everything has subverted their worldview. The speed of the great Pope is so fast that fast players cannot react at all, and with the help of angels, the great Pope's force is foolproof. Accompanied by the great nobles who are loyal to the king, those who were caught were arrested, those who were killed, and everything changed overnight. Although the people of the ordinary Holy Empire were talking about this matter, they did not express much hatred. Perhaps they had long been accustomed to the light Church, but the players are different. A large number of players are dumbfounded. You know, the vast majority of players follow the nobles and knights of the Holy Empire. Now these nobles have been cleaned up. They have developed for so long. All relationships are gone. This is equivalent to cutting off the interests of the players. More importantly, the Archpope became the Holy Emperor, but they have never seen the other kings show up. No matter how stupid they all realize this is a coup. If we can get an opportunity from this coup, it may suddenly change the destiny. At the same time, the Archpope just caught everyone off guard, but the king's power is all over the principality, and there are also people in the dark. Many people are dormant and watching eagerly. They were not from the Light Church in the first place, and now people from the Light Church are promoted first, which means that their efforts have become a joke. Whether it is because of loyalty to the king or because of their own interests, they will choose, and the Church of Light stood on the opposite side. Although the rebellion in the Holy Empire was swept away by thunder, and some noble positions began to be slowly replaced, the real contradictions did not completely disappear, but only accumulated. If no changes occur in the Holy Empire, then the experience for a long time, the great Pope was still able to turn the Holy Empire into a monolith. But it is obvious that these are troubled times. In troubled times, there are countless variables. Perhaps when a suitable opportunity comes, these disasters will completely break out. Or, even if there is no suitable opportunity, these heroes will join together in private and plan another rebellion. For them, this should be called counter-rebellion, sweeping away the rebellion caused by the Church of Light. Evil Wolf Principality. Everyone in the Evil Wolf Principality also received the news. In the entire palace, everyone's faces were filled with solemnity and disbelief. After the Wolf Principality escaped from that battle, all angels evacuated from the Wolf Principality. After the Great Pope launched a coup, the Wolf Principality was not affected at all. The Light Church has no way of inserting its hands into the Principality, and their influence in the Wolf Principality is not high. In this case, the Archpope had no way to launch a coup against the Wolf Principality. In order for the Wolf Principality to recognize it, war must be launched against the Wolf Principality. At that time, all the so-called scandals will be exposed, and the Holy Empire will fall into civil strife. Therefore, he did not take action against the Wolf Principality. As for the Wolf Principality, they were a little unsure at first when they heard the news from the Holy Empire. It was only now that the great Pope suddenly became the Emperor of the Holy Empire, and they truly understood all this. The old man, the great Pope, was so well hidden that he was able to become the Emperor of the Holy Empire in such a short period of time. King Varian seemed to have a hint of joking in his mouth. He was aware of the threat of angels from the rift between angels and the Holy Empire. He didn't expect that the threat would come so quickly. With the help of angels, the Archpope actually changed the situation directly. Became the Emperor of the Holy Empire. The Church of Light is already deeply rooted, and with the help of angels, the other kings really have no power to resist. Marquis Conrad also said with emotion, if the Wolf Principality was not special, and it was the main country with military power, I am afraid that it would have surrendered to the Holy Empire now. King, this great Pope has become Emperor. What should we do? Just watch him become Emperor? What qualifications does this insidious old thing have to become the Emperor? Underneath, another nobleman wearing heavy armor shouted coldly. Yes, not only the Pope, but also those hypocritical angels. They are really disgusting. I think we are all being teased. The Holy Empire should be made aware of the ugly face of the angels and the Church of Light. Underneath, the crowd was excited, and everyone looked like they were cursing. Quiet. While everyone was talking, King Varian suddenly waved his right hand. At this moment, everyone's voices suddenly stopped, and the hall returned to dead silence again. Conrad, what did Jinlong say? King Varian then asked. The Golden Dragon has agreed to our conditions. As long as we are willing to sever ties with angels and become enemies of the undead, they are willing to sign an agreement with us. Not only that, they will also send golden dragons to help us. Conrad then said respectfully, since leaving the battlefield, the Wolf Principality also contacted Angel through its own channels as soon as possible. Okay, hearing this, King Varian suddenly showed a bold smile, and his eyes under the scar exuded a touch of domineering. Pass on the order to expose the crimes of angels and the crimes of the Church of Light. From now on, we, the Wolf Principality, will disdain the company of angels and voluntarily break away from the Holy Empire. In addition, all the angel buildings have been demolished, and all resources are being prepared to train outstanding swordsmen and build the Golden Dragon Cliff. The rough and powerful voice resounded through the hall. For the Wolf Principality and King Varian, this is also a huge opportunity. On the previous battlefield, he had the courage to leave the battlefield and break away from the Holy Empire. Greater ambition. For him, the Great Pope's coup actually helped him. Moreover, because of the constraints between the undead and the Holy Empire, he is now in a safe period. Yes. Everyone looked solemn, clasped their fists, and shouted, "King, what should the original members of the Church of Light do?" There are also messengers sent by the Church of Light. Marquis Conrad suddenly asked again. After the Great Pope proclaimed himself emperor, he also sent people to the Wolf Principality in order to appease the Wolf Principality. Since King Varian has made a decision, it should be there is an answer to the Church of Light. Kill. A cold look flashed across King Varian's eyes. After all, these people from the Church of Light belong to the Great Pope. Keeping them here is also a scourge, so why not just eradicate them? Yes. Marquis Conrad also responded in a deep voice. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collection. Wolf Principality. Cathedral. Pope. Do you think King Varian will agree to the Archpope's terms? When the envoy went to the palace, a meeting was also held in the cathedral, and all the people from the Church of Light gathered together. The only thing they were worried about was King Varian. They have been in the Wolf Principality for a long time, and they are all quite afraid of King Varian. Even among the Church of Light here, there are people who admire King Varian. Although there are outstanding swordsmen in the Wolf Principality, the number of outstanding swordsmen is only a small number after all, and the Wolf Principality has to face the threats of orcs and undead. If the Wolf Principality does not agree to the conditions of the Great Pope, they will also lose reinforcements by then. If they agree to submit to the Archpope, there is still a glimmer of hope, and the Great Pope may promise the evil Wolf Principality many benefits. The Pope said thoughtfully, no matter from any aspect, King Varian seems to have no choice. The Wolf Principality alone is too weak. If they really choose to break up with the Holy Empire, there is no need for the Holy Empire to attack. The undead will destroy them. Well, I hope so. An archbishop also nodded in thought. But at this moment, he saw a violent noise coming from outside. Immediately afterwards, a knight rushed in and shouted in panic, "It's not good. The Legion has surrounded this place. They have already entered." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 2 holy judges flying in from outside and falling in front of them. There was already a deep scar on the bodies of these 2 holy judges, and even their hearts had been damaged. Cut in half. The Pope and others raised their heads, only to find that 2 outstanding swordsmen had also come into view. The towering bodies were as towering as iron towers and were unshakable. They were dressed in heavy armor and held huge double-edged swords. Just standing there exudes an intoxicating aura. This is also a physical aura. Not only have outstanding warriors experienced hundreds of battles, but they also have the blood of the dragon god flowing through them, and through certain sacrifices, their strength has been enhanced. To the extreme. You actually dare to attack us. Do you want to be enemies with the Holy Empire and the Church of Light? The Pope pointed his finger at them and kept shouting, "Haha, you clergy of the Church of Light have actually dreamed of becoming an emperor. You are really asking for your own death." At the door, Conrad's figure also appeared, with a hint of contempt in the corner of his mouth. Seeing this legendary hero of the Wolf Principality, the Pope's heart sank completely. Since this legendary hero of the Wolf Principality, yes, that means that the Wolf Principality has made up its mind. They really want to be enemies with the Holy Empire and the Great Pope. You are simply a bunch of lunatics, and you will ruin the entire people of the Wolf Public, murmured the Pope. We only have to worry about the affairs of the Wolf Principality. Conrad's eyes were firm, and he directly gave the order to attack. The 2 outstanding swordsmen also strode forward and swung down the double-edged giant swords in their hands. As they slashed, the air seemed to be sucked out. A powerful and heavy sword light also filled the front tier. With the attack of the outstanding swordsman, there was a bloody storm, and limbs were broken. It was too violent. The outstanding sword was famous for its violent power. Soldiers can withstand the attack of the Cyclops on the battlefield and cut off the head of the Cyclops, not to mention the clergy who have little power in front of them. After killing the Pope, the battle in the entire cathedral will be over. The originally solemn and sacred church has now become like a purgatory on earth. There are corpses everywhere, and many of the corpses are incomplete. It makes people palpitate just looking at it. It's not just the cathedral in the Wolf Principality. The churches in other towns were also attacked at the same time. Under the suppression of this force, all the churches were easily destroyed. If the other principalities gathered their strength and fought head-on with the Church of Light, they could also defeat the Church of Light. It was only when the angels intervened and the Church of Light implemented this beheading policy to quickly control the senior officials of the principality that they were able to occupy the Holy Principality so quickly. Furthermore, among the nobles of the other principalities, there are people from the Church of Light. But in the evil in the Wolf Principality, this situation does not exist at all. The influence of the Church of Light in the Wolf Principality is not high. Therefore, it is even easier for the Wolf Principality to clear out these members of the Church of Light. With the attack of the Wolf Principality, one by one the churches were besieged one after another, and almost all the clergy were killed on the spot. Just as the Wolf Principality was launching a fierce attack, the announcement of the Wolf Principality also spread throughout the Wolf Principality, and then throughout the Holy Empire. The Wolf Principality refuses to associate with the angels and chooses to officially break away from the Holy Empire. Angels control the Holy Empire. The remaining kings have been held hostage, and the Archpope launches a coup to take power. The truth behind the birth of How Angel is that the life of the priestess was sacrificed, and the soul of the sacrificed priestess will be scattered. The breaking news instantly attracted everyone's attention. With the great Pope suddenly becoming the emperor of the Holy Empire, everyone was very surprised. Unexpectedly, at this time, the Wolf Principality actually chose to break away from the Holy Empire, and also telling such an astonishing inside story is equivalent to taking down the fig leaf of the Church of Light. The middle and high-level people in the Holy Empire all know that the great Pope has launched a coup, but the lower-level people in the Holy Empire do not know. Now with the actions of the Wolf Principality caused an uproar throughout the Holy Empire. Everyone was discussing this matter in the streets and alleys. All the players could not restrain their emotions and began to discuss one after another. This world is too exciting. It was so exciting that they couldn't believe it. The Wolf Principality is too tough. Is this a confrontation with the Holy Empire? The great Pope suddenly became the Holy Emperor. This thing is very miraculous, and the king never came forward. This is also very miraculous. Now it's time to break up. How Angel is actually such a thing. It's too bloody. The Uther conquered by King Eternal Night must have been transformed into an undead for this reason. I have decided to join the Wolf Principality. That is a true warrior. Add me. This Holy Empire is too tight. Ha ha. I want to see the reaction of the great Pope now. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. An angry low roar also sounded. Varian, you are toasting and you are punished with a drink. The great Pope's face was gloomy and twisted, and his lowered eyes were like a devouring beast. He grabbed the armrest with his right hand heavily, and veins popped out on his hand. Originally, everything went smoothly. He also successfully took over all aspects of the task. The power of the Holy Principality, and with the help of the Church of Light, gradually took over the original nobility. The 4,000 angels were also his most powerful force. He just breathed a sigh of relief and was immersed in this joy. But unexpectedly, the news about the Wolf Principality spread throughout the Holy Empire. If no one told this matter, the people of the Holy Empire would still be easy to fool. But with the news about the Wolf Principality, this matter has already there is no way to stop it. Now everyone is talking about this matter, and even if the Church of Light wants to suppress it, it cannot suppress it. Moreover, the news has been spread, and even if they suppress it now, it will be too late. As you can imagine, next, if he wants to bring the Holy Empire back, he will have to spend more time and pay a greater price. Even the middle and lower levels of the Church of Light will be in chaos. The Church of Light is not monolithic, and there are still many rigid people in the lower levels. For the members who joined, the Church of Light has not completely brainwashed them. After hearing the news, they will inevitably have other thoughts in their minds. Great Pope, Many holy knights have gathered at the entrance of the palace, and they all want to see you." At this time, a man hurriedly walked in. He said it very tactfully. The holy knights outside all wanted an explanation from the great pope. There were also quite a few holy knights who regarded Uther as their idol. They also wanted to confirm the origin of how angel. This was completely different from what they had heard. "What did you just call me?" The great pope narrowed his eyes slightly. The man was stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his senses. He saw cold sweat on his forehead. He quickly lowered his head and shouted in fear, "Holy Emperor! Holy Emperor! That's right, you have to stay calm at all times, you know." The great pope's voice has returned to its former amiable tone, and even seems a little close to him. "Yes, yes." When this man heard the kind voice of the great pope, his heart was filled with fear, and he responded repeatedly, "Benedict." The great pope's eyes turned to the motionless judgment knight in the palace. "The subordinates are here." Benedict knelt down on one knee and responded respectfully, "Do you know how to deal with those rebellious people outside?" "My subordinates understand." Benedict quickly stood up and walked out with a high head. Benedict is a knight sentenced by the Inquisition. Since the great pope is called a knight of trial, his choice is self-evident. Once the knight of trial appears, he will judge sin. Now, those holy knights have naturally become evil. Go and inform Lord Uriel that the unification of the Holy Empire has now reached its most critical moment. The Wolf Principality betrayed the Holy Empire in heaven and maliciously smeared the Holy Empire in heaven. They must be judged. Yes. Gather the Sun Crusaders within the Holy Empire and prepare for an expedition. In the palace, an angel also flapped his wings and flew out. If the evil Wolf Principality had any sense, they would not have gone to this point even if they negotiated with the Holy Empire. However, the evil Wolf Principality directly announced that it would withdraw from the Holy Empire. They broke away and destroyed the personnel of the Church of Light in the Crow Principality. More importantly, they actually tore off the last fig leaf of the great pope. If the Wolf Principality is allowed to continue to say this, the entire Holy Empire will be in chaos again. He didn't expect that the Wolf Principality would be so courageous. It was precisely because of this that he had to take action against the Wolf Principality now. Originally, he didn't want to take action against the Wolf Principality because he wanted to conceal his dirty practices and prevent any gossip. Since the abominable Wolf Principality has pierced this window paper, he has nothing to worry about. Soon, a large number of angels and the Burning Sun Crusaders gathered together. Now, the number of angels has increased to 4,000. The Pope left 100 angels behind and asked Uriel to lead 3,000 angels. Because each principality was already under the control of the Archpope, he also directly used the portal to arrive at the edge of the Falcon Principality. The Wolf Principality is on the territory of the Holy Empire, the southeast corner of the Falcon Principality, and the Falcon Principality is also south of the southeast corner, bordering the Wolf Principality. If you set out from the Falcon Principality and only lead the angels and the 12th level Burning Sun Crusaders, you can reach it directly in the shortest time. The main city of the Wolf Principality. As long as you come to the main city of the Wolf Principality, you will have a way to carry out the beheading plan. If it doesn't work, you have to shut up King Varian. The legion was quickly assembled, and the Archpope also stood with a golden dragon on the king's back. He followed the army forward. In the sky, huge angels roared past, and the sacred silver, white figure cut across the sky, which was amazing. The Sun Crusaders riding golden magic horses behind them were even more impressive. It is as majestic as the iron cavalry of the sun. The rushing golden torrent gives people an unstoppable feeling. It is too strong. There are 3,000 champion troops and more than 5,000 Sun Crusaders. This force can easily defeat the Sun Crusaders. Destroy a high in town. Even the main city of the Wolf Principality cannot stop such a powerful legion. The legions gathered and headed towards the Wolf Principality. At this time, King Varian of the Wolf Principality came to a deep mountain. In front of him, a famous swordsman has been assembled. The burly body, heavy armor, and swaying cloak behind him give people an unshakable feeling. An outstanding swordsman, he is transformed into a warrior inspired by the blood of the dragon god flowing through his body. The Wolf Principality is a militaristic principality and the entire country is filled with martial arts. From a long time ago, King Varian has focused on the cultivation of outstanding swordsmen. Many of the outstanding swordsmen used in daily life are recruited, so they need to pay maintenance fees. Although the maintenance cost is not as high as that of the angel, it is still very expensive. But if it is an outstanding swordsman transformed through orthodox transformation, then there is no maintenance fee. King Varian has been cultivating and training outstanding swordsmen, and in the past 10 years, he has also had a group of outstanding swordsmen who belong exclusively to the Wolf Principality. It was not without reason that he dared to leave on the battlefield. He is also always ready. All warriors of the Wolf Principality, you are willing to fight for me. King Varian glanced at the outstanding swordsman in front of him and raised the giant's sword in his hand. The setting sun fell, shining on his angular profile and shining on the deep black eyes under the scar, making him look. He is particularly charming, a kind of natural commander. The breeze blows, and the dark red cloak behind him is also swaying in the wind. The cloak is also embedded with the fur of the Wolf King, which is full of wildness. Willing to fight for the king. All the outstanding swordsmen shouted in unison, looking at the king in front of them with enthusiasm. They have been training here for so long, constantly stimulating their dragon god blood, just to one day be able to fight for the Wolf Principality. Now, they have finally waited for this opportunity. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The next day, Holy Flame City, the main city of the Crow Principality, has now gathered a large number of legions. In front of the main city, there is a mighty heavy cavalry. All the heavy cavalry are wearing bronze heavy armor. The edges of the heavy armor are inlaid with thick, dark golden light. They wear helmets on their heads. The helmets are like those of ancient Rome. Red helmet crown with horsehair. At a glance, the red horse mane is connected into one piece, like a blazing flame. For heavy cavalry, this threshold is much lower than that of paladins and sun crusaders. There are 3,000 heavy cavalry assembled here, more than 2,000 of which are trained soldiers. In the martial Wolf Principality, there are many people who practice martial arts. They are all willing to improve their martial arts. If they are unable to restrain a chicken, they will be laughed at. In addition to the heavy cavalry, there were also a large number of silverback wolves scattered around. All silverbacks are extremely large, and they look majestic into the distance. As for the city wall, in addition to the racks of powerful crossbows, there is also a famous marksman holding a hard crossbow. These are not ordinary marksmen. The crossbows in their hands are the highest craftsmanship of the empire. They have become very powerful because of the addition of rare resources. Crossbows are already known for their destructive power, and the crossbows of these marksmen have increased their destructive power to the extreme. But they saw that all the sharpshooters had loaded their crossbows, and the sharp arrows were shining with a faint light. In addition to these sharpshooters on the city wall, there are also a group of criminals wearing masks, wearing silver personal armor, with red cloaks fluttering behind them, holding swords in their left hands and shields in their right hands. These are also the 10th level special units of the Wolf Principality, the sin-killing officers. Iona, the peerless knight who belongs to the Wolf Principality. They rely on their own agility and swordsmanship to fight, and they also have strong battlefield command capabilities. Although they are a branch of the military, they are extremely good at discovering the flaws of the enemy's legion on the battlefield and breaking through the enemy's legion. I have to say that the foundation of the Wolf Principality is indeed too strong. The strength of the Wolf Principality, which is dominated by military power, far exceeds the imagination of other principalities. What's even more frightening is that King Varian has been hiding the strength of the Wolf Principality. No one knows how powerful the Wolf Principality is. He is a truly ambitious and powerful king. Just as the formation here is waiting, a silver, white light group in the distance is also approaching here quickly. Behind this silver, white light group, there is a dazzling golden light group. Coming. Varian looked into the distance with his eyes. When he saw the distant legion, his eyes narrowed slightly. Not only him, but also the other heroes of the Wolf Principality. They all showed solemn and alert expressions. The Wolf Principality, they have completely broken up with the Church of Light, and both sides have completely turned into enemies. Now, those who have arrived are no longer the allies of the Wolf Principality, but the real enemies. Every soldier and hero has also tightened his grip. Weapons. They obviously knew this and were ready to fight. As they watched, an angel pierced the sky and flew towards here quickly, while the golden ones were galloping behind. The torrent of iron cavalry also swept across the sky and stopped above the holy flame city. The two sides echoed from a distance. Here, the great pope standing at the Golden Dragon King also looked down at the legion below. The military formation was waiting for him, and his face became much more solemn. The strength of the wolf principality really made his eyes shine. The 3,000 heavy cavalry in front of them were very powerful in combat. Coupled with so many legions, if they wanted to conquer the Holy Flame City, they would be extremely difficult. Trouble. There are more than 50,000 legions assembled here, and they only have 8,000 people. No matter how powerful the angels and the Sun Crusaders are, they will not be able to defeat the enemy in a while. Great Pope, I know that you are very ambitious, but I didn't expect that your Church of Light would be able to control the Holy Empire in such a short period of time. This king really made me look down upon. King Varian was not afraid, but instead took the lead in shouting with a cheerful face. You know, the power in front of him is enough to conquer the Holy Flame City, but he can still be so calm and calm. This is not the case what others can do. Each other, King Varian's plans are not small. Among all the holy empires, the only one that the Church of Light cannot penetrate is the Wolf Principality. Now it seems that I have indeed underestimated the Wolf Principality. The Archpope also shouted coldly. Haha, the Wolf Principality has the most warriors who are not afraid of death. King Varian followed the words of the great Pope and said with a smile, War, war, war. With King Varian's words, there was an uproar in the world. All the soldiers raised their troops uniformly and shouted loudly. The overwhelming fighting spirit rose into the sky, although they were not strong in combat, but the momentum they displayed showed their steely will. With all your military strength, do you dare to make enemies of angels? Yili glanced at the legions on the ground, and his arrogant eyes still showed no signs of trouble. In his opinion, this was just the roar of a group of losers. The power of angels is many times stronger than these legions, and here is the only one. Angels can easily sweep through 50,000 enemies. With just our military strength, what will happen to the angels? King Varian's face turned cold. He suddenly pulled out the sword from behind and put his backhand directly in front of him. Kung. The moment the sword collided with the ground, there was a crisp sound. Then, on both sides of the city wall, the sound of armor shaking was also heard, followed by a man wearing silver heavy armor, holding double blades. Soldiers with swords also came from both sides. He is an outstanding swordsman. A majestic and outstanding swordsman stepped neatly onto the city wall. They all came to King Varian's side and surrounded him heavily. Drink. But all the outstanding swordsmen let out an angry roar, and the double-edged giant swords in their hands suddenly stood beside them. A strong aura swept over them crazily. The outstanding swordsmen all formed a line. A steel city wall. At a glance, there are as many as 1,000 outstanding swordsmen here. The moment the outstanding swordsman came out, Uriel's eyes finally changed color, and his expression became much more serious. The great Pope's eyes flashed. It's unbelievable. The excellent swordsman is a crown-ranked unit. The buildings in the Wolf Principality are still mainly for recruiting angels. When did they have so many crown-ranked units? Where did they get so many resources and gold? Although this is already the main force of the Wolf Principality, and the great Pope has only mobilized these top forces. Logically speaking, the strength of the Holy Empire is still far stronger than that of the Wolf Principality. However, it is impossible for the Holy Empire to summon the main force at this stage, fighting against the Wolf Principality. This force alone can make him defeat the enemy. Great Pope, Archangel Uriel, the Wolf Principality does not welcome you, and you cannot defeat the Wolf Principality. If you want to defeat the Wolf Principality one day, you must at least recruit more legions. Varian said lightly. A majestic and contemptuous voice also spread. Haha. Why do you need more legions? Angels can eradicate you today. Uriel snorted coldly. A cold look flashed across his eyes, and he raised the giant cross sword in his hand, pointing the sword directly at Varian. All the angels entered the fighting state in an instant. Please read the underlined version of the novel. Download flew. Angel was standing high, his sword pointed straight at him, like a sword unsheathed, its sharp edge clearly visible. King Varian's confident appearance also made him feel that the angel's dignity had been insulted. He came to the Holy Empire with the intention of defeating and capturing Lin Jin alive. After doing this, he also needed to return to heaven immediately. However, the battle against Lin Jin failed. On the previous battlefield, the Wolf Principality dared to ignore the angel's order and withdraw from the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, the other kings of the Holy Principality also smeared and resisted the angels. They even wanted to directly sign a contract with the Golden Dragon to replace the restriction of the angel's power. Now, King Varian is so disdainful of angels again, looking confident. Everything was mixed together, and Uriel was very dissatisfied. Angels have always been arrogant, but Uriel is even more arrogant. These people have repeatedly fallen into disgrace to angels, which has long made Uriel full of anger. When did the status of angels actually reach this level? Because of this, he was angered and planned to fight. Angel's face will never tolerate any humiliation. He also wants to show the Holy Empire that Angel's power is still so powerful and unshakable. The Archpope seemed to want to dissuade the angel, but he looked at Uriel's profile and remained silent in the end. Uriel had already made up his mind, and it was hard for him to speak now, as this would only bring the angel's face down. Moreover, if Angel is strong enough to defeat Varian, that would also be a good thing. Haha, let us see the strength of angels. King Varian didn't have any fear. Instead, he laughed and clenched the giant sword in his hand, with wolf-like eyes in his eyes. Brush. The long crossbows in the hands of a famous marksman were also raised. Locked the angel, and everyone entered the fighting state in an instant. A battle today is imperative. The Wolf Principality has great ambitions, and today it is necessary to let the angels make the Wolf Principality famous all over the world. Everyone, get ready. Yuli's eyes were fixed on the king of the Wolf Principality, and he raised the sword in his hand. Wait, Lord Uriel. But just when Uriel was about to launch an attack, the great Pope suddenly called out. Uriel also stopped and looked into the distance. In his eyes, there were huge golden figures in the distance. Then emerged. Golden Dragon. Uriel narrowed his eyes slightly and still looked at King Varian on the ground. The latter did not look back, but just looked at Uriel. His face was still calm and confident. In the distance, golden dragons roared. It flew over here. In a moment, the golden dragon flapped its wings and arrived in the sky. The leaders were clearly 3 golden dragon kings. In addition to these 3 golden dragon kings, there were at least 300 more golden dragons following them. The kingdom of the golden dragon belongs to the capital city of Jin, but apart from this capital, all the golden dragons are scattered everywhere. After the kingdom of the golden dragon was conquered, the only place that could contact all the scattered golden dragons was the realm of the golden dragon god. On the one hand, the realm of the golden dragon god sent these golden dragons to assist the Wolf Principality, and it was also out of sincerity. The golden dragons are not as cheating as heaven. They don't think so much, and they don't intend to develop faith or anything else. The other party, the golden dragon kingdom, was conquered by Lin Jin, and the rest of the golden dragons were not safe, so they simply gathered in the Wolf Principality. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. The Wolf Principality has broken away from the Holy Empire and is now an ally of our golden dragon. Angel, get out of here. The golden dragon headed by the king buzzed and shouted at the angel in front of him. Behind the golden dragon was the support of the golden dragon clan, and also the support of all the dragon clan. If there was a reasonable reason, that would be fine, but if not, the angel would dare to attack the golden dragon unscrupulously. Then it will completely turn against the golden dragon, and it will also anger all the other giant dragons. This is also the reason why this golden dragon king is so confident. Archangel Uriel, do you still want to fight? If we continue to fight, we, the Wolf Principality, will fight to the end. King Varian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and shouted loudly. The golden dragon is also his last trump card. Let alone 300 golden dragons. Even if 50 golden dragons appeared here, Uriel would not dare to attack. Because this represents a group. In the same way, if an angel from heaven is killed by a golden dragon, then heaven will definitely seek justice. King Varian, it seems you are determined to break away from the Holy Empire. In this case, then wish yourself good luck and hope that your wolf principality can withstand the attacks of the undead in the future. Before Uriel spoke, the Archpope was the first to say, "It was possible to fight just now, but now it is really impossible." King Varian has obviously made full preparations. If he attacks now, the angels and the Sun Crusaders, well, the casualties are probably not small. Here alone, there are already 1,300 crowned troops. Not to mention others. These crowned troops will cause heavy casualties to the angels and the burning Sun Crusaders, and the sharpshooters and a large number of heroes are obviously prepared for angels. Archangel Uriel, it is not appropriate to continue fighting now. If we fight, the undead will benefit from it. After the Archpope finished speaking, he came to Uriel's side and whispered, "The blitzkrieg and beheading plans are obviously unworkable, so even if they continue to fight, it will be of no use. Let's go." Uriel took a deep look at King Varian and said no more. He flapped his wings and left in the direction he came from. The other angels did not linger, flapped their wings, and left with Uriel. "King Varian, take care of yourself." The great Pope also glanced at King Varian, and the golden dragon king at his feet also roared and flew towards the direction from which it came, followed by the mighty burning Sun Crusaders, also galloping away into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the angels and the burning Sun Crusaders disappeared in front of the Wolf Principality. Starting from today, our Bad Wolf Principality will be officially independent. The Bad Wolf Principality only belongs to the Bad Wolf Principality, and we will be invincible. King Varian raised his great sword and shouted loudly, "Long live King Varian! Long live the Wolf Principality! Long live King Varian! Long live the Wolf Principality! Long live King Varian! Long live the Wolf Principality!" All the soldiers either knelt down on one knee or lowered their heads to indicate. Looking around, everyone was kneeling on the ground. The greatest danger was dissipated, which also made all the soldiers even more fanatical about King Varian. Everyone knows that after this incident, the Wolf Principality will officially rise. They no longer need to worry about the Holy Empire threatening the Wolf Principality. On the city wall, King Varian glanced around. His burly body, it was like an iron tower, and those eyes looked into the distance. In the distance, there were stars and the sea. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. The Holy Empire has withdrawn its troops. The Wolf Principality is mighty. Too strong. Too strong. King Varian really wants to be invincible. From the beginning, the Bad Wolf Principality was different from the other principalities. Now it seems that the Bad Wolf Principality is the father. This wave of attacks from the Holy Empire has not been effective, so it will be impossible for them to attack the Wolf Principality again. Many people still know about the mobilization of troops of the Holy Empire. After all, the deeds of the Wolf Principality are spread throughout the entire Holy Empire. The latter not only broke away from the Holy Empire, but also brought all the filthiness of the Church of Light and the angels into existence. He said it. If he did not attack the Wolf Principality, the majesty of the Church of Light and the angels would be wiped out. Everyone was waiting and watching, wanting to see how the incident would develop. Unexpectedly, this wave of great popes mobilized 3,000 angels and 5,000 blazing suns. The Crusaders actually returned to the Holy Empire in despair, without accomplishing anything. And with the thrilling descriptions of the Wolf Principality players and the progressive development, they all seemed to be a little excited. Suddenly, the Wolf Principality is very famous. In a short period of time, many guilds are preparing to quietly transfer their positions and join King Varian. A large number of elite players are also going to the Wolf Principality. In troubled times, if you can follow A with a strong enough general, the survival rate and success rate will increase. Now the Holy Empire is in chaos, and there are slanders against the Holy Empire everywhere. There are even more threats hidden secretly, and the great Pope even came to power in a coup. People's hearts are unstable. The people of the Church of Light are not qualified generals at all. They know little about battlefield control. No matter how you look at it, the Holy Empire is full of countless risks. The Wolf Principality successfully dealt with this wave of attacks from the Holy Empire after that. The majesty of the Holy Empire declined again. In the midst of this chaos, the Holy Empire finally posted a notice. The notice announced that the Wolf Principality had completely betrayed the Holy Empire, and also detailed the numerous crimes of the Wolf Principality, indicating that what the Wolf Principality says are all false and slanderous. This is also an old-fashioned public relations. What the Church of Light is best at is this way of deceiving the people. In their rhetoric, many people choose to believe it. However, as long as there is some strength and no thinking person would believe such a thing. On the Guajan Islands, Lin Jin also received the news. After reading the information in front of him, he was quite amazed. While fishing, I actually caught a great white shark. When Lin Jin started attacking the Crow Principality, the Wolf Principality was the first to help the Crow Principality, but the latter took the mercenary route and was only responsible for making money. Even if they lost the war, they, the evil wolves, got a lot of benefits. Later, the Crow Principality was conquered, and a large number of people also flowed into the Wolf Principality, but the Wolf Principality was still well organized. Next, the Wolf Principality gathered together with the Falcon Bull Principality to jointly attack the Crow Principality and start a battle with the orcs. They always had the advantage. Then, after seeing the threat from Lin Jin, the Wolf Principality cut off its arms and voluntarily gave up all the captured territories and returned to the Wolf Principality. Even in the final battle between the six nations, the Wolf Principality immediately withdrew its troops. This also caused the Headless Horseman Patchwick to be repulsed before he could achieve much success. It has to be said that their decisions have always been correct and their strength has been best preserved. Lin Jin has never underestimated the Wolf Principality. But judging from the current situation, the Wolf Principality really gave him some surprises. Thousands of outstanding swordsmen took the initiative to unite with the Golden Dragon clan. The plank road was built openly and Chinsong was secretly assassinated. This was a complete comeback. They also relied on Lin Jin's deterrence. Because of Lin Jin's presence, the Holy Empire was unable to attack the Wolf Principality and could only swallow this breath. This is really wonderful. Master, all enemies on the Guajan Islands have been cleared, and all city walls and towers have been built. At this time, a death angel also came to Lin Jin's side. During the battle outside, Lin Jin never stopped attacking. He comprehensively attacked various towns on the Guajan Islands, and then attacked the island was searched across the board, and a large number of wandering players were killed. When Lin Jin captured his own Guajan Islands, he was only attacking unclaimed land, so he had a small number of troops at the time, but it only took a week. But now, the Guajan Islands of the Hasima Empire he is attacking are completely different. These players are very troublesome. They are running around in various places, fighting in separate groups, and attacking in stages, like a swarm of flies. Although they are weak, but it made Lin Jin very irritable. In addition, the city wall was also specially built by Lin Jin. The Naga camp of the Hasima Empire are all amphibious existences. They do not need to use ships to travel from the bottom of the sea, launching an attack. This is also very troublesome. This means that any island within the range of the forest is likely to be attacked. He must deploy certain defenses on each island. Therefore, he also with city walls and towers built on the periphery, using the city walls and towers as defenses can effectively resist their attacks. At the same time, he does not need to worry about the so-called harassment tactics. The undead army can be on guard 24 hours a day, even if it does not sleep. Okay, you don't even need to eat anything. What are the trends in the Hasima Empire? Lin Jin asked again. The Hasima Empire has assembled a large number of troops. On the edge of the Guajan Islands, there are also legions on several large islands. The number is incalculable. Erika also replied respectfully. The master, the Naga messenger of the Hasima Empire, wants to see you. At this moment, another death angel flew over and flew in front of Lin Jin. It's time to come. The corners of Lin Jin's mouth raised slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. After attacking for such a long time, even if the players of the Hasima Empire did not tell the Hasima Empire, the Hasima Empire itself would be aware of Lin Jin's existence. Not to mention that those players are bound to ask for help from the Hasima Empire. Now it is no longer a simple issue of military strength. It is the quality gap between the two sides. The last war has made players realize that they and Lin Jin are incomparable. The difference is huge. Even if they were given twice as many troops as Lin Jin, they still wouldn't be able to win. Not to mention, they simply don't have that many troops. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. On the sea's surface, a huge wave was seen rising, more than 10 meters high, like a tsunami, with a brilliant power. At the highest point of these waves, there is an abyss naga wearing warrior armor. Their snake, like lower bodies, are entangled on the waves, and the sword blades in their hands are shining with cold light. They ride the wave. Surrounding these abyss naga, there are a large number of holy unicorns, as many as hundreds. These holy unicorns are also huge beasts. They soar into the clouds and ride on the mist, and when they breathe in and out, they bring up a thick mist. Wow, wow, wow. The waves surged, bringing with them bursts of rushing water. Where is the master of these undead souls? Don't you dare to see us anymore. The leader, an abyss naga, glanced at the death angels and ghost dragons in front of him, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Naturally, he knew the angels in the temple. But what happened to these death angels? And how could the undead be resurrected? These holy angels. There are also ghost dragons. There are too many of these ghost dragons. The undead invasion of the territory of the Hasima Empire has already angered the Hasima Empire. The reason why he came here this time also wanted to have a final negotiation with the undead. In his sight, a huge dark iron ghost dragon king roared towards him from the distance. However, in the air, all the ghost dragons and angels of death also gave way, as if they were greeting their king. In a moment, the dark iron ghost dragon king was stationed in the sky here, and all the death angels reorganized their formations, faintly guarding various places around Lin Jin. You are the messenger of the Hasima Empire. What is the purpose of meeting me this time? Lin Jin looked at the abyss nagas stepping on the huge waves and asked lightly. On the orders of the emperor of the Hasima Empire, I request the undead to withdraw from the territory of the Hasima Empire and at the same time compensate for the war losses. Otherwise, our Hasima Empire will gather our strength and launch a fierce attack on the undead. This abyss naga was not afraid and just said lightly. His voice seemed a little cold and hoarse, like a poisonous snake. Oh, so in your opinion, how should we compensate for war losses? A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of Lin Jin's mouth, and then asked, return our border islands, cede the Guazhan Islands within your territory, and compensate us 3 times for all losses. The Naga of the Abyss is not surprising. In addition to wanting to return their own territory, they also like Lin Jin's territory. You have quite an appetite. Lin Jin smiled again, but didn't care. In the previous life, the Hasima Empire was the most violent invasion of foreign countries, and it was a multi-front battle. The players of the Hasima Empire could not reach this far. There were local forces from the Hasima Empire involved. They were also accomplices. Therefore, their request was not surprising to Lin Jin. Naga's appetite is as big as the ocean. If you are unwilling to pay compensation, be prepared to face the stormy attacks of our Hasima Empire and live in fear. Abyss Naga said in a conspiratorial tone, you seem to have made a mistake. It is I who are attacking your Hasima Empire, not your Hasima Empire who is attacking my territory. Lin Jin's expression suddenly changed. A cold look flashed on his face. And he continued in a cold voice, go back and tell the royal family of the Hasima Empire that I am determined to defeat the Rainbow Pearl Neria. I will let your Hasima Empire live under the haze of darkness. These Nagas really thought that Lin Jin would compromise with them, and they actually dared to threaten Lin Jin. To welcome the Hasima Empire's attack, we have to see if the Hasima Empire has the strength to attack. And the Hasima Empire, it is very troublesome to fight this kind of enemy. If a stalemate remains, then wherever there is a sea, you may be attacked by the Hasima Empire at any time. In front of the Hasima Empire, there are not many lines of defense. But Lin Jin, also there is no intention to maintain a stalemate. The towns of the Hasima Empire are still on land, and all resource deposits are also on land. Although they still have many ethnic groups in the sea is the most important force. As long as Lin Jin's attack on the towns on the island would be enough to directly disintegrate their power. At that time, they would have to gather strength to resist Lin Jin's attack, let alone divide their forces to attack the remaining islands. Moreover, Lin Jin had already made preparations, not afraid at all. You, Abyss Naga looked angry, but his words were choked in his throat. He didn't know what to say. They were still chatting happily, but suddenly he seemed to be a different person. Lin Jingguang was releasing the pressure, was impacting his mind. All the death angels present were filled with the aura of death, and dark flames emerged from the sword blades in their hands, with murderous intent. Go back and wait for my attack. Lin, Jin shouted again in a cold voice. You will regret it. Abyss Naga finally came back to his senses. He looked at Lin Jin and the crown, ranked troops in front of him. After all, he still didn't dare to say anything. If he spoke anymore, he was really looking for death. But when he saw the taller man in front of him, he was more than 10 meters tall. The tsunami also descended and merged into the sea below, and all the Abyss Nagas also merged into the sea and disappeared. As for these holy unicorns, they also rushed towards the distance. Peace between heaven and earth was restored again among them. But Lin Jin knew that this was only the shortest peace. He had only attacked the national war islands occupied by players before, and what he faced next would be a very huge empire. The war was just around the corner. However, the night of the lunar eclipse should be coming soon, and the world is really getting more and more interesting. Lin Jin looked at the sky. The outline of the moon could still be seen in the sky, but he saw a dark and ominous atmosphere in the outline of the moon. I have to say, everything started to become more interesting. Holy! With so many changes happening within the empire, he also opened the National Front and declared war with the Hasima Empire. Next, the devil will return to the world. Everything seems to come together, and what will happen will be a truly large-scale chaotic war. A war more massive than all previous wars. However, what the undead want is war and chaos. As long as this war breaks out, the undead will definitely benefit greatly from it. By then, Lin Jin's strength will also improve by leaps and bounds. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. The Falcon Principality is bordered by the Wolf Principality and is also the empire closest to the Wolf Principality. At dawn, a large number of outstanding swordsmen and heavy cavalry were seen quietly arriving at the town. There were a large number of soldiers in the town, and they were all looking at the legions below, but they pretended not to see them. When these legions from the Wolf Principality arrived, the gate of this town also opened. Immediately afterwards, all the outstanding swordsmen and heavy cavalry rushed in. As for inside, there are already a large number of legions surrounding the church. Not long after, the sound of fighting began to sound, but soon, the sound of fighting quickly disappeared. The battle is over. It was clear that this was a premeditated rebellion. By daybreak, news about the fall of 1/3 of the Falcon Principality's border towns also spread. The Archpope controls various places and is already unpopular. So many people are accumulating power. The main forces of the Great Pope are gathered in the Holy City in the center, and the Unicorn Principality and Griffin Principality in the north. After all, these 2 principalities border on the undead. The Falcon Principality was just beyond his reach. The Great Pope didn't know that during the last battle against the Orcs, the Falcon Principality also had some contact with the Wolf Principality, and they also fought side by side with some noble heroes. After the Great Pope became the Holy Emperor, the Wolf Principality had begun to contact some heroes in the Falcon Principality. With the return of the Church of Light, some heroes in the Falcon Principality also united and planned to join the Wolf Principality. This rebellion was carefully planned. On the other side, in the western waters of the Emerald Ocean, a war is about to break out. On this side of the sea, there are a large number of warships. Each warship looks very huge, like an aircraft carrier. Many positions on its warships are engraved with runes. A large amount of rare star silver was also added to important locations on the hull. There are more than 300 ships, which are equivalent to more than 300 aircraft carriers. The deck of each warship was already covered with a large number of undead, and it looked so dark and spectacular. Actually, that's not all the undead. There are also a large number of undead in the cabin inside. There is a special space inside the hull of the magic warship, which can accommodate more types of troops. Once the undead outside are killed in battle, the undead inside will also emerge in an endless stream. As for the front, there are countless legions. At a glance, they all have the same name. Level 2 Crocodile Shark, Level 4 Pearl Miko, Level 6 Hebo, Level 8 Chuanling, Level 10 Ice Girl, and Level 12 Swordmaster. A large number of the troops are suspended on the sea, while Naga, Chuanling, and Ice Girl are standing on the sea, as if walking on flat ground. You can see that the Ice Girl's feet are all covered with ice, and they are standing on the ice, motionless. Countless waves of soldiers were floating on the sea. Looking at them, there were at least millions of soldiers. Among them, Crocodile Shark and Pearl Miko have the largest number. The huge sea itself is inhabited by sharks and pearl witches, and they all responded to the Hasima Empire's request to join this war. War on the sea is more advantageous to the Empire. In addition to being able to fight at will, their attributes and combat effectiveness will be increased. Especially the water magic they use can reduce magic consumption and have stronger magic power. However, Lin Jin had no choice now. Now he is attacking others. If he wants to march on the sea, he can only use ships. As long as he is at sea, he will inevitably be sniped by the legions of the Hasima Empire. But if he didn't attack, the Hasima Empire would just keep gathering its legions and would not choose to attack Lin Jin. Instead, they would choose to cover all Lin Jin's islands, waiting for an opportunity. Once there is any flaw in Lin Jin, they will open their ferocious mouths. Therefore, Lin Jin could only choose thunder attack. Even if you have to make some sacrifices, you won't hesitate. After all, not every factor in a war can completely favor him. Attack, Lin Jin ordered in a deep voice. On the sea, all the magic warships were moving forward in a mighty manner. 300 magic warships were sailing one after another. The warships rode the wind and waves and quickly approached the front. These stupid undead, I want to see why they fight us at sea. Over there, the Naga lords showed disdain. Their Nagas are the masters of the sea, which also established their dominance. Looking at all the camps, no one dares to provoke the Hasima Empire. Not to mention fighting the Hasima Empire on the sea. This is just asking for death. Today, let these arrogant undead see the power of our Naga. Haha, they are destined to never come back. However, you need to be careful as much as possible, and don't let their dirty corpses pollute the sea. Amidst the unruly expressions of all the Abyss Naga, a voice sounded. The corpses of the undead are all carrying viruses. If a small number of undead corpses fall into the sea, it will not have much impact on the sea. But if there are hundreds of All-One's undead corpses fell into the sea, fearing that this sea area would be polluted. This is where they live, and it is impossible for them to let the undead corpses pollute the sea. For general formations, Abyss Naga also has greater advantages, but their invisible advantages seem to be vaguely restrained by the undead. If they target the other legions, they don't need to worry about corpses polluting the sea. On the contrary, the enemy's corpses will become nutrients for the sea. Well, we get it. The Abyss Nagas also nodded. Seeing the warship in front of them getting closer and closer, the leader of the Abyss Nagas also issued orders. Freeze the sea. The majestic voice also resounded through the Naga camp, but all the Ice Girls raised their right hands and locked the sea area in front of them. Then the Ice Girls' eyes flashed with dazzling white light, and a breath of ice instantly enveloped them. The sea. Sizzling. The next moment, the sound of freezing also sounded, and the ice surface was on the sea in front of the Hasima army, spreading towards the forest embers. Ice Halo. Freeze the sea. Afterwards, all the heroes and a large number of players also began to use strategic magic. Suddenly, the cold air was like a strong wind, sweeping towards Lin Jin's side. But in just the blink of an eye, the ice spread to Lin Jin's fleet. In front of us, all the warships were frozen and unable to move. This time it was really a frozen sea. With the skills used by so many Ice Girls and heroes, the sea was completely frozen. It was frozen for thousands of miles, changing the battlefield. Attack. The next moment, the Naga lords also issued orders one after another. The entire Naga camp was boiling, and all the crocodiles swam forward quickly, and then when they reached the ice, they jumped directly onto the ice. Launched a charge towards the front. On the huge battle line, countless shark, like crocodiles, all leaped up, and the big spikes in their hands also shone with a faint light. On this ice, they still walked as fast as flying. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The ice surface is not only limited to the venue. All units of the Naga camp can be improved on the ice, especially the Nagas themselves. Their movement speed on the ice is faster. Amazing. Behind Crocodile Shark, one after another the Pearl Priestesses also came to the ice from the sea. You can feel that the speed of all the Pearl Priestesses has skyrocketed. In the sea, a large number of figures jumped more than 10 meters and jumped directly onto the ice. This is Hebo. Hebo has strong jumping ability and a toad-like body shape, allowing them to fully adapt to the ice here. Hebo fell from the sky and landed hard on the ice, but the ice was still very solid without any cracks. Just from looking at it, you can see how solid these ice surfaces are. Soon, the entire ice was filled with legions from the Naga camp. They moved like the wind and rushed towards the front quickly. In the sky, holy unicorns also landed on the ice one after another. They galloped quickly, leaving behind a trail of clouds and mist. In this cloud and mist, the mobility of all soldiers was once again improved, and their speed was faster. The faint mist on their bodies made them feel more like the underworld. These heroes have not yet used any abilities, and the combat effectiveness of these legions has taken on a completely new look. When they launched the charge, Lin Jin also directly commanded all the undead to leave the warship and jump to the ice. But on the deck, skeleton soldiers, plague zombies, and vampires also jumped one after another. Skeleton soldiers jumped from the high deck one after another. A large number of skeleton soldiers were very unstable and staggered. Many skeleton soldiers even slipped and hit the ice. Before the battle, the blood volume of some skeleton soldiers dropped. Some negative states also appeared on the skeleton soldiers, and their mobility and mobility were also reduced, and their magic resistance was reduced. The ice also has special effects, which may cause the undead to slide and become unstable. Don't look at it, just standing unsteady. On the battlefield, any mistake can lead to being killed, and standing unsteadily is no longer an ordinary mistake, but a major mistake. These Hasima empires do have something. Lin Jin looked down at the legions below and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The ability to freeze the sea and change the battlefield environment is not small. They used another method to add negative effects to the undead. Death Canopy, Lin Jin whispered softly, and the darkness behind him instantly flooded forward, and everything in front of him fell into darkness. In this darkness, Lin Jin's undead strength increased again. At the same time, along with the darkness, the generals and Naga legions also began to lose their vision, and even their momentum was reduced a lot. The temple still restrained the undead, and their legions could have vision in various ways even in the dark, but the Naga legion was different. They had no chance to deal with the dark demon at all. In this sky of death, the visibility was greatly reduced. At this time, a series of shrill screams also sounded. Banshee screams, horror, howl, shout, weak and powerless, curse of despair, curse of madness. A large number of undead heroes also used undead magic. The ripples spread, and the speed of all enemies was reduced. The ferocious crocodile sharks in the front row had a look of fear on their faces. Not just Crocodile Shark and the rest of the soldiers are also average. They all show frightened expressions and have high morale. As for the curse of despair, corrosion curse, and madness curse, they are spreading among this legion, and some crocodile sharks' eyes are glowing red. Simply go crazy and attack the surrounding friendly forces. The Holy Church can remove the negative status, and the Academy camp is not affected by the negative status, but these Naga legions are not like these two camps. At this time, the real advantage of the undead all began to manifest themselves. Snowstorm, hailstorm. In the dark sky, a blizzard emerged again, followed by huge hailstones. With the help of the ice and snow-like environment, the power of these magics was once again enhanced, and the magics were cast by the Naga lords of the Hasima Empire. Belongs to the local force. The power they can exert is much stronger than that of players. A large number of skeleton soldiers are running and frozen one after another, and some skeleton soldiers are simply smashed to pieces by hail, which is extremely miserable. Death Cloud. Correspondingly, Lin Jin's great corpse witches cast Death Cloud one after another, and green magic bullets pierced the sky and landed in the Naga camp. Before a large number of soldiers could realize what had happened, they hit by the death cloud magic bullet. The exploding magic bullet blasted them all away violently. Then the thick poisonous mist also spread. In the darkness, explosions also came. But from the dark sky looking from the outside, it is impossible to judge the situation of the battle. What is this? My blood volume keeps dropping. There are so many negative effects due to the plague toxin effect. Is there anyone who can remove the negative magic? Bastard, you can't see the battlefield clearly like this, and you can't command the army. In the darkness, a large number of players began to panic. The Naga lords were also ordinary, and their faces were extremely ugly. They did not expect that the undead in front of them would be so difficult to deal with. At this time, they directly lost control of the battlefield. Amidst the turmoil of the Naga Legion, countless skeleton soldiers also took the lead in colliding with Crocodile Shark. The skeleton soldiers brandished axes and swords, while Crocodile Shark wielded a large mace, and the two sides immediately collided. A crocodile, the big mace in the same hand, hit the skeleton soldier directly, causing the skeleton soldier to stagger. The skeleton soldier also hit the crocodile shark with an axe in his backhand. The two sides went back and forth, and the fight was very fierce. It is hard to imagine that one side it was a skeleton, but the other side was a brave and burly shark man. Both sides were able to fight back and forth. As the skeleton soldiers' health dropped to 20%, their defense became stronger, and the attack of the crocodile shark could be seen. The damage that can be done to them has been reduced again. This is the passive effect of the national weapon, the Immortal Overlord. In this constant attack, Crocodile Shark also has negative effects such as weakness and blindness, but is killed by the skeleton soldier alone. This is the effect of the undead natural disaster. On the battlefield, I saw the skeleton soldiers fighting with the crocodile shark. A Hebo fell from the sky, and its rock, like fist, bombarded the skull of the skeleton soldiers, directly smashing it to pieces and killing it instantly. On time, when the skeleton soldier died, the soul fire that was about to dissipate gathered together and flew fiercely towards Hebo. The latter was attacked, staggered, and his blood volume was reduced. On the entire battlefield, all those who died in the battle, the skeleton soldiers also gathered the power of soul fire and launched another attack. In this case, the disadvantage of the Hasama Empire increased sharply again. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Previously, Lin Jin captured the Guazhan Islands and defeated those players. Just relying on his own attribute effects was enough. Now, they called in the Naga Lord of the Hasama Empire, which made up for part of the attribute bonus, but the effects of Lin Jin's other titles and national weapons were also fully exerted. At this time, the battle once again turned towards crushing, especially the newly added national weapon, the Immortal Overlord. Its passive effect is Immortal, which can increase the defense and health of all the undead legions led by Lin Jin by 20%. When the health drops to 20%, it can reduce the damage by 30%. After the undead die, they will also gather the power of soul fire to launch an attack on the enemy. This national weapon armor not only adds extremely powerful defense bonuses and health bonuses, but this passive ability also greatly increases the power of the undead. Even after the death of the undead, it can gather the soul fire and launch the final blow before dissipating. This is completely superimposed on all arms, and the increase in combat effectiveness is simply inestimable. The original Lin Jin was terrifying enough, but now that Lin Jin has added 2 national weapons, his combat power is naturally becoming more and more outrageous. Unexpectedly, after his rapid growth in strength, the first enemy he fought would be the legions of the Hasama Empire. On the battlefield, some skeleton soldiers and plague zombies could still be seen falling to the ground during the attack, and the Naga army took advantage of the situation to launch an attack. But overall, more Naga legions have added negative effects and suffered heavy losses. Guardian of the Underworld. During this fierce battle, Lin Jin also used the active effect of the Immortal Overlord in armor. Suddenly, a faint barrier appeared on all the Death Angels and Ghost Dragons. This barrier can directly reduce 20% of the damage. When the damage reduction exceeds a certain level, the barrier will disappear, or it will disappear after the duration is too long. Carry out a beheading plan and kill the Holy Unicorn. After applying the protection of the underworld, Lin Jin also ordered to the Angel of Death and the Ghost Dragon. Yes, the two epic heroes of Elseol responded one after another, leading the angel army and swooping from the sky towards the Naga camp commander's camp over there. All the Ghost Dragon Kings also roared and swooped towards the battlefield. The main force among them is also following the Angel of Death, intending to cooperate with the Angel of Death to open a gap. Their target is also the place with the strongest defense on the entire battlefield. Generally speaking, it is very difficult to implement this kind of beheading plan. If you are not careful, the main army was besieged and suffered heavy losses. However, Lin Jin's strength far exceeded that of the Naga army in front of him. Coupled with the Shroud of Death, he was able to meet all the conditions for the beheading plan. The attacks of the Death Angel and Ghost Dragon could not be hidden, especially the huge Ghost Dragon. Its burning soul fire was also particularly dazzling. The Naga Lord camp here quickly realized the opponent's goal, and they immediately assembled surrounding defenses, but saw a large number of sword masters. They all came closer here. Soul Bond, Mirror of Pain, Protective Diaphragm. The 8th level Chuanling also displayed their skills. They used Soul Bond to link the Sword Master and Saint Qilin, adding the same buff effect to the latter, Pain, Mirror, and Protective Diaphragm. Among them, the Mirror of Pain can give Juggernaut and Saint Qilin 10% of the ability to retaliate against damage, and the Protective Diaphragm can also reduce the damage they receive. Ice Shards. All the Ice Girls waved their slender right hands, and ice fragments like raindrops rushed into the air one after another. Each ice fragment exuded an extremely cold aura, and it was as fast as thunder, and when it cut through the sky, there were bursts of sound breaking through the air. The 10th level magic troops already have very powerful attack power, especially in the current environment. The power these ice girls can exert is even stronger. However, countless ice fragments were seen, one after another, covering the sky. It hit the Angels of Death and Ghost Dragons. One by one, the Angels of Death wielded their giant swords and double knives to smash these ice fragments, but the Ghost Dragons almost always withstood the attack. Fortunately, the Ghost Dragons, their bodies are also skeletal frames, and there are still many ice fragments passing through the gaps between their bones without causing any damage. With their strong strength, both the Death Angel and the Ghost Dragon evaded many attacks, and in addition the protection of the God of Hades and the added resistance of Lin Jin's national and divine weapons allowed them to withstand this attack. It can be seen that the Death Angel and Ghost Dragon still enter the residual health state, but the effect triggered by this residual health state let them gain 30% immunity effect again, and the damage they receive will decrease again and again. Roar! But at this time, a large number of ice balls were shot into the air from below, bombarding the Ghost Dragon and the Death Angel again. After receiving this attack, the Death Angel and the Ghost Dragon finally suffered casualties. On the ice, a large number of saints were seen. The unicorns also began to gallop and flew into the sky to fight against the Ghost Dragons. Boom! Before a Ghost Dragon could react, the Holy Unicorn had already hit the Ghost Dragon. The horn on its head smashed many of the Ghost Dragon's bones into pieces. Roar! The Ghost Dragons were not to be outdone, and roared and breathed out dragon breath. The dragon's breath sprayed on the Holy Qilin, and the latter couldn't help but let out a scream. One after another, the Death Angels either faced the Holy Qilin or directly spared the Holy Qilin and wanted to attack the Naga Lords behind. But at this time, the Death Angels' actions have become much more difficult. The Holy Qilin's movements bring up clouds and mist, which can enhance the strength of the Naga camp's troops and are like a fish in water for them. But for the other units in the camp, the cloud and mist brought up are like magic glue and a barrier. They not only stick to the enemy's body, but even have a certain blocking ability. No Crown unit is simple. Yes, the Crown military unit of the Hasima Empire. In addition to its combat effectiveness, the Holy Qilin also plays a special role if its own effects are properly exerted. I'll kill these holy unicorns. You go kill the Naga Lords. Hill swung the giant cross sword in his hand and slashed directly at Saint Qilin, leaving a scar on the latter's body. Then he turned his body slightly to one side, flashing a swift ice fragment, and shouted to Al at the same time. There are only more than 400 holy unicorns, and the number of death angels is much greater than them. With the addition of 300 ghost dragons, they can completely divide their forces to fight. Good. Al didn't hesitate. He flapped his wings and left the battlefield directly. Behind him, there were still many death angels. They flapped their wings, dodged attacks one after another, and rushed towards the Naga Lord below. Roar! In the sky, the Holy Chelan roared, and he immediately wanted to stop Al. Just when a Holy Chelan turned around and looked back, Hill's figure flashed, but he appeared directly in front of the Holy Chelan, holding a giant cross sword in his hand. Swing, bring out a thick and majestic slash. Your opponent is me. The rest of the ghost dragons and angels of death were also ordinary, and they also blocked the Holy Chelan. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Block, come and block them. Go ahead and protect Naga Lord. We can't stop it, come and support. An elite player from the Hasima Empire rushed towards the Angel of Death like moths to a flame. They had extremely firm beliefs, but they died miserably in the hands of the angels, which was extremely desolate. However, they did not. There is no choice. They cannot let the Naga Lord be threatened. Once the Naga Lord is killed, then this war will inevitably fail. On the battlefield, a large number of sword masters also rushed over. They built heavy defenses and tried their best to resisting the attack of the Angel of Death. It can be seen that there are more players among the Juggernauts, and these players have changed their jobs to become Abyss Naga. Although they have become extremely ugly, they possess the power of level 12. They already have a certain threat to the crown troops. From this point of view, the players of the Holy Empire are far inferior to the Hasima Empire. This is also because the players of the Hasima Empire rarely fight with each other. Once the players, if you are defeated and killed, the player's level will drop directly. If you want to be promoted again, you need to level up again and a sum of gold and resources. At the same time, if you switch races, once you die, you will return to the mode before the job change. It will take a long time for this to grow again. So many players can switch races, which means that they have experienced very few battles and died very few times. As for the Holy Empire, the players in it are very competitive with each other. In space attacks, players participated in various wars, and the casualty rate was extremely high. Not to mention other things, Lin Jin alone did not know how many players he killed. In the Holy Empire, 6th level players are considered elites, and 10th level players are already rare. Level 12 ones are even rarer. However, even if the Hasima Empire transformed a large number of level 12 Swordmaster players, they still looked weak in front of Lin Jin and the Angel of Death. During the attack of the Angel of Death, they also under tremendous pressure. The defense line was constantly being defeated. Especially when Elle personally led the army to fight. She waved her 2 swords in her hands, and the swordmasters rushing around were killed continuously, causing a rain of blood. The player they are basically in despair. Even with so much power gathered, they still appear so weak. This is the gap between strength. No, I can't stop it. How can these angels of death be so strong? The growth rate of the Eternal Night King is too high, and the effect of the Death Sky and a large number of negative effects have also weakened our strength. Did he even bother to use this active skill in our previous battle? Bastard. Behind, a famous player hero with an extremely ugly face cursed and yelled. This time they are different from the last time. This time, their overall strength has increased dozens of times, and it is led by the powerful Na Lord Jia personally led it. But in this case, the situation was still one-sided, which almost made them despair. As for the warrior's spirit and perseverance they were proud of, it had no effect on the battlefield. In terms of military discipline, in terms of iron blood, the dwarf army is the most powerful in the world. But even the dwarf army was defeated by Lin Jin's Undead. And the dwarves were even wiped out by Lin Jin. These players from the Hasima Empire in front of them can be considered what? In the face of this tragic battle, a player named Hasima Empire's morale was low, and he almost began to despair. Angel of Death, go to hell. Another player from the Hasima Empire rushed towards the Angel of Death. Their snake-like bodies squirmed, but seemed to be gliding on the ground. They rushed towards the Angel of Death in an instant. He grasped the timing of his attack very well. For sword blades slashed at the back of the Death Angel one after another. However, when his attack hit the Death Angel, it was affected by the barrier and his combat effectiveness decreased. Coupled with the Death Angel's powerful defense, his health only dropped. At one point, the Death Angel's vitality had dropped to 20%, and its damage immunity was increased by 30%. When the player saw his damage, his eyes widened. It's not like he had never killed a champion soldier before, and the damage was not what he imagined. At this moment, the Death Angel flashed his two swords with his backhand, and the dark sword light slashed through him. The latter's health immediately became disabled. The Death Angel stepped forward with another sword, then he killed it. After killing it, the dark aura surged from the Death Angel's body, and the scars all over his body began to disappear, and his health recovered quickly. Die. Another Death Angel was attacked by several Sword Masters at the same time. After one Sword Master's offensive was effective, the other Sword Masters also cooperated tacitly, swinging the four swords to the extreme. In this attack, the life of the Death Angel was at stake. The value was finally cleared. But when the Death Angel died, another burst of dark energy exploded from his body, bombarding a Sword Master and directly killing him. Even though they spent such a high price to kill Death Angel, but they haven't celebrated happily yet. The Death Angel's blow after death was able to take away the power of one of their elites. Around them, there were at least more than 3,000 Sword Masters gathered. Half of them were players, and the other half were NPC. But these 3,012th level Sword Masters are now being beaten and retreated. This is shattered and the pride of all players. The players of the Hasima Empire have always thought that they are the strongest, and they worked so hard and gathered such powerful power, but the scenes that happened right in front of them began to make them slowly despair. How can this be defeated? What kind of monster is this? Why is there such a monster? The evil ghost will shield the evil ghost. His eyes flickered, and he looked at Lin Jin with great fear and fear. Although the defeat of the evil ghost of the sword also shocked them, it was only average. After all, the strength of the two sides was very different, and the evil ghost of the sword was their defeat was also expected. But now that they had prepared in advance and even gathered so much power, they were still crushed by Lin Jin. This was completely different. The evil ghosts would be so arrogant that the five major one of the bosses, the Shield Demon, felt fear and powerlessness, and even more so the other players of the Hasima Empire. As the battle progressed, the powerlessness in their hearts deepened. A man named Hasima Empire players couldn't help but look up at Lin Jin in the sky. The huge dark iron ghost dragon emperor was so dazzling in the darkness, and the figure standing on the back of the dark iron ghost dragon emperor was still majestic, not moving, but as if standing on the highest point of the world. Why? Why can he be so powerful? Are you kidding? Can the gap between players be so exaggerated? How can we fight like this? Is this fair? Can the Hasima Empire really block his attack? All the players had negative and desperate thoughts in their hearts. They even suddenly felt that it was really possible for the huge Hasima Empire to be defeated by Lin Jin. Just thinking of this made them more and more desperate. The continuation of the war has destroyed the faith in the players' hearts. Players who used to be fearless now really feel fear. They raised their heads and looked at Lin Jin, but they no longer had the will to fight in their hearts, but felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Don't be your enemy. The strength was before their eyes. Lin Jin's legion was too powerful. Just these ranked troops could suppress them and make them unable to breathe. In the fierce battle here, a number of vampire earls also rushed into the formation behind them like a broken bamboo. These vampire legions have strong endurance and can continuously absorb blood from their enemies to recover their own injuries. Coupled with the powerful defense bonus and health bonus provided by Lin Jin to these vampires, as well as the damage reduction of the Immortal Overlord, these vampires become even more invincible. Even if a vampire is beaten to the point of reduced health, with the help of this damage reduction, the vampire can still persevere, and their next attack will greatly restore their health. One by one, the enemies began to despair in front of this immortal vampire. Due to the death canopy, Naga was no longer able to command the legions on the frontal battlefield, so the vampires and terrifying knights on the front had rushed away from the battle line, tearing the enemy's formation into a long path. Every second, there were a large number of enemy casualties. After the vampire rushed over, He directly used teleportation to cut into the back row of the place. Both Chuanling and Yukiana behind were attacked and suffered heavy losses. The undead were like breaking bamboo, attacking the enemy in one fell swoop. A large number of rotten Lamasu in the air also joined the battlefield. At the same time, the resentful ghosts from all directions were already fighting with all the enemies. On the battlefield, shrill screams also sounded continuously. The entire battlefield is like a ghost realm. Here, seeing Lin Jin's death angel getting closer and closer, the Naga Lord also began to panic. There are so many sword masters around who are still retreating, and a large number of enemies have also rushed over to hold the sword master back. Their safety is no longer guaranteed. Retreat, these undead are too powerful. We can't stop their attack with just our strength. A Naga Lord finally said in a deep voice, "Our Hasama Empire is the overlord of the sea. How could we lose to this group of dirty undead? We absolutely cannot retreat." The leader of the Naga Lords shouted instinctively. He was very unwilling. The Hasama Empire was the overlord of the sea. They had talked nonsense about Lin Jin before, but now they were leaving in despair, which he couldn't accept. But if we don't retreat, the Angel of Death will come and kill them, and we can't stop them at all. Yes, once the Angel of Death comes over, we will all be defeated. The situation on the battlefield is not optimistic. The strength of these undead is much stronger than we imagined. Looking at the enemies approaching in front of them, I felt the pressure on the battlefield around them. No matter how arrogant they were, they had to surrender to reality. The Naga Lords around them also started to persuade them. They were all frightened by Lin Jin. This level of strength far exceeds that of any Naga Lord in the Hasama Empire. Even the Emperor of the Hasama Empire is far from having such a terrifying bonus. Withdraw. As the battle intensified, the Naga Lord finally couldn't stand it anymore and continued to dissuade him. In front of him, the casualties of the Sword Master continued to expand, and the Death Angel had already killed him. The Naga Lord, who was the leader, gritted his teeth and looked at the enemy in front of him until his teeth bled, and then he reluctantly made a decision. Retreat. 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 Escape quickly and stop fighting. The entire army retreats. The rest of the people breathed a sigh of relief and shouted loudly. The retreat horn also sounded, and all the Nagas began to retreat like a tide. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of a Naga. Next to Lord Naga, the sickle moon scimitar in his right hand had been slashed down vertically. Before the Naga Lord could react, a deep scar appeared on his body, and then Al's eyes opened again. With a slash, the Naga Lord fell down with a dead look on his face. It wasn't until this Naga Lord died that the other Naga Lords showed a look of horror. "I want to leave now, have you asked me?" A trace of disdain appeared on the corner of Al's mouth. His fair face was heroic and charming, just like a Valkyrie on the battlefield. Around him, several more black shadows emerged, and they also launched attacks on Lord Naga at the same time. Attack. When the situation is already very dangerous, these Naga Lords want to retreat. This is seeking death. Even if they don't want to retreat, they can retreat. If they had made a decision earlier, Al would not have been able to break through. But now that Al has rushed so close to them, he can directly use the Death Angel's teleportation at any time. In an instant, one Naga Lord is surrounded. The strategic level of these Naga Lords may not be the same. Low, but the character level was level 2, and there was no way to deal with the attacks of these Angels of Death. Not long after, the Naga Lords were killed one after another. When they died in the battle, a large number of adventurers, players, and units all lost their amplification effects. The strength is greatly reduced. The entire battlefield is filled with panic. After all, there are very few players who change their profession to become a hero. Being a hero means burning money. If there is not enough money, even if they change their profession to become a hero, they are useless. Therefore, most people choose to slowly improve their strength and take the route of elite creatures. After the character level is upgraded to level 1, and after completing a certain test, they can use gold and resources to transform into an Abyss Naga, and then into a sword. Holy! At this time, players have basically reached their limit. The elite biological route is equivalent to becoming a soldier and can also gain gains under the control of heroes. When they join this war, they will naturally fall under the control of various Naga Lords. Now that the Lord has been killed, their buffs have disappeared and their combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. Originally, they were no match for the undead, but now their combat effectiveness has been reduced out of thin air. For them, it is almost devastating. All fighting spirit has collapsed. Run away quickly. We can't fight anymore. The Naga Lord has been killed. We can't win. Retreat, retreat quickly. Run away. From every corner of the battlefield, the horrified voices of all players also sounded. Although the Naga Lords originally ordered to retreat, their orders had not been fully conveyed, and the Death Angel had already rushed over. Now with the Naga Lords being killed, they on the contrary, I received the news faster. At this time, there is no such thing as persistence, and it is not called persistence. On the entire battlefield, all players began to evacuate frantically. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Lin Jin was not surprised by the enemy's withdrawal. The Naga Lords were all killed, and if they had stayed to fight, their lives would have been in vain. They were able to advance to level 12 all the way, but at great cost and effort. There was no point in wasting their lives like this. At the same time, as Lord Naga was killed, the holy unicorns in the sky were also killed one after another, turning into corpses on the ice. The players evacuated, and the original NPC forces also began to retreat. Only the recruited troops were still fighting hard, as if they wanted to avenge their masters. Their command lies with the dead Naga Lord. After the Naga Lord dies, they instantly become like a masterless legion. They will not retreat, but will only fight. The battle spread, and the enemies on the battlefield were quickly killed by the undead. At this time, Lin Jin also stopped the effect of the death sky. But all the darkness dissipated, and everything returned to light again. The light reappeared, and the sun shone on the ice. However, the original ice was covered with corpses. The originally menacing Naga army was now turned into corpses on the ice. The ferocious corpses were intimidating, and the blood completely dyed the white ice red. There were still some units resisting, but they had no power to counterattack, and they were all quickly killed by the undead. The players who fled in a panic couldn't help but look towards the battlefield when they saw the darkness dissipating. But when they looked at the countless undead and the corpses of countless Naga legions on the battlefield, their hearts felt like it was as if he had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and his throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. So heroic. The countless corpses in front of them looked like purgatory on earth, and the countless corpses also had a great impact on their spirits. They had never seen such a scene before. Their Hasima Empire has gathered millions of legions, but how many of them are dead now? Boom! While they were watching, the remaining holy Qilin in the sky was also besieged, and its body was helplessly smashed from the air and fell on the ice. The powerful holy Qilin also seemed so powerless now. With the holy Qilin they fell down, as if their hopes also collapsed. They had no time to look at the battlefield. After seeing the undead rushing over, they jumped into the sea one after another and fled here quickly. The battle they participated in soon became it was cleared. The undead paid a price of 300,000 and killed more than 700,000 enemy legions. Most of the dead undead were low-level undead, and many died in the initial blizzard and hailstorm. However, for Lin Jin, this kind of casualties is still nothing to worry about. It is nothing. Divine spiritualism. After the battle, Lin Jin waved his right hand and performed a god-level spiritualism. Black mist condensed on the ice, and streaks emerged from most bodies. In this black mist, a large number of corpses also began to appear. Resurrection. Skeleton soldiers, plague zombies, souls, vampires, and terrifying knights. With the souls flying, even the corpse of the holy Qilin began to crawl out of an undead in a green form. The life, Weaver Spider Queen. The life, Weaver. Spider Queen. The Queen is also a crown, ranked unit of the undead, but it is relatively rare. Ordinary undead have no way to build a building to recruit the life, Weaver Spider Queen. Even Lin Jin can only resurrect the life, Weaver Spider Queen among the resurrected crown, rank units. A half-human, half-spider life Weaver Spider Queen emerged one after another, and there were more than 100 life Weaver Spider Queens present. The undead version, the effect of god-level spiritualism also increased, So the resurrection of Lin Jing, the number of soldiers has been significantly increased. Not far away, on the sea, they saw a number of players floating on the sea. They were all looking at the forest embers here. When they saw the resurrected undead on the ice, everyone turned to stone again. Just kidding. The shield demon looked at the ice. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he looked lost, murmuring, "What is this?" Lin Jin's undead army had few casualties to begin with, but now it has simply resurrected so many undead, among which the overall quality has improved. So what is their battle? Moreover, Lin Jin can even resurrect the Holy Qilin. How many crown troops have been resurrected? Previously, the shield demon collected Lin Jin's. He was still somewhat dubious about the news, feeling that the players of the Holy Empire were too encouraging, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized how shocking it really was. It must be said that every time Lin Jin used the God-level spiritualism, it will definitely shock people deeply. This skill is the biggest bug. The dead come to life. Resurrection of the dead. Just when everyone was shocked, they saw one death angel raising his right hand one after another. The dark light of the sword blade in his hand flashed, and then the corpses of the death angels and the remains of the ghost dragon also bloomed. There was a faint light. In the light, the scars of all the death angels dissipated. They opened their eyes, stood up from the ground, and then flapped their wings and flew into the air. The same was true for each ghost dragon, and the broken bones on their bodies were repaired. Finally, the soul fire bloomed, and they got up. You can see some ghost dragons still shaking their heads and swaying their tails, as if they were not awake. When they became familiar with their bodies, they roared again and flapped their bone wings, flying into the air. All the death angels and ghost dragons who had just been killed in the battle were also resurrected. Naturally, Lin Jin had not used the resurrection technique during the battle. All the death angels were qualified to be resurrected. Now that the battle was won, these dead ones, the angel of death and the ghost dragon, were also resurrected. Not only that, the angel of death also targeted some terrifying knights, great corpse witches, and high-level vampires. As the dark light emerged, a large number of high-level undead were also resurrected. Death, the angel's resurrection ability, is limited, but 7 days have passed since the last time, and their mana and resurrection restrictions have long been lifted. Although Lin Jin will continue to attack, the enemy will not be able to stop an attack of this scale in a short time. Attack, so he can squander the Death Angel's resurrection technique at will. First the God-level spiritualism, and then the Death Angel's resurrection technique of the undead. This combination of punches hit the players of the Hasima Empire, and their heads went blank. This time, the shield demon looked at Lin Jin with difficulty. He found that Lin Jin's cold eyes were also staring at him. It was just those cold eyes that had not changed from the beginning to the end, but they seemed like a spear. For a moment, it penetrated his heart. A kind of fear and shadow enveloped his soul. Escape. Escape desperately. This was the only thought in his mind. The next moment, he dived into the sea like crazy and fled into the distance. Go. He doesn't dare to stay here anymore. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. In the distance, the remaining members of the Naga army have also begun to flee. Lin Jin had no way to pursue them and just watched them leave. He allowed all the undead to return to the warship. Not long after, the ice formed by the magic also dissipated, and the magic warships also marched forward one after another. At this time, no one stood in front of him. According to the speed of this magic battleship, it won't be long before we can truly set foot in the internal territory of the Hasima Empire. As soon as the war here ended, panic spread throughout the Hasima Empire. If Lin Jin broke through the border at the beginning, everyone was excited and wanted to rush to Lin Jin's side and destroy all the undead army. Then after the news of the war on the front line came out, their enthusiasm dissipated instantly, replaced by darkness and haze. In a glorious palace, a large number of players gathered together, and all of them here were high-level players of the Hasima Empire. Compared with the players of the Holy Empire, there are far fewer players in the Hasima Empire. Moreover, although the Hasima Empire occupies the sea, there are not many large islands on the sea that are really useful. In terms of overall resources, they are far inferior to the Holy Empire. It was not without consideration that Lin Jin dared to attack the Hasima Empire. If the Hasima Empire was stronger than the Holy Empire, then Lin Jin would not attack the Hasima Empire like this. What do you think we should do now? The leader of the Evil Ghost Society, the Evil Ghost of the Gun, suddenly asked. In the original allocation, the Evil Ghost Society was responsible for attacking the Holy Empire. In addition, there are two large organizations, namely the Shadow Hall and the Winter Palace. Ingshua Mountain. These two guilds attacked the other two empires respectively. But because of Lin Jin, their original plan was completely aborted. The three largest forces that occupied the Hasima Empire also all gathered together, ready to jointly resist Lin Jin. Now, after hearing about the battle situation on the front line, everyone seemed silent. The Evil Ghost Society is not the weakest. On the contrary, the Evil Ghost Society is the strongest among the three major organizations. Now the Evil Ghost Society has been beaten like this, and the Naga lords of the Hasima Empire have also been easily destroyed. No matter how arrogant they are, they still feel fear and mountain, like pressure. Now I have to admit that the strength of King Yongya has indeed far surpassed us. Not only us, but even the Hasima Empire may not be his opponent. More importantly, he belongs to the Undead camp. The spiritualism of the Undead camp is too powerful, and his spiritualism should be a special spiritualism. With his spiritualism and death resurrection skills, not only will the war he launches not cause too much loss, but he will be able to support the war with war. Unless his army is defeated in one fell swoop, he will only get stronger and stronger. After a long time, Shadow Club President Blackblade also said in a deep voice. He wore a mask on his face, but he also changed his job to Yuan Naga. How easy it is to defeat the undead army in one fell swoop. A gentle voice also sounded, and when he turned his eyes, he saw a figure wearing a silver, white palace dress. This was also the owner of Dongying Snow Mountain, Sakura Mountain Snow Girl. But she saw her thin lips slightly opened, and then said, "Leave aside his undead army. He has more than 1,000 death angels alone, among which the quality of the death angels is not low. There are more than 300 ghost dragons and several ghost dragon kings. Now a large number of life weavers have been added. Spider Queen, can the entire Hasima Empire gather such a powerful force? Even if the Hasima Empire can gather such a powerful force, can it mobilize all its troops to the front line to fight him? And that's not all his power." After Sakurama Yukiana's words, the scene once again fell into a period of deathly silence. Regardless of anything else, the number of these crown-ranked troops alone is too astonishing. The Hasima Empire has not entered a state of combat, and in the past it has only maintained fixed troop development cannot mobilize a large number of troops in a short time. Even the players are mediocre. If they know that there will be no war in the future, the players will definitely not choose to recruit troops, which will just keep paying high maintenance funds. They will inevitably give priority to building towns and developing their heritage. They will not consider raising troops until they have a large number of towns. Because of this, their current situation is even more dangerous. Lin Jin's attack completely disrupted their deployment, and no one thought that such a madman, who was still fighting against the Holy Empire, would suddenly attack the Hasima Empire and fight on two fronts. They also did not expect that the Holy Empire would be so shut down and in internal turmoil without putting any pressure on the undead. Things are so dreamy. At this moment, there is only one last resort. The Ghost of the Gun said in a deep voice. The others also turned their attention to the Ghost of the Gun. Blackblade looked thoughtful and asked, "You mean the Holy Empire?" "Yes. Only by uniting with the Holy Empire can we have a way to fight against King Yongya. Moreover, the negative magic of the undead is too powerful. Without the purification ability of the temple, our strength will be suppressed even more seriously." A flash of light flashed in the eyes of the Ghost of the Gun. His future goal is the Holy Empire, and he also has a certain understanding of the Holy Empire. But he himself did not expect that originally he planned to attack the Holy Empire, but now he has to fight with the Holy Empire. Cooperate. The Hasima Empire has never been in contact with any empire. This matter is not something we can decide. We just need to bring it up at the right time. Now the King of Eternal Night will march straight in, and the Hasima Empire has no power to resist. As long as the Hasima Empire encounters enough pressure, they will naturally follow our advice and ask for help from the Holy Empire. The ghost of the gun explained again. The rest of the people also nodded. This seems to be their only chance of survival at the moment. But even this method makes them feel a sense of shame and powerlessness. This is the only solution among all options. If possible, who would be willing to be forced to this point? Obviously, they all have great ambitions, but now they can only watch Lin Jin attack the Hasima Empire, and they can also watch Lin Jin sing a triumphant song. That powerful force pressed on them, leaving them breathless. Even with the help of the power of two huge empires, they still don't have much confidence. If they occupy the Hasima Empire, I'm afraid they began to think about joining forces with Lin Jin. Unfortunately, they are only players of the Hasima Empire, not the actual controllers of the Hasima Empire. In Naga, it is absolutely impossible to seek peace from the undead. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. An island. As the battleship landed, countless undead jumped directly from the battleship and rushed forward. One after another, the undead swarmed and jumped down, like countless ants, and the battleship was more like a bottomless pit. A large number of undead had obviously jumped off, but there could still be countless undead inside. As the undead jumped off the battleships one after another, a large number of undead gathered. All the undead rushed forward, like a wave, and began to flood the island. On the city wall of a high-end town, there are already a large number of legions, including previously defeated legions. These are also NPC powers. When the lords of these Naga forces looked at the wave of undead coming from the distance, everyone had a look of horror. However, all the Nagas in the Hasima Empire who have experienced the war just now are not afraid of Lin Jin. Moreover, their current strength is far less than that of Lin Jin, and it is impossible to defend them. Town. All that awaits them is death. Otherwise, let's retreat temporarily. The power of these undead is too strong. At the top of the city wall, a crocodile shark king said fearfully. He is the emperor among crocodile sharks, and his strength is far more powerful than ordinary crocodile sharks. This time he led more than 500,000 crocodile sharks to join the battle. Originally, he led the crocodile shark to fight. He thought that on the sea and in the field of ice, their crocodile shark strength would also improve by leaps and bounds, and they could easily defeat the fragile undead. However, the power of the undead had already crushed his self-confidence. It was a crushing force. Even the weakest skeleton soldiers can crush them. They couldn't win with that kind of strength before. Now they don't have many holy unicorns at all. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be a dead end. The power of these undead is too strong, and the power of the Dark Messenger is too strong. We are no match. The thick voice of King He-Bo also sounded. His rock-like fist was pressing on the ground, but his eyes were looking far into the sky. The symbolic dark iron ghost dragon king appeared in front of him. It's not a question of whether you're afraid or not. It's a matter of really not being able to defeat it. Are we just going to give up on our town? A pearl witch said unwillingly, and the snakes in her hair also made hoarse screams. These pearl witches who belonged to Coral Naga happened to be restrained by the undead. During the battle, the snake's weapon can hypnotize the enemy, but it must be a human. Undead are not immune to the destruction effect. In the last battle, Coral Naga hardly exerted any power. Retreat. We are no match. Once we are surrounded, it will be too late. Yes, let's retreat for now. We can't beat him. We can find ways to fight back later. The undead will never show their flaws forever. The rest of the Naga lords and Naga heroes saw the undead getting closer and closer, and their expressions became more and more serious, and they all said one after another. They had long been frightened by Lin Jin's strength. Retreat. Amidst everyone's dissuasion, the leader of the Abyss Naga Lord finally made a decision. His gloomy eyes glanced at Lin Jin and ordered a retreat. Soon, the city gate opened and a large number of legions abandoned the town, fled towards the distance, escaped without fighting. However, even with this kind of escape, the Nagas still did not choose to destroy the town. They still believed that they would soon be able to counterattack the island and retake the town. Once the town was destroyed, even if after retaking the island, it would take a long time for them to recover. If there were no towns on the island, then Lin Jin wouldn't need to garrison the island. Such a long march would not be a good thing for them. It's not just here. Many other towns were just average. After seeing the wave of undead coming from Linjin, they all simply gave up all the resource points in towns on the island and fled one after another. However, there were some who escaped slowly after being surrounded by the undead. Couldn't make any waves, but instead became part of the undead. The main battlefields were defeated, and they didn't even have a chance to struggle in this kind of local battlefield. The undead army passed by like a spreading disaster. At this moment, the entire Hasima Empire began to be shrouded in the shadow of the undead. On the other side, when the results of the war on Lin Jin's side came out, the entire Holy Empire players were shocked. Lin Jin represents the players at this time, players from all camps within the entire Holy Empire. When the national war begins, all the forces in the entire region will unite together. The players of the Hasima Empire simply omitted the previous steps and directly united. When Lin Jin was going strong all the way, all the players also received the news. The King of Eternal Night, the Eternal God. Even though I am still standing in the Wolf Principality, I still have to say, well done this time. Ha ha ha, let those rubbish from the Hasima Empire see our strength. Come on, King of Eternal Night. I won't play with you anymore. Now my goal is the stars and the sea. The fourth fleet of broken thieves welcomes all great masters to join us. We plan to enter the Hasima Empire in the near future. Let's go. Let's go together. This holy empire is boring. All of a sudden, a large number of individual players in the entire Holy Empire began to gather together. As for the thief fleet, this is also a force prepared to participate in the national war. At the beginning of the game, there was such a group of people, they were unknown to develop their own strength and not participate in any war, but to prepare for the future national war. After the national front was forcibly opened by Lin Jin, this group of people had already begun to prepare. When the Lin Jin War broke out, there were already 3 huge fleets. Enter the Hasima Empire from other directions. Now, the 4th fleet is summoned. Suddenly, a large number of troops from all directions, with the help of the power of the player guild, quickly go to sea. In the face of the national war, everyone has to give way. This kind of legion participating in the national war has the right to borrow the towns of any guild to transfer troops. If someone forcibly stops it, it will also become the target of public criticism. Of course, these people will not harm their interests in the first place, so help there is nothing wrong with being brothers. The Hasima Empire is very large. It can be said that the entire sea is their territory. There are a large number of islands in the sea, but only the real archipelago and large islands belong to the Hasima Empire. The main core occupied by the Naga Lords. If it is a remote island, it will not be occupied by players, but only by Naga heroes. Lin Jin's main attack will only attack large archipelagos and islands. He cannot go to every island. Now the attacks from Holy Empire players are equivalent to his reinforcements, putting greater pressure on the Hasima Empire. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The Hasima Empire began to suffer all-out attacks from all directions. The forest embers in the middle are the most violent and mighty in attacking, destroying all enemies with overwhelming power. The fleets and legions gathered in other directions were also overwhelming. On the one hand, they had Lin Jin rushing at the front, so they didn't need to worry about the main Naga attack. On the other hand, their strength is also very strong. Even though there was a gap between the players of the Holy Empire and the players of the Hasima Empire, with the 2 attacks from Lin Jin, the gap was evened out in an instant. You know, in front of the Holy Empire and the Hasima Empire, the player's strength is very weak. Lin Jin's strength is comparable to that of the Holy Empire and the Hasima Empire. Even though he destroyed tens of thousands of troops in one battle, those troops are still the main force for players. Especially in this recent wave of million-scale wars, more major players are participating, and these players were originally preparing for the national war. Falcon Principality, Feiyu Guild. The originally peaceful guild town was now surrounded by a large number of Templar legions. In the sky, 2 teams of angels stood in the sky. What happened? Huoyu Mantion, the president of Feiyu Guild, ran out of the palace with a look of panic on his face and couldn't help but ask loudly. Beside him, there was also a beautiful woman with an oval face. Her figure was graceful, and it looks a bit like an internet celebrity's face. There is also some panic in her eyes at this time, but the panic is more like pretending, and the depths of her eyes look very calm. The opponent's formation is not ordinary, and it is coming fiercely. It's not like I'm having a good chat with them. Angels, Sun Crusaders, and a lot of legions on the ground. President, I don't know. These temple legions suddenly rushed over. Just when the brothers wanted to ask, they were killed by them. The vice president asked with a frightened look on his face. Sir, what happened? Hoya Mansion came to the city wall, looked at the knight wearing holy armor, and quickly asked with a smile on his face. The Feiyu Guild cooperated with others, had an affair with the Wolf Principality, and betrayed the Holy Empire. It was a heinous crime. You are required to immediately give up resistance, hand over your troops, and obey the judgment. The paladin glanced at him and said lightly, It's unjust, sir. Our Feiyu Guild will absolutely and resolutely obey the orders of the Church of Light and will never betray the Holy Empire. Hearing this big hat being pulled down, Hoyu Mantion was frightened to death. He can't bear this reputation. If this is confirmed, then his Feiyu Guild will really be finished. Take it. This paladin will not listen to their explanation. The criminals they arrested are all counted one by one, and their words will not change. No, you can't do that. The fire feathers filled the sky and roared immediately. But around them, a large number of legions had launched attacks on the city wall, and an angel also swooped down from the sky. President, what should I do? The rest of the players shouted in panic. They also clenched the swords in their hands. The current situation seems to not give them any chance at all. Once they are caught, what awaits them will be death. I have seen too many such things. Since the troops are dispatched, there must be conclusive evidence. Who is it who is messing with me? Hoya Mansion's mind was spinning desperately. He did do something recently. This thing was also related to the Wolf Principality, but when it comes to it, no guild is clean. The larger the guild, the more stuck it is. The more things there are. The Divine Wings Guild of Shrouded Sky Wings is dominated by undead forces, but they all have the power of the Holy Temple in the Holy Empire, which can be seen in general. However, he has always been careful in doing things, especially now in the special situation. At this critical moment, he paid more attention. This is not to say that it is foolproof, but it is definitely not something that ordinary people can detect. Involuntarily, a figure flashed in his mind, and then his head suddenly turned back and looked at himself, the woman next to her. This sudden turn of her head startled the woman, and her head lowered subconsciously. It's you. Dirty cousin, you betrayed me. Seeing this, Hoyu Mantion also completely understood. He shook the woman's body desperately and shouted like a maniac. Let go quickly. Your scratching hurts me. Why did you betray me? Am I not good enough for you? I bought you so many bags and gave you so much money. Why did you betray me? Hoyu's eyes were filled with red light, as if he wanted to choose someone and devour him. What good can you do to me? You just like my body. And do you have few women outside? What qualifications do you have to say that to me? You also taught me that if you don't take care of yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. At this time, Tao Xiaoyao was irritated and finally shook off Hoyu Mansion's hand. What's wrong with her? She's just a little woman. Women are so miserable and tired, so of course they have to think about themselves. What if she gets old one day? Fire feathers all over the sky are not a good thing anyway. I kill you. Hoyu Mantion never expected that Tao Xiaoyao could have such a side, and she was still so confident despite betraying him. This was simply too shameless. But when Hoyu Mantion drew his sword, the arrow hit his wrist from the ground. At this moment, the city gate had been opened by the angel, and a large number of legions also poured in. As for the legions filled with fire feathers, they were all killed one after another. Little Peach Demon, I will spend the rest of my life making you regret it. So be prepared to face the nightmare. Hoyu Mantion no longer resisted, but stared at the Little Peach Demon with extremely cold eyes. Soon, 4 Crusaders came over, and 2 came to Hoyu Mantion and captured him. The next 2 came to Tao Xiaoyao. What are you doing? I reported it to the Holy Empire. You can't arrest me. Tao Xiaoyao panicked and shouted loudly. Hoyu Mantion was also stunned for a moment. However, the 2 Crusaders didn't pay attention at all and just dragged Tao Xiaoyao and Hoyu Mantion down. Ha ha, you stinky cousin. You have been tricked, and the person who asked you to betray me also wants to kill you. Hua. Eumantion suddenly understood, showed a ferocious smile, and stared at little demon Tao. Little demon Tao, think about it now, how I will kill you. Just as the two of them were dragged down, another holy knight came to them. When Tao Xiaoyao saw this man, he showed his last look of hope and shouted loudly, I will do everything as you said. I've done it. Please help me. Please help me. It doesn't matter if you die in the game, but she now has a huge amount of gold. If she dies, she will have nothing. Moreover, this person has promised to keep her. You are from the Divine Wings Guild. Why mess with me? Huayu stared at each other with wide eyes, but his heart sank, and his anger seemed to be wiped out by a waterfall in an instant. The Divine Wings Guild is the most powerful overlord guild in the entire Holy Empire today, and it is backed by King Yongya. In comparison, his Feiyu Guild was nothing at all. Feiyu Guild relied on its own strength and crushed many small guilds. He had nothing to say about this gap in strength. The only one what I don't understand is the reason. He has never had any grudges with the Divine Wings Guild. Why would the other party spend such a high price to mess with him? Hey, brother, how do you know we are here to mess with you? The man chuckled, but turned his teasing gaze to Tao Xiaoyao. TSK. This must be something he did in his previous life to offend King Yongyi. It's you, stinky cousin. I am really blind. Huayu's eyes were tearing up all over the sky, and he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that it would be this woman who brought him enemies in the end. The enemies she brought to herself, she also betrayed him in the end. What is it? At this moment, Huayu Mansion transferred all his hatred to Tao Xiaoyao. As for Tao Xiaoyao, her brain has shut down and she is completely confused. All of this is for her. What did she do? Throughout her entire life, she just played with the feelings of a few people. That's all. Who else did she provoke? Well, the rest of the time is left to you. The man said something and left here directly. Looking at the expressions of the two people, especially the expression of Tao Xiaoyao, he had to sigh. Wings that cover the sky, the hand is indeed too cruel. First, he bribed Little Demon Peach to betray Huayu Mantion, and finally betrayed Little Demon Peach. With one fell swoop, Tao Xiaoyao also felt the despair of being betrayed. The reason why Tao Xiaoyao dared to betray Huayu Mantion was because of the wings of covering the sky. When she was betrayed by the wings of covering the sky, it meant that she had no backing. Being tricked and tricked from the beginning to the end was probably enough to make her despair. When the net opens, she has nowhere to escape. And with the character of a villain with fire feathers all over the sky, I am afraid that not only in the game, but also in reality, Tao Xiaoyao is not much better. Can't the hatred in the game be brought into reality? When the hatred of the game can be brought into reality, then how big is the difference between the game and reality? If you play with other people's feelings, one day you will be played with by others too. God's way is reincarnation. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Hasima Empire. Rainbow Pearl Neria. This capital city of the Hasima Empire is now filled with an atmosphere of impending storm. I don't know how many years, no one dared to offend the majesty of the Hasima Empire, but now, their majesty has been wiped out. The undead attacked in a large scale, and even the legions of the Holy Empire also attacked in a large scale. The enemy not only attacked fiercely, but also came in waves and was extremely fast. Every day, there is news about the outbreak of war in various places, and everything gives them a huge headache. The undead, the Holy Empire, we must let them see the wrath of our Hasima Empire. I officially declare that the Hasima Empire has entered a state of war. Gather all the people of the sea and all the daimyo to prepare for war. The Emperor of the Sea, said in a deep voice with an angry face. The scales on his body are all golden and full of majesty. Although he is also a member of the Abyss Naga clan, his aura is very huge. His forearms are full of majesty, a sense of strength and muscle lines. In his hands, he also holds 4 shining silver swords. The people of the sea, this includes all the soldiers in the sea. As for the daimyo, this is also Na who can control the archipelago and possesses powerful power. Lord Jia, Emperor Aum's war mobilization can be said to have mobilized a large number of troops, intending to use all the power of the Hasima Empire. The Great Sea Emperor ORM, the Holy Empire is not our enemy. They are the enemies of the undead. We should unite the power of the Holy Empire to defeat the undead and those traitors of the Holy Empire. At this moment, an Abyss Naga said suddenly. This person was none other than Blackblade. He also knew about the attacks of the Holy Empire players, but these players definitely did not represent the Holy Empire. He originally he had to convince Emperor ORM to unite with the Holy Empire, but now the latter wanted to fight even the Holy Empire, which was completely beyond his expectation. If it were in the past, he would naturally be very happy. But now at this juncture, you are seeking death. What do you mean? The people who are attacked by the Holy Empire are traitors to the Holy Empire. Emperor OM turned his cold gaze to the Black Blade. Yes, this part of the force is very weak and definitely not the power of the Holy Empire. Moreover, the Holy Empire and the undead are at war, and it is impossible for them to unite together. We should contact the Holy Empire at this time and let the Holy Empire go out to fight together to face the undead. Blackblade could see that OM's expression was already a little unkind, but he could only nod his head bravely and then dissuaded him. The Hasima Empire is the Hasima Empire, and players are players. Even if the players see deeper, then what? Anyway, the Hasima Empire may not accept it. Everyone around him also turned their attention to him, and even the 5 daimyo's expressions became a little unkind. Humph, Blackblade, do you have anything to say here? The legions that attacked the Hasima Empire were all from the Holy Empire. This was very different from the undead. Many of them were Templar legions. Do you excuse the Holy Empire? The Great Name of Water said in a deep voice. Yes, the undead must die, and so must the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire can't get rid of it, and can easily let them go. Someone else immediately echoed. Now the power of the Hasima Empire still exists, especially them. They are still very powerful and have not been attacked by the undead. And they don't think that they will be weaker than the undead at all. Even if Hashima, the strength of the Shima Empire exploded, and they even dared to fight the Holy Empire together. Blackblade, the only thing you need to do now is to assemble your legion and prepare to join the war. We will make those undead regret it. Emperor OM said lightly, but he had already rejected Blackblade's idea. Union? Are you kidding? It is impossible for the Hasima Empire to unite with the Holy Empire. Listening to Emperor OM's firm tone, and looking at the indifferent expressions of the big names around him, Heirin knew that he had aroused public anger. But now he had no choice but to shake his head secretly and sighed. He knew that the Hasima Empire underestimated Lin Jin, and this they will definitely make them pay the price. But he has no good way. Whether it is the Holy Empire or the Hasima Empire, it is the same. They will not look back until they hit the South Wall. How many years has it been since the Abyss Naga clan became the overlord of the sea? They are naturally very proud. Even if the undead win, they still won't take it to heart. The only ones who are truly desperate are the players and the Naga lords who have participated in the war. They know how powerful Lin Jin is, but who else can they say? I will take it to heart. Failure is just because you are incompetent. Just because you are incompetent does not mean that I am incompetent. The war order was issued soon. The legions of the entire Hasima Empire also began to gather. Under the calm sea, a large number of legions were gathering. The huge sea is boundless, and a large number of legions began to gather and move in the same direction. The shadows under the sea also shrouded the sea, which was extremely shocking when viewed from a height. On the other side, Lin Jin was occupying this area. After the archipelago, he did not continue to attack, but began to build a defense line and fight steadily. Things must be done one after another. His successive victories and overall attacks have definitely attracted the attention of the Hasima Empire. The latter will definitely gather all its strength. In addition to the Guajan Islands, the islands he currently occupies in a scattered manner include 24 islands. His troops have been scattered. If the battle continues like this, the battle line will be stretched, and he will have no troops to defend. If it is scattered again, if the Hasima Empire launches a full-scale attack one day, he will not be able to defend himself. The more islands he occupies, the greater the casualties of his troops will be. You must know that only under his leadership can the undead be so powerful. With such powerful power, even the epic undead heroes cannot achieve half the effect of Lin Jin. With the lengthening of the battle line, He has only allocated many places to the other undead heroes. He even left some baits, but the real main force is deployed in the relatively concentrated core area at the back. Whether the Hasama Empire will expand or not is not decided by the players of the Hasama Empire, but by Lin Jin. Lin Jin has gone from before to now. The same is true for the most habitual tactics. Once he sets a bait and finds an opportunity, he can bite off half of the enemy's body in one bite. The enemy will only make one mistake. After that time, they will completely fall into the abyss, and there is no chance anymore. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Lin Jin was also on an island at this time. What appeared in his hand was a series of documents, which were about the current fate of his enemies in his previous life. Zishianzi, he is not one of those mediocre people. His IQ is already very high, and he has great abilities both in the game and in reality. Let him calculate a few little shrimps, and the opponent really has no backhand power. The entire Feiyu guild was executed at the stake for treason, and that woman betrayed others and was betrayed by others. Not only did she lose everything, she would also live in a nightmare. All this made Lin Jin feel inexplicably emotional. However, it suits him very well. In his previous life, he was burned at the stake for treason and was also betrayed. Now it seems that these people have ended up in the same fate as him. Master, the aura of darkness and chaos is starting to become stronger and stronger. Just after Lin Jin finished reading, Erica said suddenly. Lin Jin also looked up at the sky, and he also felt the changes around him. It was like an instinct. With his strength after his promotion, he has been able to detect things that ordinary people cannot detect. But he saw a bright moon hanging high in the sky, and this moon now exuded an ominous aura. At its edge, suddenly a shadow fell over. The night of the lunar eclipse is finally here. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel the aura of darkness getting stronger every day, and today, the aura of darkness and chaos has finally reached its extreme. The lunar eclipse night he was waiting for has finally arrived. In his eyes, the darkness also began to cover the entire moon. The speed was visible to the naked eye, and as the haze spread, the speed became faster and faster. Brush. Just when the haze of the moon reached half of it, suddenly there was a flicker in the sky. The next moment, the entire moon was completely covered in shadow. Just as the moon was covered in shadow, the latter also began to exude a scarlet ominous light again, and an evil breath began to fill the air. Come. Ding. The night of the lunar eclipse is coming, and all the creatures in the chaotic, evil, and dark camp will each receive a certain increase. Ding. The night of the lunar eclipse is coming, and all the creatures in the order, justice, and light camp will each receive a certain weakening. Ding. Lunar eclipse. When night comes, demons will return to the world, bringing chaos. If you kill the demons, you can get certain rewards. Ding. When the night of the lunar eclipse comes, a large number of space cracks will randomly appear. Through the space cracks, you can reach hell. Holy City. Archangel Uriel looked up at the sky with a hint of solemnity. The night of the lunar eclipse is coming, everyone knows it. However, they have no way of knowing for sure. In this aspect of perception, the Holy Empire's perception is not as strong as Lin Jin lies. The war between Lin Jin and the Hasama Empire has been going on for nearly half a month. This is also the reason why the Holy Empire did not launch an attack. On the one hand, the Holy Empire was in chaos, and the Wolf Principality took advantage of this opportunity to seize 1/3 of the Falcon Principality's territory without any bloodshed. If you can't find a way to stabilize the situation, let alone fighting, any flaw may cause heavy losses to the Holy Empire. On the other hand, it is because of the lunar eclipse night. For the Holy Church, the #1 enemy is only the devil. It was only because the demons were expelled by them that they began to attack the orcs, dark elves, and undead. Now that demons have returned to the world, their enemies are immediately transformed into demons. In the sky here, in addition to Uriel, there are a large number of angels. All the angels are looking at the moon in the sky, their eyes becoming solemn. Coming, Yuli suddenly said. His right hand couldn't help but clench the giant cross sword in his hand. At the next moment, he saw that the moon in the sky was quickly shrouded in shadow. In just the blink of an eye, the entire moon was completely shrouded in shadow. It was dyed with a trace of scarlet and ominous atmosphere. At the same time, cracks appeared randomly in various places on the Holy Continent. Even near the Holy City, Uriel felt the familiar, disgusting smell. You go immediately and inform the Archpope. The rest of the angels, follow me. Uriel said to the two archangels on the side, and then flew away into the distance without looking back. In the sky, the other angels also flapped their wings, and their white figures crossed the sky. Near a sealed place, space cracks suddenly emerged. In this space crack, a large number of demons began to emerge like fountains, crazily. In the sky, an unknown aura was seen. In the blink of an eye, several great demons suddenly appeared in the empty space, and they kept appearing. Ha! Holy Empire, we demons are back. Get ready for chaos. The leader of the demon lord looked up to the sky and roared, and his ferocious laughter resounded throughout the surrounding area. Because of the upcoming lunar eclipse night, even the chaos in hell has been reduced a lot, and everyone is actively preparing for the war and the next carnival. Now, the time is finally ripe. For devils, this is the best paradise. Let's go and say hello to those dragon knights first. The demon lord turned his eyes directly to the sealed land, laughed, and flew over there. At this time, dozens of demons had gathered behind him, and as for the demons emerging from the space cracks, there were countless demons. This was just he also felt the aura of the demons on his side and in other directions. When these things were brought together, it was not that simple. In the sealed land, a large number of legions had long been stationed here. In addition to the original members of the temple, outside of the legion, the only ones left are the members of the Dragon Knights. The Dragon Knights are an organization that was born to stop demons. Originally, they guarded the sealed place, and last time Lin Jin broke through a seal land, they have also increased the guards of the sealed land. When the night of the lunar eclipse is coming, the Dragon Knights who are hiding in various places and concentrating on training have already gathered together. Wandering in the world after all, there are only a few members of the Dragon Knights, and according to their creed, they should not have participated in the matter between Lin Jin and the Holy Empire. Coming. At the place of seal, a Dragon Knight captain also looked into the distance with a solemn face. Beside him, there were more than 50 Dragon Knights. These Dragon Knights were all wearing various kinds of mighty armors, with blazing eyes. There is a long sword at the waist. In the gaze of all the Dragon Knights, a steady stream of crimson waves began to sweep in from 3 directions. This is the figure of the devil. Everyone, get ready to fight. With an order, all the Dragon Knights drew out their swords from their waists. The armor behind him flashed with light, and pairs of wings of various colors spread out. Black dragon wings, blazing dragon wings, golden dragon wings, emerald dragon wings. A pair of wings bloomed subsequently. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. A number of Dragon Knights entered the fighting state one after another. Their wings spread out, and they rose into the sky one after another. On the ground, all the Templar legions were also in full formation. Not long after, the wave of demons rushed to the sealed land. In the sky, the chaotic and hot breath rushed towards my face. Compared to the legions guarding the sealed land, the demon legions are vast and numerous. Break through them. The demon lord quickly led the big demon to rush into the sky here, but saw that his momentum had disappeared. He suddenly swung down the giant lava sword in his hand and rushed directly to the guards of the sealed land like a spearhead. Roar! The roar then sounded, and in the huge wave, countless legions began to spread towards the front. Fight! In an instant, the legions of both sides started fighting. Countless demons, 3-headed hell dogs, and even nightmare beasts all slammed into the silver, white shield wall of the temple. Boom! At the moment when the two sides collided, however, I saw a large number of soldiers screaming and being knocked away in various places on the shield wall. The level 6 3-headed prison dog and the level 10 nightmare beast were not something that these middle and low-level legions could resist. Of course, there are still more many soldiers withstood the attack and blocked the enemy from the shield wall. With several consecutive waves of impact, the impact of this part of the demon completely disappeared. At this time, the soldiers at the rear pulled out their weapons one after another. The long sword or the spear was raised and began to stab. In this counterattack, a large number of demons directly spattered blood on the spot. However, the enemies who were knocked away were not much better. They were also seriously injured, and the nightmare beast, the three-headed hell dog, and the three-headed dog from hell rushed madly. The former brought up magma, like flames, and the three ferocious heads of the latter started biting non-stop. Screams and roars resounded throughout the battlefield, and blood flowed like rivers. All the dragons, the knights, all flew up and fought with these big demons. These dragon knights have very high fighting skills, especially when facing big demons. They can exert stronger power. The dragon knights were established for demons. When they were training, they also regarded the devil as their enemy, so whether it was offensive or other aspects, they were vaguely restraining the devil. In the sky, the dragon knights also fought with the devil one after another. You can fight on both sides. I went there and saw that it was dazzling. During the fierce battle here, the holy judges and priestesses on the ground also used light magic to attack these demons. Continuous fireballs. While they were fighting together at the back, they also launched attacks one after another. Fireballs streaked across the sky, carrying extremely powerful power and bombarding the Templar Legion. A fireball hit a soldier, and it seemed as if he was being induced. It hit a soldier behind again, and a fireball was able to bombard 6 or 7 temple soldiers in succession. Dragon Knights, after guarding this year, you should die. This time, the devil will uproot you all. The demon lord slashed forward with the giant's sword in his hand and shouted coldly. The sword was powerful and heavy, bringing with it a suppressed lava aura, which turned into a majestic and thick sword light. Devil, you should not be in this world. The Dragon Knight captain resisted with the long sword in his hand. He turned to one side, released the power, and approached the demon lord. Then he thrust out his left hand. His left hand turned into a dragon claw and struck at the demon lord's heart. The attack left a scar directly on the demon lord. The other dragon knights also fought with the demon. A big demon flashed and came directly behind a dragon knight who was fighting with the big demon. During the battle, there was no time to pay attention to the attack. Following the attack of the big devil, the dragon knight was hit by the giant's sword on the back and hit the ground directly from the air. The dragon knight finally stood up from the ground again, but his back was bleeding profusely, and even his face was covered in blood. How much fighting power was left? In the sky, 2 demons were already swooping down. He slowly raised his head, his eyes that looked lifeless. Suddenly a flash of light flashed, and when his eyes opened and closed, the pupils had completely turned into the pupils of a giant dragon. A black aura began to exude from his body. Devils, all die to me. He roared at the demon, and the majestic aura in his body began to fully bloom. At this moment, his voice was close to the hoarse roar of the dragon. In the next moment, he saw his body suddenly facing the wind, rose and turned into a black dragon. Roar! A dragon roar resounded through the battlefield, and a flaming dragon's breath also swept towards the 2 great demons. The 2 great demons held up the lava giant's swords in their hands and blocked them in front of them, and the black dragon also flew directly towards them. He came down and bit a big demon. The big demon held up the giant's sword in his hand and blocked the black dragon's big mouth to prevent the latter from biting. Not only this dragon knight, as if in a chain reaction, was the dragon knights who were cornered also transformed into various dragons. Golden dragons, black dragons, blazing dragons, emerald dragons, all kinds of dragons appeared on the battlefield. However, this power is not unlimited. The dragon knights control the power of the dragon and fuse the blood of the dragon. Although they gain powerful strength, their vitality is rapidly overdrawn. Every time they turn into a dragon, their vitality begins to go crazy. Time passes, and lifespan begins to pass crazily. In the Holy Empire, a large number of space cracks appeared in the 4 sealed places, and then a large number of demons emerged and directly attacked the 4 sealed places. There were even many demons who began to attack various towns. The entire Holy Empire has been completely disrupted. At this time, angels also began to rush to various sealed places to prevent the demons' attack. The legions assembled by the Holy Empire also began to take action. The devil is coming. However, The Holy Empire has always been in a state of war readiness, and their overall strength has been greatly enhanced. Regardless of the chaos within them, at least at this moment, attacking the devil has become their only goal. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Before dawn, a sealed place was captured. This sealed place is located in the center of the triangle between the Unicorn Principality, the Greyhound Principality, and the Griffin Principality. But all in all, the 3 areas surrounding the Griffin Principality all have territory in the sealed land, and they simply cannot defend it. Originally, this place was supposed to be guarded mainly by the Unicorn Principality and the Greyhound Principality. But the strength in the Unicorn Principality is too weak. Last time Lin Jin sent the legendary corpse Witch King to attack the Unicorn Principality, which had a great impact on the Unicorn Principality. They can't even resettle the refugees alone. As for the Greyhound Principality, they also appear to be a little confused internally. Originally, Duke Inheem plotted against Queen Isabel and became the king of the Greyhound Principality. As a result, the Church of Light later used the power of angels to control the Holy Empire. Even King Inheem is controlled by the Church of Light. When King Inheem was under control, Isabel also began to take action, and her subordinates also helped Queen Isabel to regain control of the Greyhound Principality. Later, the Church of Light sent troops to suppress them again. The interior is also extremely chaotic. To face the devil, you have to be prepared, and this kind of chaos is simply fatal. The breach of this sealed place means that the demons sealed here are pouring into the Holy Empire in a steady stream. At the border of the Wolf Principality, King Varian also led an army to fight. But on a battlefield, King Varian personally led the heavy cavalry into battle, and the outstanding swordsmen beside him fought bloody battles, showing great bravery. As they charged and killed, the demons were unable to resist. The devil's attack was unstructured, and he just attacked at will. King Varian led his army to attack, always attacking the opponent's weak points and taking out the opponent's powerful troops first. Eradicate them and get all these demons out of the territory of the Wolf Principality. King Varian roared loudly, slashing down with a sword in his hand, directly cutting a dragon nightmare beast in half. Behind him, all the legions of the Wolf Principality also emerged one after another. However, they saw a silver, gray wave rushing, and countless the silverback wolves also rushed towards here. The silverback wolves swooped down and threw all the middle and low-level demons to the ground, killing them wantonly. In the sky, each golden dragon roared and breathed. It was filled with waves of demons. Groups of low-level demons were killed one after another. The Wolf Principality has officially signed an agreement with the Golden Dragon. In addition to the Golden Dragon who originally came to support them, more Golden Dragons came later. Support. At the same time, they also obtained the right to recruit Golden Dragon lairs in a certain area and thus recruited a large number of Golden Dragons. Now, the number of Golden Dragons in the Wolf Principality has reached more than 500, and it is still increasing. The Golden Dragon plus the outstanding swordsman, a group attack and output, plus the healing skills of the Holy Judge and Priestess, the entire military formation seems to be invulnerable. You know, even though the Wolf Principality has separated from the country, they are still the Holy Temple power. Because of the Angel Agreement, Heaven has the highest control over the angels, but the other recruited Holy Judges and Priestesses can all be used. Having this kind of restorative strategic unit can increase their strength to highest. Buck's Principality. Some cracks began to appear within Buck's Principality, and a large number of demons also appeared. However, after these demons appeared, they were immediately surrounded by Alsace's troops. But I saw a crack in space. The demons here are emerging in an endless stream, but when the demons emerge, a large number of undead from all directions are also gathering here. There were over 10,000 demons here in a short period of time, but these over 10,000 demons all seemed insignificant in front of the undead. This wave of troop mobilization in Alsace mobilized over 1 million legions. This is not all the undead in the Buck Principality. These demons had just passed through the space rift and planned to have a carnival. They all had ferocious smiles on their faces, but when they saw the tidal ocean of undead around them, the joy on everyone's faces suddenly stopped. A demon lord looked solemn and flew up. Demon, this is the territory of our lord, King Yongya. All demons must leave the Buck's kingdom immediately, otherwise we will launch an attack on the demons. On the back of the Frostbone dragon, Alsace's indifferent voice also sounded. The sky was filled with ghost dragons, and in addition there were a large number of death angels. This force could easily destroy the demons in the space cracks here. Accompanied by hearing Alsace's words, the soul fire of all the undead surged, and the aura on their bodies began to rise continuously. Their fighting spirit was awe-inspiring, as if they could launch an attack at any time. Undead, your master, King Eternal Night, has released the sealed land and is an ally of the devil. Our demon's goal is the Holy Empire, and we have no intention of becoming your enemy. You make way for us, and we will leave here. After the demon lord glanced at it, he shouted in a deep voice. It's too powerful. Millions of troops, a large number of first-class troops, and unfathomable strength. This part of the demon alone is far from being able to deal with it. Embers posed threat. Alsace waved his right hand gently, and saw that a huge road had been opened among the countless waves of undead. The command and control, and precise control also showed Alsace's powerful commanding ability. Manipulate with his own power. Such a huge sea of undead is not something that ordinary undead heroes can do. Arthas is so powerful, so how strong will his master be? Let's go. The demon lord did not hesitate, flapped his wings, and left here. The original wave of demons also rushed in along the road and withdrew from the Buck's principality. They are all extremely honest now, and no one makes any strange roars, and even more no one dares to provoke. Demons are not only ferocious and cruel, they also have a cunning and vicious side. In hell, weak demons will do anything to survive. Even demon lords will be afraid. In the face of Alsace's suppression, they could not think of anything else, and they were too honest. They were also about to laugh wildly at some demons who had just emerged from the cracks in space, but when they felt the gazes of countless undead souls in the sky and underground around them, they swallowed hard and suppressed their laughter. When they saw the demon army in front of them that was leaving obediently, they also shrank their heads and joined the army without saying a word. If they want to be arrogant, it is also the demon lord, and they don't have the right to be arrogant about the matters of high-ranking demons. Besides, the demon troops here are far from enough. In the Bucks, everything seems very peaceful. Not only the Bucks, but also the Crows, who are protected by Lin Jin. Originally, there were demons who planned to invade the Crow Principality. After hearing that this place was protected by Lin Jin, they quickly left here in despair. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Its whole body was filled with magma, like light, and the horns on its head were red, like red, hot iron. The temperature emanating from the chapped skin seemed to dry everything out. This is also the high-ranking demon in hell, Reborn, the prince of hatred among the seven princes. In the wars that broke out in the past, he also led the demons and slaughtered more than 1,000 angel legions. His achievements were outstanding and resounded throughout the country. Are you saying that the Stag Principality and the Crow Principality are the territories of the undead? It's the king of eternal night. Aribon asked in a deep voice. The Unicorn Principality is close to the Stag Principality, and the demons from the Stag Principality also came here one after another, so he heard the news about the undead. This time he came the Holy Continent not only wanted to attack the Falcon Principality, but the Demon King also asked him to contact the Eternal Night King. The Demon King was very interested in the Eternal Night King's ability to resurrect angels. Yes, the King of Eternal Night is particularly powerful. He has more than 1 million undead stationed in the Bucks. Among them, the undead hero who leads the Bucks is Arthas, who is also particularly powerful. They asked us to leave the Bucks' kingdom immediately, otherwise they would launch an attack on us, and they did not take us devils seriously at all. A demon lord said respectfully, with a cruel light shining in his eyes. He left the Bucks' principality in despair, which made him feel very unhappy. He took this opportunity to stir up the relationship between demons and the undead. Waste. Arabang's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and the magma in his right hand condensed, directly blasting towards the demon lord. The latter was caught off guard and was attacked, and was immediately knocked back dozens of meters, in a very embarrassed state. Don't play tricks on me. If you are dissatisfied, then tear your enemy into pieces. Aribang glanced around, and his eyes, which were filled with the light of magma, were very cold. Yes, all the demon lords around me looked stern and responded loudly. The undead are not our enemies yet. Next, gather the main force and follow me to attack the sealed land. Aribang then shouted. His next goal is the second sealed place. This sealed place is located in the central area of the three principalities of the Crow Principality, the Buck Principality, and the Griffin Principality. Among them, the Crow Principality and the Buck Principality are both it is already Lin Jin's territory, so the defense of this sealed place is relatively weak. After breaking through the sealed place, gathering a large number of demons from various space cracks, and defeating the Holy Empire, we can go back to collect the undead. There's enough time, especially the orcs. The orcs are the enemies of the devil, and they still restrain the devil. This power still exists in this world, which makes them very dissatisfied. Yes, all the demons shouted. Soon, a massive wave of demons surged towards the sealed land in the northeastern corner of the Holy Empire. Every town they passed along the way was completely crushed, regardless of humans or animals. Killing without mercy. Flames full of destruction also began to burn on the territory of the Holy Empire. At this time, the players had also formed a group. All players were involved in this war, and they were the members of the Sima Empire. The pace has stopped. Demons are raging and threatening their town. No matter how remote it is, demons may appear. In addition, killing demons can also get certain rewards. The main force is resisted by the Holy Empire. We only need to deal with some wandering demons, and we can also get a lot of rewards. Crow Principality, Orc Tribe. After the arrival of the lunar eclipse night, all the orcs gathered together urgently. The blood of the orcs contains the blood of demons. When the lunar eclipse night comes, the orcs are strengthened. But they were not excited at all. Orcs were born to fight against demons. In previous battles against demons, orcs also served as vanguards to attack demons. It was precisely because of the help of the orcs that humans severely damaged the demons in the last lunar eclipse battle. Now the demons are back, and they won't let the orcs go. Devils also hold grudges. How is the situation with the devil now? Are they attacking us? Goshak asked in a deep voice. Our orc tribes in the Crow Principality were not attacked, but some orc tribes in the wild were attacked by demons, resulting in heavy casualties among the tribesmen. The orc shaman also said. Everyone also understood what this meant. The Principality of Crow is equivalent to Lin Jin's territory, and Lin Jin is so powerful that the demons do not dare to attack Lin Jin at all, so they were able to survive. However, the orc tribes scattered outside the Crow Principality are different. If the opponent is weak, the devil will never mind raising his butcher knife. Alas, the Wolf Principality is getting stronger and stronger now. Although they have withdrawn from the Holy Empire, they are still enemies with us. Now that they have conquered the Golden Dragon, their future war potential will only be stronger. Yes, the Crow Principality is troublesome enough, but now demons are added to the mix. The reason why the devil does not attack us is also because of Lord Dark Messenger, but we and Lord Dark Messenger are only nominal allies. If they wait until they defeat the Holy Empire and insist on attacking us, will the Dark Messenger declare war on our behalf against the devil? All the orc chiefs around them started talking. I have to say that this is also the most direct question. There is not as deep a relationship between them and Lin Jin as outsiders imagined. Lin Jin had been helping the orcs before, but he never asked for anything from the orcs. This seemed like he was trying to break up the relationship with the orcs. Lin Jin didn't owe the orcs anything, but the orcs had always owed Lin Jin. If the devil insists on destroying the orcs, then for what reason did the orcs ask Lin Jin for help? With the conversation of these orcs, the atmosphere in the entire hall became solemn. In troubled times, if the orcs want to find their own path, it still takes thousands of steps. It was extremely difficult. After losing Lin Jin, they didn't even know how to take every step. Lord Dark Messenger has always been helping us, but we orcs have not done anything to help him. We have always been indebted to Lord Dark Messenger. Now it is not whether he will declare war on our behalf against the devil, but whether we have the dignity to ask for his help. The orc shaman said suddenly. In his mind, an idea became clearer and clearer. Shaman, what do you think? Just say it. Goshak looked at the expression of the orc shaman and knew that the latter had already thought about it. Orcs are natural warriors, but they are not qualified leaders. In this turbulent and chaotic era, we orcs are very weak. Without a strong leader, our situation will be very dangerous. Looking at today's world, only the Dark Messenger can accept the orcs and lead the orcs to overcome many difficulties and move towards the future. The orc shaman said loudly. This is also the thought that has been lingering in his mind. Until now, when the demons are in turmoil and the wolf principality has increased in strength, he finally brought it up. In the past, the orcs were nominally obeying Lin Jin's command, but the two sides did not draw any clear definition, and now they intend to be loyal to Lin Jin in a true sense. With the words of the orc shaman, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone seemed to be thinking, and their eyes finally focused on Gorshak. Gorshak is the current orc chief and leader of the orcs. What the shaman said makes sense. Orcs are only good at fighting and don't understand anything else. I don't know how to continue. If Lord Dark Messenger hadn't given the orcs guidance, we orcs wouldn't be where we are today. If you follow Lord Dark Messenger, then I have no objection. Goshak said loudly without much hesitation. He has always admired Lin Jin very much, and Lin Jin has always been helping the orcs wherever the orcs were in trouble. It was precisely because of Lin Jin's heavy command that the orcs were allowed to leave. He escaped from a near-death situation. If Lin Jin became the master of the orcs, then he would be convinced. With Gorshak's words, the others had no objections and agreed one after another. This means that the huge force of the orcs and will truly become Lin Jin's warrior, the most loyal warrior. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Master, the orcs want to contact you, and they want to be loyal to you. Alsace reported respectfully. He is not in front of Lin Jin now, but has contacted Lin Jin through the image crystal ball. The orc envoy came here and found Alsace, and Alsace also contacted him. To Lin Jin. After all, this is no small matter. The power of the orcs is still very powerful. They are not afraid of death, and their power is extremely cruel. This is also a powerful force that is enough to intimidate one party. Well, you tell the orcs that I will go to their tribe in a while, and if the orcs need any supplies or food, you can help them. Lin Jin also said in a deep voice. The surrender of the orcs is only a matter of time. In this troubled world, no one can survive alone. Moreover, the orcs are enemies of the devil. If they are alone, they will not be able to resist the attack of the devil. And it's not just demons. The place where the orcs are located borders on the wolf principality. With the current strength of the wolf principality, it is enough to defeat the orcs. If they are willing to submit to Lin Jin, then Lin Jin naturally doesn't need to say anything. If they are not willing to submit, they will also be Lin Jin's powerful legion to resist the wolf principality. Lin Jin has given so much to the orcs and helped the orcs so much, but it is not free. In fact, what he wants, from the beginning he wanted to do it from the beginning. However, even though the orcs surrendered, he could not leave now. In the past few days, there were undercurrents under the sea. During the lunar eclipse last night, several of his islands also suffered tentative attacks. He did not. There is no way to explore the sea, but I also know roughly that the attack of the Hasima Empire is also close. This time, it will also waste time. Once he leaves, if the Hasima Empire launches an attack, the losses will not be counted. Quite a few. Because of this, he had to postpone this matter for the time being. As for the orcs, there would be no problems for the time being. At least during this period, the demon did not have the strength to trouble Lin Jin. The power of the Holy Empire and the Dragon Knights is not weak. The current Angel Legion of the Holy Empire probably exceeds 5,000. Arthas, since the devil said that we are allies, then it is a win-win situation for us to obtain something from the devil. Lin Jin's eyes flashed, and he continued. Find a way to send undead heroes to follow the demons to collect souls, and also collect the corpses of the first-ranked troops to prepare for the resurrection of the troops. The undead have finally borrowed the Tao of the Buck Principality. It is not that simple to borrow the Tao in vain. Lin Jin's request will not have any impact on the devil. It will only enhance his own strength. This is not considered that's too much. The devil doesn't care about corpses. If the devil disagrees and breaks his face, then don't blame Lin Jin for attacking the devil. Devil, this can be regarded as meat in your mouth. Killing the devil, will it? There are many rewards. Yes. Alsace also nodded solemnly. After Lin Jin asked some more questions, he ended the call. However, he saw that the light of the crystal ball dimmed and the image disappeared. Previously, it was just a seal. If Uriel personally leads the team, there is still a way to eradicate it. But now there are a lot of space cracks. Furthermore, because of the lunar eclipse night, the big devil can also cross the barrier and come to the sacred continent. Now the devil, the momentum, is extremely powerful. He still doesn't know how many troops the demon will send to this world, and how many high-level demons will appear. If the demon sends enough troops, then the Holy Empire may not be an opponent. Unless heaven also continue to reinforce. The current situation makes Lin Jin look a little confused. Master, another island was attacked. After killing thousands of undead, the enemy retreated again. A death angel came in and reported respectfully. The arrival of the lunar eclipse night also enhanced the power of the undead and dark, chaotic, evil creatures. Among them, the undead did not have much additional power. With Lin Jin's current increase, in other words, it is better than nothing. But for the other dark, chaotic, and evil creatures, the power is not just increased. In this sea, there is also a creature that has begun to cause chaos. The Hasama Empire is said to be the overlord of the sea, but this does not mean as long as they have no enemies. It is precisely because of this that the Hasama Empire must quickly eliminate the disaster of the undead, and at the worst, it must repel the undead first. Various reasons come together, and the Hasama Empire can be said to be very powerful to Lin Jin. Want to get rid of it quickly? Continue to monitor the trends of the Hasama Empire. Lin Jin didn't care, and just continued to give orders. The attack from the Hasama Empire did not make him feel uncomfortable, but made him feel very calm. Fishing. These islands that can be easily attacked are all planted by Lin Jin the bait. The dead and injured are also a group of cannon fodder. How many of these cannon fodders are needed? When the Hasama Empire relaxes its vigilance, completes the test, and launches a full-scale attack, Lin Jin will let them know what despair means. Emperor ORM, our attack has worked again. The undead seem to be in large numbers, but their power is not strong. Many of them are just low-level undead. In this wave of sneak attacks, we killed thousands more undead. A Naga Lord walked into the hall and said respectfully, "From last night's sneak attack to this morning's attack, their sneak attacks went very smoothly. Every time they attacked, they were able to kill a large number of undead, and the opponent, there was absolutely nothing we could do against them. By the time they found out that the Angel of Death and the Ghost Dragon were coming to support them, they would have already retreated. These undead are simply vulnerable. With their strength, they even try to attack our Hasama Empire." Hearing this, the name of the fog also snorted. Sure enough, the strength of the undead is exactly as they imagined. Even if they win, it is just a fluke. But their luck has been used up. Now Heisei the Mar Empire has gathered extremely powerful forces. As long as it finds an opportunity, it can crush the undead with one blow. The Great Emperor ORM, the Great Daimyo of Mist, the power of the undead is very powerful. The undead units they lead can defeat our warriors of the same level in frontal battles, especially the crown units, which are extremely powerful. This must be his trick. We must not be deceived by him. Blackblade quickly reminded. How could the undead be so weak? When he thought about it, he immediately felt that there was a conspiracy. Lin Jin must have deliberately shown weakness to the enemy. Trick? Is his trick just to paralyze us and make us kill his cannon fodder? Or do you think that the main army assembled by our Hasama Empire is no match for him? The Daimyo of Water also said coldly. He spoke out to stop Blackblade last time, and now he speaks out again. Lin Jin is trying to attract a large number of enemies at once, defeat them in one fell swoop, and crush the Hasama Empire, the main force. But even if he told the Hasama Empire clearly about this, the latter would just sneer. Do you have such a big appetite if you want to crush the main force of the Hasama Empire in one fell swoop at sea? Continue to test the attack. Increase the scale of your attack. Also, Blackblade, you don't have to attend the meeting next time. OM glanced at the black blade coldly and said calmly. Obviously, he had no intention of stopping his plan. Increasing the scale of the attack means that he is about to take action. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Principality. A war is breaking out. Countless demons and angels are fighting between heaven and earth. Holy light and lava fireballs are emerging one after another. The sky is filled with fire rain, which is extremely spectacular. The earth composed a sad war song, and countless warriors from the temple were fighting bravely to kill the enemy and fight bloody battles. The devil is their old enemy, and neither side knows how long they have been fighting. Bards and poetry collections all sung the scenes of the temple's battle with demons. Now that the devil has returned to the Holy Empire again, the war between old enemies has broken out again. Uriel, long time no see. Aribang saw Uriel with a ferocious smile on his face. You are really haunted. Let's see how many times you can die. A trace of contempt appeared on the corner of Uriel's mouth, and he said sarcastically, Angels and demons are already old enemies. He and Aribon have fought against each other countless times. You know, angel heroes and demon heroes are bound to their respective gods. Unless the realm of God is destroyed, they will not die at all. Of course, resurrection is not without cost. The more powerful the hero, the more gold and even rare resources are needed for resurrection. The resurrection of some special heroes also requires special conditions. Moreover, as the number of times the hero is resurrected increases, the price required becomes greater. At their level, the cost of resurrection is probably incalculable. Just as the two sides were laughing, both sides did move toward each other at the same time. Flying towards each other, they soon formed a group in the air. One person was holding a giant lava sword, and the other was holding a giant cross sword. One person's body was ferocious, with lava, like light flowing, and the other person was wearing a golden armor with two wings behind him. Appearing golden, the two of them seemed to be the most eye-catching targets on the battlefield. Both of their fighting skills were extremely superb, but as the giant swords kept colliding, fluctuations sputtered wildly, and golden sword rays and crimson red sword sputtered. The sword lights collided together, bursting out with bursts of loud noises. The two sides fought fast. You came, and I went back and forth. When the battle reached its peak, it turned into two rays of light, one red and one gold. They hit from one end of the sky to the other end of the sky. The speed of their movements and the exquisiteness of their attack skills are dizzying and dazzling. Most people can't even catch the speed of their attacks. In the sky, the rest of the angels are also fighting with the big demon. There are 1,000 angels here, but the number of great demons here has reached more than 800, and the number of demon legions is even greater, and they are still emerging in an endless stream. With the power of the Holy Empire, naturally there are not only so many angels, but the demons have spread all over the Holy Empire. In every corner of the empire, every king is now imprisoned. Even the legendary heroes loyal to the king in the principality are also imprisoned. Because of the constant violence, they do have troops, but they do not have enough heroes, and they are completely unable to give full play to their true power. Uriel is the only legendary angel hero sent by heaven. The rest do not have the power of Uriel at all. It is also for this reason that a large number of angels also need to spread out to support various places. Here are the only angels left. But if the battle continues like this, the defeat of the Holy Empire is inevitable. An extremely fierce battle broke out between the two sides, and all the battles were like epic scenes. Not far away, Great Pope Onions also looked at the battlefield solemnly. His face had long lost its original compassion, and his gloomy eyes looked very gloomy under the dim and scarlet moonlight in the sky. In the sky, there where the sun did not look warm and bright, and the moon that turned into scarlet did not disappear. The Great Pope finally became the Holy Emperor, but then the Wolf Principality gave him a head-on blow. Not long ago, the Falcon Principality, a large number of nobles directly surrendered to the Wolf Principality. This made him suffer another embarrassing loss. But now he has no way to regain the territory, so he can only swallow this breath and desperately accumulate strength. As long as the undead are eradicated, the threat of the undead is eliminated. When the time comes, it will be easy to free up your hands to attack the Wolf Principality. But before he could accumulate strength, the night of the lunar eclipse came so suddenly. Now that the demons are fully attacking, one sealed place has even been easily conquered, and the entire Holy Empire is under great pressure. They even have to send remaining troops to defend against possible attacks by the undead. Everything is mixed together, enough to make anyone collapse. The great Pope is good at some conspiracies and deceiving people, but he knows little about this kind of war. Now, with all the unsatisfactory things happening, his mood began to collapse. He is not a fool. He can still make a simple judgment. The Holy Empire's current military strength is not weak. If they can suppress the demon's attack when the demon disaster first emerges, then they still have a chance. If we wait until the devil continues to march in, it will not be so simple. By then, everything will be lost. On the battlefield, except for the angels led by Uriel who were able to fight the big demon, the rest of the Templar Legion could not stop the demon's attack at all. There is a huge difference between a qualified formation and a formation full of flaws. There is a huge difference between a legendary level hero and an epic level hero. The Templar Legion gathered here is not weak and will not be attacked by demons like this. Everything depends on the heroes. The heroes here simply don't have the ability to command such a huge legion, let alone how to coordinate attacks from all directions. Great prophecy. The great Pope's face was solemn, and the light scepter in his hand was raised high. An invisible ripple instantly enveloped the battlefield and the sky. All the great demons paused. On the ground, a large number of legions also paused. Taking advantage of this moment, all the angels launched another fierce attack, taking the opportunity to kill dozens of big demons. Over there, even Aribon paused, and Uriel stood up instantly, with a burning sacred weapon in his hand. The flaming cross sword also slashed down with a bang, leaving 2 deep scars on Aribon's body. The angel's attack could also cause more damage to the demon, but this would not kill Aribon. But he saw Aribon flying towards the back quickly, and the figures of the big demons behind him flashed, and they came to Uriel one after another, and slashed towards Uriel with the giant sword in their hands. On the ground, fireballs came from all directions, covering Uriel in the sky. Great prophecy. I didn't expect that there are still humans who can perform great prophecy. Aribon glanced at the great Pope with cold eyes. He was tricked. If it were in the past, he would have retreated, but when he saw the demon army on the ground that had gained the upper hand, he was not in a hurry. Angels are not invincible. If not, they can also annihilate all the legions of the temple, and then they can also attack the sealed land. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while, and with the attack of a large number of demons, even the angels, there was nothing they could do. Over there, Uriel had already escaped the attack of the big demons around him and continued to rush towards Aribon, but the latter flapped his wings and flew in another direction, with no intention of fighting Uriel. Felu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Aribon insisted on escaping, but Uriel had no idea at all. The speed of demons is not inferior to that of angels, not to mention that it is still the time of the lunar eclipse night. The strength of all demons has increased while the strength of angels has weakened. The great devil's teleportation alone was beyond the reach of the angels. On the ground, all the Templar legions were defeated steadily. Although all the soldiers tried their best, everything was completely useless in the face of this strength. No, we absolutely cannot continue fighting like this. The great Pope frowned, and now he has given up completely. The great prophecy technique is already his final test. If he can take advantage of the great prophecy technique to save the situation, he can still fight. But the effect is still unsatisfactory. Aribon will not being killed so easily. There are still a lot of big demons in the sky. Now the big demons are completely adopting roundabout tactics and not fighting head-on. The waves of demons on the ground are violently attacking the Templar Legion. If this continues, I'm afraid this legion will really be defeated. If all the legions are killed, then only the angels will be unable to recover. Let Archangel Uriel prepare to withdraw from the battlefield. The great Pope ordered to the How Angel on the side. If he wants to change the situation now, he must release the king and the legendary hero. After saying that, he immediately rode the Golden Dragon King and flew towards the town. He was going to release kings and legendary heroes. Although letting them go will cause many hidden dangers, They must know how to choose under the threat faced by the entire Holy Empire. The Archpope is still certain about this. Over there, on the battlefield, even though Uriel was unwilling, he could only choose to give up the battle when he saw the Templar Legion fighting. On the ground, all the Templar legions began to evacuate under the cover of angels. Haha, Uriel, keep fighting if you have the guts. I will kill all your legions. Aribang shouted with a ferocious smile. I, Uriel, will eventually chop off your head again. How could Uriel be easily affected by Erebon's provoking method? He also directly led a large number of angels to leave. Snort. Cut off my head. You don't have the ability. With the angel leaving, Aribon also has no choice, and he cannot continue to pursue. The Templar Legion is now retreating towards the town. The Devil's power is very strong, but it is not enough to support their siege. Besides, what they need to do most at the moment is to attack the sealed place. Wait until a sufficient number of demons are released, and then attack again. Everyone, keep marching. Aribang glanced at the battlefield and said coldly. But at this moment, he seemed to feel something, and his gaze turned to the north, and his eyes became solemn. In the north, dark clouds began to spread towards here. Coming. This dark cloud carried an aura of death and decay. Soon, a frostbone dragon also appeared in front. The blue frostbone dragon exuded a chill, and its corrupt wings spread out, covering the air. The sky covered the sun. On his back, there was a figure standing. He was holding a strange sword in both hands. A ball of soul fire could be seen under the helmet, and the aura emanating from it was also particularly powerful. Shockingly, Arthas. When Arthas appeared, a large number of ghost dragons emerged from behind, followed by angels of death one by one, and behind them, there were Rot Lamassu and a large number of undead. At this moment, all the demons on the ground stopped marching and looked towards the north with fear. Undead. The strength of the undead in the Buck Principality is over there. Just the fact that they can have such a big impact on the Holy Empire is enough. Let the devil pay attention. Not long after, the Frostbone Dragon carried Alsos to the battlefield here. Undead, why have you come? Aribang looked at the enemy in front of him, and his eyes became solemn. Not to mention the crowned soldiers, the power blooming from Alsos was very powerful. The previous demon lord could not feel this, but Aribon is different. He clearly feels the power contained in Alsos. Alsos's strategic treasures and Frostmourne in his hands are also extremely extraordinary. This king of eternal night looks really extraordinary. Ruebong couldn't help but think, if Alsos is so extraordinary, then the master of Alsos will naturally not be that simple. The importance he attaches to Lin Jin has also increased a lot. The undead have no intention of being enemies with the devil. This time the undead came just to collect the corpses. Alsos said calmly. He used the calmest words and spoke the most arrogant words. Hearing these words, Aribon was stunned for a moment, and then finally understood what Alsos meant, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion in his heart. Anger. The purpose of collecting the corpses of the undead is to absorb souls and resurrect the corpses. But just like this, he is angry. He is fighting to the death with the angels here and has suffered heavy losses. The undead can forget about watching the show, and now he wants to take action from the battlefield. Resurrecting the undead, absorbing souls, and increasing one's own strength is too much. It always feels like a demon working for the undead. Go and absorb the souls and clean up the corpses of the first-ranked soldiers. Alsos didn't intend to say much, and still maintained his cold attitude. When Aribon was stunned, he asked the undead to take action. In the sky, a large number of ghost dragons also swooped down, and a man named the Undead Heroes also took out the big soul bottles and started to absorb the souls. One after another, the angels of death also swooped down. They carried the angel's body in one hand, flew into the air, and then flew into the sky, and threw it on the rot poison Lamassu's back. All of this, without giving the enemy any time to react. Aribon watched quietly as the undead began to attack the corpse, and even moved the corpse of the big demon away. Veins popped up on his forehead, beating constantly, but seeing his eyes gloomy, even his right hand couldn't help but clench the giant lava sword in his hand, and even wanted to draw the sword towards it. But Alsos, Frostbone Dragon, and a large number of crowns were in the air. The soldiers are still deterring him. In the distance, the legions of the temple have not gone far. If they fight the undead at this time, let alone attack the sealed land, the undead alone will cause them huge casualties. With great difficulty, he strangled the crazy fighting spirit in his heart. A little impatience will mess up a big plan. Lin Jin's undead are so powerful, they are also enemies of the Holy Empire. The devil is not strong yet. No, they should be dealt with at this time. Even if it is to release the second sealed place and deal with the undead, it is still too late. However, this relationship has been completely settled. Let's go. Ari Bang took a deep look at Alsace, but still didn't say anything. He led the legion directly and continued to surge towards the distance. Spiritualism. Alsace muttered softly, and the frostmorn in his mouth released a dark aura, and all the undead on the battlefield were shrouded in black mist. The next moment, a large number of undead began to crawl out of the corpses again. Come out. Whether it is a warrior in the temple or a demon in hell, at this moment, all living beings are equal. What they transform are all undead in the same form. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The appearance of Alsace is just the beginning. Next, a large number of undead heroes also dispersed. They all followed the demon, began to collect corpses on the battlefield, and even practiced spiritualism. The devil had no idea how many turmoils broke out overnight and how many enemies were killed, and now all of them have become undead. Especially souls. The number of souls absorbed is extremely large. Whether they are players or civilians slaughtered by demons, these souls will be absorbed by the undead. Things have their pros and cons. Lin Jin's behavior was tantamount to a complete stalemate with the devil. However, Lin Jin didn't mind, as this was already a late event. Some people can be exploited, some people can be conquered, some people can become allies, and some people are destined to be enemies. The power of hell is too strong. It is the top force, and it contains countless demons. It was absolutely impossible for Lin Jin to conquer such a force. Moreover, the Hell Camp pursues chaos. They have no allies and will never have allies. Lin Jin now plans to officially take over the orc forces and make them his most loyal warriors. Then he was on the opposite side of the devil again. Because of all these reasons, he no longer even needs to pretend. On the contrary, countless players saw the figure of the undead and sighed in their hearts. This is so annoying that we are still struggling here. King Yongye is doing well. On the one hand, he led the army to attack the Hasama Empire and captured the city. On the other hand, he can also send the undead to collect the corpses. This is to allow the devil to do their work. Chao Lejiu. I'm so jealous. This follows King Yongye, who is really a popular drinker and does whatever he wants. There is nothing he can't do except what you can't think of. How much money will you make this time? Not to mention the soul. This resurrected undead smells so good. The devil has always been the source of all evil and the leader of disasters. I didn't expect that King Yongye would dare to use such a devil so straightforwardly. The source of all evil has no face. I figured it out, brothers. I won't work hard anymore. I'm going to join the Dark Elf camp. The doctor said that my gastrointestinal condition is not good, but my kidneys are good. So I should eat soft rice. There is no future. Can you help me? I went to the orc tribe. Orcs are better, sincerely. Devils are the biggest heresy and the real public enemy of all living things. Originally, they were still thinking whether the appearance of demons would pose any threat to the undead. Now it seems that they still thought too much. They never expected that Lin not only was Jin not affected, he actually took advantage of this opportunity to greatly increase the power of the undead. This operation simply blinded them. I originally thought that everyone would suffer, but suddenly looking back, Lin Jin was sitting there, making a lot of money, and being a cool group. Even the strongest demon can no longer defeat Lin Jin. At the same time, the numerous events during this period also caused a large number of people in the Holy Church and the Holy Empire to give up hope. You can't do anything, and you'll have to take a lot of credit from your own people. Neither the Holy Empire nor the angels are good things. Anyone who wants to stay in this poor place can go there. Players originally thought that the Holy Empire was the big leg, but now they have completely given up on this unrealistic idea. Now that the 3 principalities of the Holy Empire have lost control, are the remaining 5 far behind? This huge empire seems to be about to collapse. At this time, they naturally need to make a new choice. Many players choose to join the Dark Elves. It was cool underground, and the girl was wearing cool clothes. The key was that the Dark Elves followed Lin Jean, and they were safe. As long as Lin Jean is here, they don't need to worry. There are also many people who have joined the Orcs. The Orcs are now in a good and comfortable situation, and the Orcs have nothing to say about their own people. Flowers and butterflies are coming. The image of the Orc management has also been liked by many people. They don't care about anything else. They just want to join the Orc camp. Following a group of men, dying in battle is worth it. There are more players who have moved to Silver City State, a free country, smelling of freedom, and looking very safe away from the Holy Empire. Ever since Lin Jean started developing the campaign in the Principality of Crow, players have begun to quit the temple one after another. Everything that happens later will cause some players to quit. Now, there has been another wave of withdrawal from the camp. Players do not have to take root in the Holy Church. Originally, they may still have concerns, but the Holy Empire is changing blood and the demons are attacking. There seemed to be nothing left to cherish about them. Wherever there is nostalgia, it has long been forcibly erased. The wall fell, and everyone pushed back. The current Holy Empire has long been unpopular and has reached the point of betrayal and alienation. In addition, many players who are still within the Holy Empire have also chosen to join the Divine Wings Guild and Lin Jin's affiliated guild. They had no way to escape, but the situation was very dangerous, so they had no choice but to hug their thighs. The situation in the Holy Empire has become increasingly uncertain. Every day, changes are taking place here, and some changes are undetectable by the Holy Empire. Perhaps by the time they notice, everything will be settled. On the other side of the Emerald Ocean, the sea is still so calm at night, with clear waves blowing and waves rolling up on the sea surface. A scarlet moon hung in the sky, but it added a hint of murderous intent to the calm sea, as if some ferocious beast was dormant. On this windless sea, suddenly, a huge shadow appeared near the island. Under the sea, it seems that countless schools of fish can be seen. As these shadows surged past, countless shadows emerged from behind. At a glance, the entire sea seems to be shrouded in shadow. Hidden under the sea, there seem to be endless creatures. Wow, wow, wow. Soon, with the violent sound of splashing water, a large number of shark-like figures emerged one after another. This is the crocodile shark. It has a ferocious face, a burly and powerful body, sharp teeth and nail sticks in its hands. Under the scarlet moonlight, there was a faint light. In an instant, the entire island was surrounded by this group of sharks from all sides. The sharks rushed forward one after another, and behind them, there were endless legions. One after another came over. Pearl Witch, Chuan Ling, Hebo, Ice Girl, and even the huge Holy Qilin all broke through the water and launched a surprise attack. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. A large number of Naga legions emerged from the coastline and then launched an attack into the interior of the island. There was the Holy Qilin leading the way, but he saw the Holy Qilin galloping and moving, bringing up clouds and mist, and the speed of all the legions in the clouds and mist increased suddenly. It didn't take long for all the legions to rush to the city wall. This is also the outer wall built by Lin Jean, specifically to target enemy sneak attacks. The appearance of these Naga legions also brought all the undead into combat status immediately. Attack! On the city wall, a necromancer raised his scepter and shouted loudly. In an instant, a shrill scream resounded throughout the audience. The morale of all the Naga legions dropped sharply. He cast 2 more consecutive attacks. Each strategic magic spell adds a negative state to the enemy. At the same time, the great corpse witches on the city wall also raised their staffs. They were condescending, and the death cloud magic bullets hit the legion in front. All the skeleton archers, skeletons crossbowmen, and skeleton spearmen launched attacks one after another. Arrows rained down, covering the enemies in front of them. However, except for the death cloud of the great corpse witch, the attacks of skeleton archers, skeleton crossbowmen, and spearmen were almost no threat. The lives of the Naga Legion. These rough, skinned, and fleshy crocodile sharks launch a charge forward. Even if a bow and arrow hits them, they will still move forward. Only after suffering too much damage in a short period of time will they see the crocodile shark fall. Without Lin Jin's bonus, the combat effectiveness of these undead legions is completely different. Lin Jin's undead natural disaster passive and the blood-killing effect of the artifact both have an extremely terrifying sense of power. Just these two weakenings will make the power of the undead is greatly reduced. Hailstorm, ice shards, snowstorm. Here, the Naga Legion also launched a counterattack, and the front turned into a field of ice again. A large amount of hail danced wildly, and a blizzard roared. One skeleton soldier was hit by the hail, and his whole body was shattered on the spot, and there were many more. The skeleton soldiers were directly frozen by the frost, and the soul fire in the head was also extinguished. Not long after, the holy unicorns roared towards here, and the holy unicorns stepped on the clouds and mist at their feet, soaring like clouds and mist, and rushed directly to the city wall up. In the mist, a large number of undead slowed down, and a large number of skeletons were knocked to pieces in the collision of the huge body of the holy Qilin. It didn't take long for the city wall to fall. All the legions continued to move forward indomitably, rushed towards the town inside. Is this the power of the undead? How ridiculous! A Naga lord saw a hint of contempt in the eyes in front of him and said disdainfully, "According to the legend throughout the ages, the strength of the undead is very weak because they can easily form a scale, otherwise they will not have much deterrence at all. Now it seems that the undead are still so weak. The strength of the undead should be that King Yongye has some strength, but even if he has some strength, his strength is not much stronger. Yes, that's it. Now it's time for them to see the true strength of the Hasama Empire." The other two Naga lords also agreed. They have not seen the exaggerated battles that were reported, but the strength of the undead they really saw is consistent with what they have heard. The basic combat power of the undead is only this. If it is enhanced, how much can it be enhanced? No wonder they have this. This has been the perception of this world for thousands of years. The appearance of Lin Jin has completely subverted this perception. How could they before seeing it with their own eyes? They would not believe anything. Not long after, the Legion marched all the way and attacked Lin Jin's town. At this time, the Naga Legion finally saw the Ghost Dragon, but the Ghost Dragon gave up the town directly after the wave of impact and fled towards the distance. After the Ghost Dragon left, the undead here persisted for a moment, and then they were all wiped out. After conquering this town, the Hasama Empire's legions were unstoppable and easily captured all the resource mines. And continue to attack the next town. In a short period of time, this island also fell under the control of Naga again, and all towns were once again transformed into Naga towns. Not only this island, the Hasama Empire also several islands have launched attacks. Before a full-scale attack, they must also clear out these enemies. Otherwise, if the undead attack from both sides, they will also pose a great threat to them. This is not just a simple test. Haha, is this the so-called power of the undead? It's really ridiculous. After Emperor Om heard that he had recovered the island, the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared, and his face was full of pride. The power of the undead is already weak. They are vulnerable at sea, and the King of Eternal Night probably never expected that we would suddenly launch an attack. The water daimyo shook his blue snake hair and said with disdain, "Facts speak louder than words. The undead are the undead, and they are still the weakest creatures. Previously, Lin Jin defeated millions of enemies, and most of them were players. Not as good as the main force of the Hasama Empire. This time, they assembled a truly powerful legion. Not only did Emperor Om fight in person, but 2 of the 5 great names also came. There is no way they would be defeated by the undead again. The sea is our battlefield. If our sneak attack is successful, they will soon get the news. In order to prevent the undead from escaping, we must take advantage of the situation and attack." A flash of light flashed in the eyes of Mist Daimyo, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his snake, like pupils. "Yes, freeze all these undead souls, and make them into ice sculptures. Not everyone in our Hasama Empire can attack." In the cold words of the Ice Daimyo, there is a chill that is hard to melt. With her words, the chill in the whole room becomes even more chilling. The Daimyo of Water is Coral Naga, and the Daimyo of Mist is Abyss Naga. As for the Daimyo of Water, the Daimyo of Mist is Abyss Naga. The daimyo of ice is the Ice Lady. Although the Hasama Empire is a Naga empire, they are united with many people of the water dragon god. This is a united big country. It also relies on the power of the 5 daimyos. Only by gathering all the troops together can we have such a powerful force. Without further ado, surround the islands and prepare for a full-scale attack. Today, no undead can be allowed to escape. Emperor also stood up and said solemnly, "Yes." To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Master, all the 6 surrounding islands have been captured by the enemy. The ghost dragons have withdrawn, and the sea around the islands is surrounded by Nagas. On the largest island in the center of the archipelago, the Angel of Death is reporting respectfully. Lin Jin's main force is gathered on this archipelago. At least the majority of the islands that have been conquered outside are cannon fodder. There are several large ones on each island. Thousands of undead souls. Don't look at the tens of thousands of undead souls. It is already a very majestic number. If there are 10,000 people, it will be boundless. If there are 100,000 people, it will reach the earth and the sky. From this, we can see that the number of undead souls is how many are there. Only the undead of Lin Jin have such a huge number, and with such a large number of undead being killed, it is no wonder why the Hasama Empire relaxed its vigilance. Lin Jin nodded. The time for the decisive battle has finally come. Just from the enemy's momentum in attacking Lin Jin's 6 islands this time, it can be seen that they have indeed assembled a very strong legion. As long as they swallow up this part of the force, it was enough to cause heavy damage to the Hasama Empire. In this way, Lin Jin did not even need to worry about the Hasama Empire's counterattack in a short period of time. Soon, all the undead began to take action. Lin Jin completely changed the configuration of his troops this time. All the low-level undead are arranged on the first floor, and the middle and high-level undead are all unknown to the center of the island. Lure the enemy deep. Fighting in the interior, even if the Naga army wants to escape, it will not be that simple. Near the archipelago, a large number of all the enemies came over and fought with the endless undead. The undead collapsed in one battle and quickly fled inside. These undead are really stupid. Do they think they still have a place to escape? A Naga lord couldn't help but said contemptuously, "Escape? This is the sea. Even if they escape towards the inside, they will only delay their own death. Moreover, the skeleton sea seems very crowded, and all the legions can easily harvest it. These enemies with their backs exposed. Maybe they ambushed some troops." Another Naga lord chuckled. Everyone around him didn't take it seriously. They knew very well that there was no place suitable for an ambush on the island. As for the undead gathering their forces in advance, they even more ignored. If the undead all gathered together, then they would defeat all the undead in one fell swoop, once and for all. The legions of the Hasama Empire were all like waves, rushing towards the center from all directions, as if they were going to completely submerge the island. Undead, today is yours. Emperor looked into the distance with cold eyes. He was squirming on the ground like a snake. The 4 long knives in his hands were cold, and the cold light pierced the sky. Behind him, there was also a phalanx of sword masters. All the legions gathered together. Moving towards oppression, they captured every town and resource point along the way and gathered towards the deepest part of the archipelago. Before they knew it, they were completely far away from the sea. They were chasing and killing all the way. During the process, all the Nagas came to an empty battlefield. However, they saw that the aura of death was shrouded here, and at a glance, it was already as vast as the ocean of undead. All the undead here were in full formation, and they were heading towards the other side. Naga phalanx. At this moment, the faces of all the Nagas finally became solemn. They stopped pursuing and stopped. In terms of the strength of both sides, this time they also gathered a total of 150 an army of 10,000. Although this is only an increase of 500,000 compared to the last time, the overall quality has improved by leaps and bounds. The number of middle and high-level soldiers has increased significantly. The number of sword masters gathered alone exceeds 20,000. But that's it. But in front of them were 3 million undead, which was twice their number. Although they were all skeleton soldiers at first glance, So many skeleton soldiers were still a powerful force. Besides, the ghost dragons and death in the sky angels all exude powerful power. This is a crown-level unit. Stupid, weak, and ignorant trash, you are finally here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Lin Jin stood on the back of the dark iron ghost dragon king, and his cold and contemptuous voice spread throughout the sky and the earth at this time. As soon as his words came out, the whole place fell silent. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. But he saw Heisei, the faces of all the legions in the Mar Empire were stiff, and among the stiffness, everyone showed overwhelming anger. Regardless of the number of undead in front of them, Lin Jin's provocation had a profound impact on the entire Hasima Empire. Are all unprecedented. As the overlords of the sea, they have never been insulted like this. Anyone who dares to insult the Hasima Empire in this way will be chopped up and fed to the sharks. Dirty undead, you are seeking your own death. Today I want all of your undead to be buried here. Emperor Om's eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and he raised the sword in his hand and locked the forest embers in the sky. There must be a price to pay for this kind of insult. He will make all the undead regret it. Heart-wrenching regret. Everyone attack. Emperor Om waved the sword in his right hand and shouted loudly. He couldn't wait to destroy all the undead in front of him and wash away the shame with blood. Roar! Following Emperor Orm's order, all the crocodile sharks roared and rushed towards the battlefield ahead. The wave is coming. When all the crocodile sharks charged, the sword in Emperor Om's hand disappeared and transformed into a golden trident. He was seen holding the trident with 4 hands and slammed into the ground. Behind him, all the Abyss Nagas also mobilized their strength, and a famous sword master also thrust his sword upside down on the ground. Invisible ripples spread and spread towards the surroundings. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise that shook the earth, but saw that the entire island was shaking. Lin Jin looked around and saw that huge waves were already rising on the edge of the surrounding islands. The waves were rushing and finally roared towards here. This was truly several feet high. The huge waves were almost as high as him. The huge waves rolled and photographed, giving people a sense of majesty and unstoppable power. Tsunami. This was a terrifying tsunami in the true sense, even on such a huge island. A tsunami that can affect. This is the power of the Hasima Empire. Lin Jin looked at Emperor Om and the Abyss Nagas on the ground and narrowed his eyes slightly. The arrival of the Emperor in person is equivalent to the arrival of the most powerful power of the Hasima Empire. From this aspect, in fact, the Hasima Empire already paying attention to Lin Jin. Just from this huge wave, you can feel the vast power of the Hasima Empire. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. The tsunami rolled up several feet and capsized from all directions. The entire island is like an upside-down bowl, and at a glance, it's all filled with huge waves. The huge waves were rushing towards here crazily, but as the huge waves came, the waves that were several feet high began to subside little by little. The island is still very large, and even though the tsunami is astonishingly powerful, when it reaches here, it is only as tall as a skeleton soldier. Boom! The next moment, the wave really poured into the battlefield, but the wave directly washed away the entire wave of undead. The crocodile shark in front had already collided with the skeleton soldiers. At this moment, the wave rushed in and directly impacted here. In the wave, however, all the crocodile sharks seemed to be unaffected, and all the skeleton soldiers in front of them were hit by the wave. The skeleton frame was bombarded, and its health volume began to drop. It is worth mentioning that the skeleton soldier's health volume dropped, just because of the power of this impact. The undead essentially do not need to breathe, and they cannot drown to death. As for their soul fire, it is not a physical flame, and it cannot be extinguished. Even if it is the undead fell directly into the sea, and they would not die. Therefore, the impact of this wave on the undead was very limited. Not long after, the wave surged over, and all the undead were more or less affected. However, the entire battlefield turned into like a small lake. The water has reached the calves of the skeleton soldiers. The impact of the wave is still secondary. The most important thing is to change the venue. This change of venue has completely affected the speed of the undead. However, the mobility of all the undead has dropped significantly. Their movements became clumsy, and they couldn't even move their legs. On the contrary, the speed of crocodile shark and other legionnaires increased greatly, and they attacked quickly. Amidst the splashing water, they saw that each skeleton soldier was being beaten to pieces, submerged in the sea. However, when the skeleton soldiers died, they all gathered their soul fire to attack. Even if they died, they took away a large number of enemies. Snowstorm, hailstorm. The storm roared in the sky, dark clouds gathered, countless blizzards began to cover the battlefield, and hailstones as big as millstones kept falling down. During this attack, a large number of undead were frozen, and there were even more undead. They were all smashed to pieces by the hail. Suddenly, the Naga army sang triumphantly. Too strong. Blackblade looked at the movement here and murmured, "No big war has broken out in the Hasima Empire yet, and even he doesn't know the true strength of the Hasima Empire. But from now on, I underestimated the power of Emperor Aum. How could it be so easy to become the Emperor of the Hasima Empire and the Overlord of the Sea? Undead, you will definitely be defeated today." Blackblade completely regained his confidence, and a light flashed in his eyes. Not just him, but the rest of the players. They were completely shocked by this powerful power, which redefined the power of the Hasima Empire in their hearts. Especially the tsunami just now, as already it left an indelible impression on them. In comparison, even Lin Jin in front of them seemed nothing more than that. Undead, have you seen the power of the Hasima Empire now? Emperor Orm looked at the forest embers in the sky again, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Despite gathering a large amount of power from the Abyssal Naga, and using the power of the top national weapon, the Poseidon Trident, he finally mobilized the power of the sea. The power swept through such a powerful tsunami. But this kind of power that destroyed the world also made him proud. He believed that the undead had never seen such a terrifying power. Looking at the battlefield in front of them, they also showed a complete advantage. The undead were retreating steadily. In the sky, Lin Jin still did not join the battle. He was just waiting quietly for the enemy to kill the cannon fodder in front of him. The waves of the sea were rushing around quickly. At this speed, they tried their best to create the wave coming out can't last long. As for the undead in front, let them fight slowly. For him, it is a good thing that the enemy has exerted this kind of power at the beginning. Moreover, he is still in the archipelago fighting inland. We were not attacked by two big waves. The blizzard kept baptizing, and skeleton soldiers died one after another. However, with the bonus of Lin Jin, there were still many undead killing the enemy. In this battle, the forces of both sides also consumed each other to a certain extent. At the same time, the magic values of Saint Qilin, Ice Girl, and Chuanling were also consumed. With the fierce battle, the number of undead in the periphery also began to die incessantly, and the water surface it also began to fade away. By this time in the battle, the offensive of the entire Naga camp also gradually faded away. At this time, they also began to gradually realize that something was wrong. The undead in front of them were a little too calm, and they have been attacking for so long, but they have not achieved the expected results. Although they have been killing the undead, the number of undead has not decreased much. As the battle continues, they also realize the strength of the undead army. Emperor Orm, something is wrong. The strength of these undead is completely different from the undead we saw before. The daimyo of the mist came to Emperor Orm and said with solemn eyes. Not to mention him, even Emperor Orm himself could see it. The overwhelming force they imagined did not appear, except for the hail, storm, and blizzard at the beginning. As well as the suppression of magic such as ice fragments, the casualties they actually caused were not many. Now even the Pearl Witch and Hebo have joined the battlefield, and part of the Sword Saint Legion has also joined the battle. But the war situation is still not one-sided. In the sky, all the crowned legions of the undead still have Nodo. On the ground, the water surface receded, the power of the undead also increased a lot, and their attacks began to be suppressed. No, not just choke it. As they watched, a wave of undead surged in front of them. A large number of vampires began to rush past a skeleton soldier and a plague zombie, stepping on the waves and rushing forward. If you look down at the ground from a high altitude, you can see countless vampires crisscrossing each other, holding blood, sucking swords, and approaching quickly. The counterattack has begun. Death canopy. Lin, Jean said lightly, but saw the black curtain in the air spreading towards the front. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. A taunt, full of hatred. Follow up with cannon fodder and attract hatred. When the enemy's strength is almost exhausted, they can naturally launch a full-scale attack. Once the mid-level and high-level players launch a full-scale attack at this time, they will lose the greatest degree of threat. This is another wave of exchange. A curtain of darkness spread forward from the sky, and the shadow completely enveloped Lin Jin's undead army. In this shadow, the strength of all the undead was improved, and their speed was a little faster. Especially when darkness covers the sky, the figures of all vampires are also hidden. This made it completely impossible for the enemy to distinguish the movements of the Lin Jing Legion. Just as the undead army began to disappear from Naga's sight, the sea of undead once again made a gap, and a large number of terrifying knights behind them also galloped towards the front. Horse hooves trample on the water, causing waves of spray. This is the canopy of death for the undead. It's really pretending. I want to see what power you have. The darkness in front of Emperor Aum was covered, and he was still calm, with a hint of fighting intent in his eyes. Until now, the Naga army has been fighting with the undead army, and it is impossible for them to retreat. Moreover, the Naga army cannot, it may be in vain. Since Lin Jin chose to launch an attack, he wanted to see whether it was the undead or the Naga army that was stronger. Everyone, attack and crush these undead. Emperor Orm roared loudly. Behind him, all the sword masters advanced instead of retreating. Their snake bodies spread and slid on the ground, rushing forward quickly. The sword master army finally joined the battlefield. This is already a stud. Kill. Excited and decisive voices followed. Even though their visibility was reduced, their voices were completely integrated into one. It didn't take long for the legions of both sides to collide. A large number of vampires had already crossed the front. On the battlefield, he was fighting with Crocodile Shark and He Bo at the front. However, he saw the vampire's big sword and nail club colliding together, but the vampire's power completely suppressed Crocodile Shark, and the latter hit Crocodile Shark's big nail club with one sword. Flying, he kicked the latter down, and the big sword in his hand penetrated downwards with his backhand. Stab. With the blood splattering, the Crocodile Shark was killed directly. A Hebo was killing everyone among the skeleton soldiers. The rock-like fists continued to bombard each skeleton soldier, and at this time, a vampire earl took up his cloak and swayed, and cut down the big sword in his hand. Another crocodile shark pointed at the big nail club. The person holding the vampire's shoulder did not dodge, holding the big sword in both hands, and suddenly pierced into Crocodile Shark's body. A scar was left on the vampire's shoulder from the big nail stick, but Crocodile Shark's heart was penetrated by the vampire, and the latter, on the contrary, his blood volume recovered quickly. Under the killings of the vampire army, the Naga army was defeated step by step, and the casualties soared instantly. In the sky, all the ghost dragons and angels of death also swooped down and began to attack all the enemies. Among them, the target of the ghost dragon is the Naga Legion, while the target of the death angel is the Holy Kirin. At this time, Lin Jin did not adopt beheading tactics. With the Naga Emperor now in person, if he adopts beheading tactics, he is afraid that his death angel there will also be heavy losses. Lin Jin mobilized 600 death angels and 200 ghost dragons for this war. The cumulative number of champion troops has reached 2,100. Although his strength has greatly increased, the Hasima Empire's military strength is not as good as the others. Small. On the battlefield, there are more than 100 holy unicorns. Emperor Orm, 3 famous names, and a large number of heroes. They have used all their cards, and they are really not inferior to Lin Jin. Poseidon's Blessing. During the battle, Emperor Orm once again cast a magic. This magic enveloped all the Sword Saint legions. The negative state of the latter also disappeared, and their whole bodies shone with gleaming light, as if they were covered with a cloud. A layer of water, like coat. Among them, Chuan Ling also linked to the Juggernaut again, adding anti-injury and damage immunity to the Juggernaut. The Pearl Witches also stared at the Juggernaut. In addition to the hypnotic effect of the snake hair, The Pearl Witches can also restore Naga's health points, can relieve certain negative status. Although their recovery effect and level of negative status removal are not high, under the leadership of the Daimyo of Water, their abilities have also been improved. The Daimyo of Water is originally Karana. She belongs to the Jia clan. She is also a race hero. Poseidon's Rain. The Ice Daimyo clasped his hands together as if praying, but he saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, and then endless heavy rain began to cover the entire battlefield. These raindrops fell on the battlefield and stuck together. Whenever the rain fell on the undead, the speed of the latter is slowed down and the movements are sluggish, as if a slow spell has been applied. In addition, all the Naga legions are bathed in the heavy rain, but they are getting more and more excited. The Holy Chelan is here. The battlefield was galloping, bringing up thick fog, but these fogs happened to be on the battlefield in front of the Juggernaut. Through the fog, the Juggernaut's attributes increased again. The successive bonuses were all applied to the Juggernaut, which already made the Juggernaut. The strength has been improved to an unimaginable level. The latter is now extremely powerful, like a swift snake, bathed in the wind and heavy rain, rushing into the battlefield in an instant. 4 waves. The Sword Master came to a Vampire Earl. Before the Vampire Earl could react, the latter slashed with 4 arms and 4 swords, bringing up sharp sword lights, leaving crisscross lines on the body of the Vampire Earl. When he sheathed the knife, blood was sprayed all over the Vampire Earl's body, and his health points were emptied. The Vampire Earl was also killed instantly. With Lin Jin's current bonus, it would be difficult to kill his legion in seconds. It's like reaching the sky, but these sword masters really did it. When the Vampire Earl died, an energy emerged from the Vampire Earl's body and hit the sword master. But the latter remained motionless, and his life the value just dropped a little. The real characteristic of the Naga camp is this. They can continuously attach the most powerful power to a legion, and through numerous increases, they can increase its power to the extreme. A famous sword masters all rushed into the wave of undead with fierce force. The 4 swords in the fierce wind and rain brought countless sword lights and sword shadows, which became more and more elusive, and the speed was extremely fast. Skeleton soldiers, plague zombies, ghosts, vampires, these low and middle-level soldiers are all invincible to them. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Lin Jin's growth rate has always been directly dependent on his own abilities and passivity. He really has the active amplification skill, which is only the Dragon's Wrath effect of the Dragon King's suit. The growth rate of the Naga legions in front of them was far inferior to that of Lin Jin, but the buff effects they exerted were too many, which also increased the strength of the legions to the extreme. Moreover, the main ability of the 8 river spirits among the Nagas is to increase the gains for the rest of the legions. This alone is difficult to imagine. A famous sword master all went crazy. They waved the 4 swords in their hands crazily, slashing left and right. No one could defeat them. It seems that we can have a good fight this time. High in the sky, even Lin Jin looked at these sword masters with deep amazement in his eyes. He also had to admit that among all the camps he had encountered so far, there really was no 12th level troops from any camp. The power can reach this level. The power that the sword master can release at this time has probably reached the level of a crown-ranked soldier. As a huge empire, Naga forces are much stronger than ordinary forces. Now, this time, perhaps it was the most evenly matched battle that Lin Jin faced. The Holy Empire was too chaotic and complicated, and they had never been able to attack Lin Jin with all their strength. The Hasima Empire in front of them was different. They gathered this time. The power of the Hasima Empire is the full strength of the Hasima Empire. Moreover, the Hasima Empire has not had a large-scale war for a long time. Although it has not recruited more legions, the overall strength has not been weakened. This kind of power is also their true strength. Thinking like this, he actually aroused a little passion in his heart. He scanned the battlefield and commanded the elite phalanxes one by one. However, he saw the great corpse witches coming to the front one after another, and the staffs of all the great corpse witches had faint green was shrouded in light, and then a series of green magic bullets suddenly shot forward. Boom, boom, boom. With loud noises, a series of death cloud magic bullets roared and covered the sword master square in front of them. A sword master had just cut a plague zombie in half, and the magic bullet roared in, but seeing a ruthless look in his gloomy and cold eyes, he instinctively slashed with his sword. With one slash, the magic bullet was cut in half. But at this moment, a strong wave bloomed, and then the thick fog began to spread. The sword master's health value dropped sharply again. He did not stop because of this, and still rushed towards the enemy in front of him quickly. As for the spreading, the poisonous plague mist was also washed away by the heavy rain, but it was unable to exert much effect. Even the invincible great corpse, which was now much weakened. This round of attacks did not achieve the expected results. However, the number of great corpse witches was large after all, so quite a few saints were still killed. In addition, in this intensive bombardment, the health of many sword saints also became disabled. Lin Jin's legion also lost power after his death. With one blow, the faster the sword master kills, the more damage they will bear. Moreover, the undead will not bear the counter-injury effect of this part of the damage. Behind them, all the Pearl Witches saw the sword master's health reduced, also used healing techniques one after another, only to see the water flow gathering at the Juggernaut's wound, repairing the latter's scar. Roar! With a roar, the dragon's breath of the ghost dragon in the sky also sprayed into the camp of the Pearl Witch. The dragon's breath swept across, and a large number of Pearl Witches were also wiped out. The ghost dragon in the dragon's wrath state is more powerful, and when the ghost dragon attacked, a holy Qilin also flew over, but at this moment, a death angel had already blocked the holy Qilin. The health of these holy Qilin was also directly weakened by Lin Jin, with an increase of 20%. He also added underworld protection to the ghost dragon and the angel of death to enhance their defense. With the power of the angel of death, he was still at an advantage. The sky and the earth were also completely in a war, and it was extremely chaotic. Every minute and every second, a large number of undead and Nagas are killed in battle. Moreover, this is not all the troops. Outside the darkness, all the undead are also fighting with the legions of the Naga camp. Because the undead themselves are relatively small, due to their weakness and the various increases in the Hasama Empire, they can still fight. However, the strength gap between Nagas is also very large. Lin Jin leads all the legions by himself, so he is naturally very powerful. All of them, the undead legions, are all very powerful. Nagas are different. The Naga legions under various buffs are relatively strong, but the legions that are not under buffs and are still commanded by some relatively weak Naga lords are simply weak. No, looking at the entire battlefield, Lin Jin is still at a huge advantage. It's this dark sky again. Can we really win this time? A player looked at the dark battlefield over there, but he felt some fear in his heart. This was also the fear left last time. Similarly, the undead in front of him also put a lot of pressure on him. Come on, our Hasama Empire must win this time. It can only win. The evil ghost of the gun roared loudly and personally directed the charge. Now that the battle has progressed to this extent, both sides cannot retreat at all. If the Hasama Empire is defeated again, the entire Hasama Empire will be in danger. They don't have a choice. Kill and defeat these undead. Roar. Come, undead. Undead die. In the storm, all the players launched an attack. They had no hesitation and would rather die than retreat, but their eyes were full of fanaticism. Their plans have not yet been implemented, and they absolutely cannot be destroyed. All the players are red-eyed, and everyone is fighting desperately with the undead. They resisted the impact of the undead. As for the trump cards they had, they also used them without reservation. The rest of the local forces of the Hasama Empire were also average, reserve and fight to the death. Now it is their emperor who personally leads the army to attack the undead. If they fail, then the pride and dignity of the Hasama Empire will completely disappear and its glory will no longer be. By then, they will become the biggest laughingstock in the sea. Kill! Emperor ORM roared loudly. His eyes seemed to be able to see the dynamics of the entire battlefield, and he began to adjust the legion's battle. He was also aware of the pressure brought by Lin Jin, especially the continuous battle deaths of the Sword Saint Legion in front. It kept impacting his soul. In his opinion, the Sword Master at this time is simply invincible, but these Sword Masters who should be invincible are still suffering casualties. However, the current situation, there is no room for him to hesitate. the battle must not stop. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The violent storm, hail and snow, darkness shrouded, sweat and blood. This kind of war is not only fierce, but also very cruel. Blood flowed like a river, and it was no longer clear whether it was blood or rain dripping in the air. This scene is really shocking enough. If there are players standing here, they may not know how shocked they are. High in the air, Lin Jin was still standing on the back of the dark iron ghost dragon king, looking down at the battle below. Everything was completely taken in by his eyes, and his mind was racing desperately. Tread, tread, tread. With the sound of horse hooves, the terrifying knights who returned from the underworld turned into two torrents and attacked from the side. Horrible night. Seeing the terrifying knights galloping towards them, the warriors in the Naga camp all felt a sense of oppression. Crocodiles and Hebo, who were fighting fiercely, also turned their attention to the terrifying knights. At the next moment, the terrifying knights already rushed in front of them. Tyr, the big knife, carried the power of the charge of the war horse and slashed down with an unstoppable force. The thick knife light flashed past, and the crocodile shark in front of him just raised the big nail club, but it was even people carrying big nails and sticks were chopped into two halves. Dash and jump. A famous Hebo jumped up one after another, directly across the battlefield of hundreds of meters, fell from the sky, and pounced on the terrifying knight. They all roared, and the rock, like fists in their hands, smashed down. Tyr. Most of them, the terrifying knights, also struck back with their swords, and the sword came first. When the sword hit the rock, like fist, it directly knocked Hebo away. Hebo's hard and huge fist was also hit by cutting a scar that was deep enough to show the bones. Hebo's defense was particularly strong, especially his fists and back, which were much harder than ordinary rocks. But even as they were charging and jumping, the attack was still terrifying. The knights were easily disintegrated. The strength of the two sides was not at the same level at all. Just as the undead horses were galloping, these terrifying knights also rushed into the wave of enemy troops. They slashed left and right with their big swords, without any redundancy, cold and decisive, like precision instruments. No matter what kind of enemy they are, they will chop them down with one strike. With the speed provided by the undead war horses, they will cut them down one at a time, and they can kill an enemy with each strike. The mighty, terrifying knights suddenly rushed into the enemy wave, causing a bloody storm. A large number of enemies had no resistance and were chopped away one after another. All the attributes of the terrifying knights are extremely powerful at level 12. They have a terrifying aura, and their attacks have a chance of triggering double damage. They are simply killing people when blocked. God. Soldiers versus soldiers against generals. With the bonus given by Lin Jin to the terrifying knights, they can completely compete with that battlefield. The remaining Juggernaut legions fought to contain the Juggernaut's offensive, but Lin Jin did not do this. If the Juggernaut wanted to kill, then let them kill him. He also wanted the Terror Knight to cause the maximum range to the enemy, killing and striking. When the Terror Knights attacked, the Rhodus Lamassu also carried countless resentful souls, roaring towards the enemy's rear. A Rhodus Lamassu swooped down, and a large number of plague insect swarms also covered the square formations of Chuanling and Ice Girl. The ghosts and ghosts cried and screamed, and the ghosts and resentful souls with shrill screams also rushed down one after another. Here, the pressure faced by all Chuanling and Ice Girl doubled. Countless ice fragments and offensive strategic magic were released one after another, and the flying ice shot directly penetrated the rotten Lamassu, and the ghosts and resentful souls were also screamed and scattered. However, the impact they brought was the enemy's phalanx has begun to spread, especially the resentful souls. Once these incorporeal undead are penetrated by you, they will not only cause damage, but also deprive you of your magic points. As for the rotting Lamassu, in addition to the insects they carry, the swarm is pervasive and can launch attacks. It also carries a plague aura, which is enough to affect nearby enemies. In their common attacks, layers of negative effects are also superimposed. This is the natural disaster of Lin Jing's undead. The effect. Even during this attack, an 8th level Chuanling with half health will have a chance to be instantly killed by a 6th level resentful soul. The dead souls will also gather the power of their souls to launch the final attack that will kill them all. Like a strike, the enemy's life was once again taken away. The war seemed to have entered a white, hot state. But as the battle progressed, the Hasima Empire's disadvantage became greater. Although they used strategic magic later, it is absolutely impossible to prevent a greater defeat, but to regain the advantage. How could these undead be so powerful? During the fierce battle, each of the arrogant Naga lords also showed expressions of fear and fear. How could such a weak undead be amplified to such an extent? This is simply too exaggerated. Every time when they thought they could suppress the attack of the undead, the power released by the latter completely changed their minds. Whether it was offensive or defensive power, these undead were surprisingly powerful. This was different from the weak ones they attacked before. The undead are completely different. However, the data will not lie. They all know the attributes of the undead that they attacked before. That is the power that the undead should really have. Even Lin Jin can increase the power of the undead. The power of the undead, but the power of the undead he increased is really too exaggerated. We shouldn't be defeated by these undead, a Naga lord said with some hesitation. The undead in front of him are still endless. Even if the Sword Saint Legion is like lightning, killing them with overwhelming force, the wave of undead in front of them has not diminished. No, absolutely impossible. There is absolutely no way our Naga will be defeated. This is the main force of the Hasima Empire. Even if we pay a certain price, our Naga will definitely win the final victory. Yes, victory belongs to the Hasima Empire. Hearing this, the other Naga lords couldn't accept it and shook their heads. They can admit that the undead are stronger than they thought. But even so, the Hasima Empire should only pay a heavy price for everyone, and they will not be defeated. Almost all Naga lords have this idea. They have now become gamblers' mentality, and they don't think they will lose at all. Even if they think they may lose, they must carry on. Withdrawing the troops now will cause immeasurable losses. Moreover, no matter what the price, as long as the undead are defeated, the Hasima Empire will be able to break out again, and it will not take long to regain its strength. Carry it. You must carry it. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. I don't know how long the battle lasted, even daybreak. At this time, Lin Jin's death curtain effect finally disappeared. His knowledge points are also extremely high, which is equivalent to the magic value of strategic magic. And he just relied on his own power to cover the battlefield in darkness for several hours, and then it ended. This is enough to make the world proud. What the Hasima Empire has been waiting for is for the effect of the Death Sky to disappear. In their view, as long as the effect of the Death Sky disappears, then their counterattack will begin, struggling step by step. Until now, the effect of the Death Curtain finally disappeared. At this time, all the Naga lords turned their attention to the battlefield here. But as they watched, everyone lost their voices. The battlefield was already littered with corpses. Countless corpses lay scattered on the battlefield. The corpses were piled on top of each other, even laid out layer after layer. Looking at the ground, all the puddles have turned into blood puddles, and everything in front of me is blood red. The huge corpses of Saint Qilin and Ghost Dragon were also scattered on the battlefield. The huge corpses even isolated part of the battlefield. It's so tragic. When the first beam of light shone on the battlefield, everyone was shocked. They all looked at the battlefield blankly, and even their hearts seemed to have stopped at this moment. This scene will also be deeply imprinted in their minds. Sure enough, it is like this again, and it will be like this again. The shield demon looked at the scene in the darkness, looked at the countless corpses, and finally remembered the horror of that time again. It was like facing the devil with a general sense of powerlessness. No matter how hard they tried or how they fought, they couldn't do anything. It's like a plaything in someone else's palm. The shield demon doesn't even want to command the battlefield anymore and wants to escape from here immediately. How could the power of these undead be so powerful? Emperor Orm looked at the battlefield in front of him and was also absent-minded for a while. His visibility in the darkness was also reduced, but his eyes could still see a large part of the battlefield. But this was far from the shock at this moment. Light it was this night of bloody battle, and his legion must have suffered more than half casualties. These undead, are they really still undead? What a joke! What exactly is going on? The daimyo of water, the daimyo of mist, and the daimyo of ice. All three of them have lost their minds at this time, and everything in front of them is also impacting their worldview. The Hasama Empire has all its cards. What about the undead in front of them? Will be so powerful. Look over there. A Naga lord's gaze pointed at the battlefield and even the back of the battlefield. But he saw that the Terror Knights had come over. The mighty Terror Knights began to cut the battlefield here from the left and right sides. They circled around and attacked. It seemed like they want to surround and kill all the legions of the Hasama Empire here. How arrogant. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly came up with this idea. The Terror Knight did not suppress the Juggernaut's attack, but instead attacked from behind. Killing the legions of the Hasama Empire seemed to be an attempt to expand their advantage. It was precisely this that made them unbearable. Everyone, continue the attack. The daimyo of ice summons ice and water elements. In everyone's shocked eyes, a majestic and heavy voice also sounded. It was Emperor Ohm. He was the first to recover from the shock and decided to continue the attack. Until now, no matter what the reason, they really can no longer retreat. Moreover, they are already far away from the sea. If they evacuate directly, they will suffer a lot of casualties in vain. He has now made a decision and must fight with his back against the enemy. Yes, the eyes of the three daimyo have also become solemn. They have also come back to their senses. No matter how they think, they must destroy the undead now. Ice elves, water elves, listen to our sincere call and come out. The daimyo of ice also began to recruit ice elements and water elements. Not only him, but also the other ice girls and heroes. They all summoned ice elements and water elements one after another. However, they saw that all the water flows on the battlefield gathered together and formed in addition. The scattered ice cubes all condensed together to form a human shape. Before long, a large number of water elements and ice elements were added to the battlefield out of thin air, at least more than 100,000. Ice girls are also transformed from elemental spirits. They have contracts with ice elements and water elements, and can also summon them through the medium and use their power. Water elements are 6th level meta creatures, and ice elements belong to 8th level. Elemental creatures. Because they are elemental creatures, they do not have entities. When the water elements and ice elements were summoned, these water elements and ice elements rushed towards the vampire army. They had to block the vampire army in order to contain it. Attack of the undead. The vampire army has no way to absorb blood from these elemental creatures. Poseidon's reign. The daimyo of ice tore a scroll again, only to see light rising into the sky, the wind howling, clouds shrouding the sky, and a rainstorm like pearls sweeping down, covering the battlefield. Not only that, except for the daimyo of ice, there are other people on the battlefield who can see rays of light emerging. This is also the other Naga heroes and Naga lords using magic scrolls. In the sky, the sun and the scarlet moon appear at the same time. On this small island, violent storms, hail and snowstorms also occur from time to time. Sweeping. This scene was completely brought together, and it was really exciting to watch. In this stormy pool of blood, a famous swordsman roared again and slashed crazily, while a large number of undead also capsized towards that side. Go. Lin Jin didn't mind at all, still just looking at the battlefield quietly. This little counterattack, in the end, could only turn into nothingness in front of the number of undead. Besides, this was only on the frontal battlefield. Lin Jin could it feels that his advantage on the side battlefield is greater. Even if Naga can affect the battlefield, they can only affect the front battlefield. As for everything on the side battlefield, this has long been beyond their control. They will never think that the side battlefield, the legions on the battlefield, are all controlled by the other heroes. In fact, all 3 million undead are under Lin Jin's control. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The frontal battlefield is full of constant fighting. During the fierce fighting here, one of the Naga lords finally couldn't bear it anymore. Naga lords from all over the place asked Emperor Om for help. Emperor Orm, we can no longer hold on the eastern battlefield. The attack power of the undead is too strong. Emperor Orm, the western battlefield has been severely damaged. Please support. Lord Water Daimyo. The forces of Lord Yugen have been defeated, and all the troops were collectively shattered. The Daimyo of the Mist. The forces of Lord Xiaoyu have been defeated, and all the troops are collectively shattered. Lord Ice Daimyo, Lord Qian's forces have been defeated, and all the troops were collectively shattered. Every time, a large number of battle reports are relayed back. These battle reports are all bad news about them. The pressure faced by the Naga Legion on the other battlefields is like a mountain. Even though the front battlefield relies on the three big names with the strength of the Emperor, they could still hold on. But the rest of the battlefield could not stop them. Emperor Aum ordered to continue the attack, but no one withdrew from the battlefield. They all gritted their teeth and fought until the entire army was annihilated. They did not hold anything back, but the power of the undead was indeed stronger than they imagined. With the continuous bad news about the war, their pressure became increasingly heavy. Emperor ORM, what should we do now? The surrounding battlefield is under tremendous pressure, and we have suffered heavy losses. We are afraid that the enemy is already heading here. The water daimyo asked in a deep voice. Now it's not that they are fighting or not, but that the enemy has come. This basically declares the end of the war. Emperor ORM, the power of the undead is too strong. They want to annihilate us all here. The undead don't need to rest. They still have millions of undead armies in the Holy Empire, and they also have dark elves and orcs under their command. If we don't retreat, they will just mobilize the legions of the Holy Empire, and they will sing loudly all the way. We must retreat and preserve our strength. At this time, Blackblade had also rushed over and shouted loudly to Emperor Aum. The player's power has suffered even more heavy losses. Now they have all the mid to high level players. If they don't rely on Hasema next, with the power of the Empire, they are said to be launching an invasion, and even defending the Hasema Empire is extremely difficult. As for the original confidence of Blackblade, it has long been gone, and what is left is deeper powerlessness. This after a while, he became more aware of the terror of the undead army. What he couldn't imagine even more was that Lin Jin still had a large number of legions in the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire used part of its troops to resist the possible attack of the undead, so why not Lin Jin? Troops need to be stationed to deal with possible attacks from demons and the Holy Empire. At this moment, Emperor ORM's eyes narrowed slightly when it came to the Black Blade, and he did not argue anymore. The three great names around him also closed their eyes. Previously, they always felt that the Black Blade his words were too exaggerated, and they would destroy his own ambition. It was not until they fought in person that they realized that their words were not too exaggerated. The strength of these undead was indeed too powerful, but it was too exaggerated. If they still had millions of undead, I'm afraid that the Hasema Empire will really enter a state of combat preparedness. Mobilize the Sword Saint Legion, gather strength, and prepare to evacuate. After glancing at the battlefield again and looking at the forest gene still standing tall in the sky, Emperor Aum finally said in a deep voice, "Their Hasema Empire has tried their best, but their skills are not as good as others, so naturally they should accept the defeat. Their strength is much weaker than Lin Jin." Yes, the other three daimyo also responded one after another, but they no longer tried to dissuade them. Their subordinates also suffered heavy casualties. The battlefield in front of them was just an illusion. Their overall battle situation was still at a huge disadvantage. Orders were conveyed one after another. Going down, you can see that the Sword Saint Legion that is deep into the battlefield is starting to fight and retreat and will not continue to go deeper. So far in the battle, the Sword Saint Legion has lost more than half, but there are still over 10,000 Sword Saints. The legions are all Abyss Nagas, and the initial combat power of Abyss Nagas is extremely strong. Although they are not as strong as the Angel Dragons, who have the strength of the Crown, ranked troops when they reach adulthood, their strength is not weak. As long as they are trained carefully, being able to become a sword master. This is much better than humans. Humans are really slowly improving from one. In this regard, Abyss Naga still has a great advantage. Finally want to retreat. Lin Jin focused on this group of Sword Saints. Seeing the Sword Saints fighting and retreating, he also knew that the enemy had the idea of retreating. The rest of the people could escape, but this group of Sword Saints was impossible. Let them leave easily. The Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor roared, and Lin Jin finally moved. When he moved, he almost completely attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. The iconic Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor was already extremely eye-catching, and as the supreme controller of enemies on the battlefield, the power of the undead is also his power. No one dares to underestimate Lin Jin. In fact, they are even more afraid of Lin Jin. What on earth do you want to do? Emperor OM's eyes were also fixed on Lin Jin. As he stared, he saw huge figures emerging out of thin air. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, these figures also crashed to the ground. They were giant figures, each one 7 or 8 meters tall, with energy rays flowing all over their bodies. They stood tall and motionless. Titan. Seeing these titans, Emperor ORM's eyes were stunned. They naturally knew very well about the crowned troops of these academy camps. But at this moment, he was already stunned. Not only him, but also the 3 famous names. There was a hint of horror in their eyes. It would be fine if they were ordinary ranked soldiers, but not this titan. Nagas are amphibious creatures. They and their water god alliance can exert stronger power in the water, and they also possessing water resistance can also enhance the great water immunity. If you use water magic or ice magic on them, it will basically be painless. Similarly, they also have a passive air weakness. In the air during the magic attack, the damage suffered by all Nagas will be doubled. What this titan is good at is thunder and lightning attacks. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. 100 titans appeared out of thin air and came to the battlefield forcefully. The thunder and lightning flowing all over their bodies also made them as powerful as gods. In the next moment, these titans also raised their arms. Lightning storm. Rumble. How can there be no lightning in the violent storm? In the sky, lightning appeared in the dark clouds. The lightning was crisscrossed and cut across the entire battlefield. The destructive lightning made people instinctively feel fear. This is the power of nature, an irresistible force. Especially for these Naga legions, this force makes them fear from the soul. Before they could react, they saw that the sky above the juggernaut had been enveloped by countless thunder and lightning storms. In these dark clouds, countless thunder and lightning also swept down crazily, covering the Sword Saint Legion gathered below. Boom! The sound of exploding thunder resounded throughout the world, and lightning as thick as a bucket danced wildly, bursting out, arriving in an instant, bombarding the Sword Saint army formation. With the lightning strike, all the unruly Sword Saints trembled, and their blood volume began to drop crazily. At this time, no amount of increase could help them. Moreover, their own weakness in the chi system also required them to withstand greater attacks. This is equivalent to a restrained attack. The thunder does not stop, the flashing light illuminates the whole world, as if there is only the flashing thunder and lightning and the jumping electric light between the sky and the earth, and there is nothing else. All the momentum of the war has been completely suppressed. Here, under the concentrated coverage of thunder, famous sword masters were also killed one after another. These sword masters who had just galloped on the battlefield were now turned into countless corpses. Emperor ORM was desperately commanding all the sword masters on the battlefield. Escape was of no use. Many people looked at Lin Jin in the sky. Lightning flashed and illuminated his side face, which was still so cold and indifferent. The war is over. When the thunder ends at that time, not even a single one of the covered Sword Saint legions remained, and even many of the undead around them were killed together, which was extremely heroic. The Sword Saints had originally rushed to the front, and their offensive was fierce, but they had also been killed, surrounded by the undead. When preparing to retreat, all the sword masters also gathered together. Because of this, Lin Jin summoned the Titan hidden in the war ring at this time, and he was able to attack with one blow. It is worth mentioning, yes, the war ring in his hand has been reforged at a great cost, and the space contained in it is even greater. Withdraw, retreat. In the gap between the flashing thunder and lightning, you can see Emperor ORM giving orders. He was already preparing to retreat. After seeing this Titan, he didn't hesitate in his heart. Titan, this is the natural enemy of Naga forces. If Lin Jin had known that Lin Jin had Titans, he would not have attacked like this, and would have had a lot of worries. However, who could have thought that there could be such a large number of Titans in the undead camp? Unfortunately, he regrets it now, but it is completely useless. The Juggernaut Legion suffered heavy losses, and all the legions of the Hasima Empire also suffered heavy losses. I am afraid that after they withdraw from the battlefield, they will really have no strength to resist the attack of the undead. By then, their large number of islands will also fall. On the battlefield, after the Titans destroyed the Juggernaut, they also began to turn their targets to the Holy Chelan, who was still fighting. However, they saw lightning bolts pinched in their hands and then thrown violently. The lightning flew. In the blink of an eye, a sudden hit the Holy Chelan. All the Holy Chelans screamed, and their blood volume dropped sharply. The lightning attack could also cause double the damage to the Holy Chelan, and with the increase of Lin Jin, the Titan's power also increased. Very exaggerated. Titans are also puppets, and Lin Jin does not need to worry about the Titan's morale declining among the undead army. They have no morale either. This means that they can perfectly integrate into Lin Jin's army and exert their most powerful force. The power. When the Naga formation began to fully flee, the hoofbeats of the Terror Knights also sounded, and they began to harvest these fleeing enemies. They also rushed towards here from all directions from behind. However, at this moment the Naga obviously did not dare to launch a counterattack. Along the way, countless undead souls launched attacks. A famous ghost dragon swooped down, spitting dragon breath from its mouth, and all of them were harvesting the lives of the enemy. During this attack, a large number of Nagas, the Jia army, was all in disarray. "It's over, everything is over," Black Blade murmured as he looked at the battlefield with a look of despair. There is nothing worse than heart failure. He has no fighting spirit now, and all his previous ambitions have completely dissipated. Why should we face such a terrifying enemy? Why? The evil ghost of the gun was also roaring. His twisted face was full of unwillingness, and blood was flowing from his teeth. Is this the power of that empire? Why do they always have people like this? Sakurayama Snow Girl looked at Lin Jin and murmured, "Not just them, but also all the players." When they saw this scene, all the dreams in their hearts were shattered. All their efforts were now seen. It has become so ridiculous. This war was defeated, the players' power was greatly reduced, and the power of the Hasima Empire was also severely damaged. Now let alone attack the other empires. I am afraid that once the other national fronts, if it is lifted, their Hasima Empire will also withstand greater attacks. However, they are not willing to accept it. Obviously, they are so powerful and work so hard. Why do they still fall short in the end? How can there be excellence when there is good? Why is a place like the Holy Empire also unable to do so? Will spawn this kind of unparalleled genius, this kind of enemy that is so powerful that it makes people unable to fight. Around them, a large number of undead have rushed over, but many players do not want to escape at all. They just stand there blankly, quietly watching the undead kill them. Bastards, I'm going to kill you all sooner or later. Oh. The players all roared with distorted faces, as if they were crazy, like ferocious demons. But in their roars, the undead also completely drowned them. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Ding! Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. Your strategy level has been improved. Your current strategy level is level 41. Ding! Congratulations on killing 1 million enemy players in total, being the first to receive the legendary achievement, Conqueror, and receiving 1 fragment of Asha's tears. Ding! Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You have a new understanding of war, your offensive master proficiency has improved, and you have been promoted to an offensive master. Ding! Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You have a new understanding of war, your defense master proficiency has improved, and you have been promoted to a defense master. Ding! Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You have a new understanding of war. Your war master proficiency has improved, and you have been promoted to a war master. Offensive master. Increases the offensive power of the legion you lead by 20% and has a 5% ignore defense effect. Defense master. Increases the offensive power of the legion you lead by 20% and has a 5% damage reduction effect. Conqueror. Attacking enemy players who do not belong to your own camp will have a 10% combat power bonus, which will deter the enemy. The war lasted for an unknown amount of time. It was not until the participating Naga legions broke out of the encirclement and returned to the sea that Lin Jin stopped pursuing. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Lin Jin's ears again. With this mythical war, Lin Jin's strategic level finally increased to level 40. In addition, because he has killed millions of enemy players, he once again received a legendary achievement, Conqueror. This legendary achievement also gives him a 10% bonus against enemy players. This is also a good reward. Apart from the first time, the fragment of Asha's tears was what he valued most. He has also used a total of 4 fragments of Asha's tears, and now only has 2 left. Being able to add 1 to his reserve will also give him a lot of peace of mind. No matter what, Asha's tears fragment is the strongest all-round trump card. As for the offensive master, defensive master, and war master, these are also very practical. This is the most basic, but it is also the most effective. Lin Jin had reached the level of offensive master, defense master, and war master a long time ago, but even after spending 2 weeks in the underworld, his titles were not improved. Finally, after this war, everything about him improved again. After roughly checking his profits, Lin Jin immediately sent a large number of legions out to sea to directly recapture the 6 captured islands. Those 6 islands are just the beginning. He will launch a full-scale attack on the Hasima Empire. As long as the Hasima Empire has enough islands, it can temporarily restore its military strength, but Lin Jin will not give them this opportunity. He wants to take away the islands of the Hasima Empire and turn them into his own heritage. Even if time passes, the legion he has will be greatly improved. Only in this way can the power of the Hasima Empire be gradually eroded in a real sense. Divine Spiritualism. Lin Jin waved his right hand, and endless black mist instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. In this black mist, a large number of undead souls also began to revive. Resurrection of the dead. Resurrection. All the angels of death used the resurrection of the dead. The death angels and ghost dragons on the battlefield began to be resurrected again. However, at this time, Lin Jin could not achieve 100% resurrection. Under the pressure given by the enemy just now, these death angels also used the resurrection technique early. Some of the death angels and the ghost dragon has died twice and has no way to resurrect. After all, the magic value of the death angel is limited. If there are still some death angels left, there will be too many death angels dead by then, and it may not be possible to resurrect them just by relying on the remaining death angels. In this battle, more than 1.8 million undead were lost. Most of them were low-level undead, but there were also a lot of middle and high-level undead lost. It was considered the largest casualty in Lin Jin's history. Even the Holy Empire, this scale of casualties has never been caused to Lin Jin. Of course, this does not mean that the strength of the Holy Empire is weak. On the contrary, the strength of the Holy Empire is much stronger than the Hasima Empire. Just because the 8 principalities within the Holy Empire are divided, the Holy Emperor died in the war. They had too many internal problems, and they never really gathered their strength to attack Lin Jin. This wave of the Hasima Empire can be said to have used all its cards and gathered its troops. If the original Holy Empire could truly unite if Lin Jin were attacked, it would be impossible for Lin Jin to be where he is today. However, Lin Jin was very weak at the time, and it was normal for the Holy Empire not to take it seriously. If it were placed in the Hasima Empire, I am afraid that the Hasima Empire able to be more arrogant than the Holy Empire. Undead heroes were dispatched one after another, leading a large number of legions to attack all the surrounding islands. When the results of the war here came out, the whole world was shocked again. This time it was not just Hasima. The Empire, the Holy Empire, and even the empires in other regions were shaken. It didn't matter that Lin Jin defeated the Holy Empire, but now he single-handedly opened the National Front and was able to defeat the Hasima Empire. This is a bit outrageous. This is the Hasima Empire, the overlord of the sea. If the undead can defeat the legions of the Hasima Empire at sea, then they can also defeat them in their area. The undead themselves are known for their aggressiveness. Not to mention that they themselves they will not attack the undead together. Just to guard against the undead's attack, they also need to prepare troops. The huge empires from all over the world have taken warning, especially the forces close to the Holy Empire and the Hasima Empire, and have also entered war preparations. State. They all have their troops fully mobilized. Next, even if their balance of payments is unbalanced, they have to spend a certain price to provide troops to deal with the possible attack of the undead. First, the Holy Empire fell into despair, and then the night of the lunar eclipse. In the end, the undead also defeated the army of the Hasima Empire, and the Emperor personally led the battle. They all knew that the world had begun to become chaotic. Next, I am afraid that the war between the worlds will also break out. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Unexpectedly, the Hasima Empire was defeated like this. Now, Naga really has no chance. Yes, even we thought that King Yongye would not win before. Unexpectedly, just one battle actually determined the outcome. He is the only one who has no solution. I don't know who else can end this myth. On an island, a large number of players also sighed. They also attacked the Hasima Empire. Recently, they have been paying attention to the situation of the Hasima Empire. When the war broke out, even they felt that Lin Jin will fail. After all, the power assembled by the Hasima Empire this time is too strong. If it is any war within the Holy Empire, they can believe that Lin Jin can win. But this war is different from all Lin Jin's previous wars. The difference is that this time he is facing a huge empire. Compared with before, the difficulty has only increased. In the eyes of all players, Lin Jin is challenging the limit every time, even based on their understanding of Lin Jin's strength. They all couldn't believe that Lin Jin could defeat the Hasima Empire. But just like that, Lin Jin won again. And it was still a hearty victory. When the result of the victory came out, it meant that Lin Jin had won again. A miracle was created. This alone made everyone amazed. In this battle, the strength of the Hasima Empire was severely damaged. I believe King Yongye will take this opportunity to attack the Hasima Empire with all his strength. Our opportunity has also come. A player continued. They were originally attacking the Hasima Empire. Now that the Hasima Empire's power has been breached, it means that their opportunity has also come. However, if we attack like this, nothing will happen. This is also equivalent to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. King Yongye does not want to attack these remote islands now, but it does not mean that he will not want these islands in the future. Of course, they are attacking some small and medium-sized islands scattered in the sea, which are relatively remote places. But these are brought together in a very considerable number. As they continue to attack in depth, they will inevitably meet with Lin Jin's forces are intertwined. They don't think they can negotiate terms with Lin Jin, nor do they think they can defeat Lin Jin. This is indeed a problem. He is not attacking now just to deal with the main force of the Hasima Empire. He may not attack these islands in the future. The rest of the people also thought about these problems and fell into deep thought. Now there are more and more players attacking the Hasima Empire. If they continue to attack like this, their islands will only increase. When their power becomes stronger, will Lin Jin let them go? Otherwise, find a way to join the Divine Wings Guild, or let the Wings of Covering the Sky contact King Yongye, and we are willing to sign an agreement with him and provide him with a certain amount of gold and resources so that both parties can maintain a peaceful relationship. This should be a mutually beneficial thing. King Yongye now also has to deal with the Holy Empire and even the devil. He still has a lot of big things to do, so he may not have time to slow down the island. Someone else continued. Since you can't beat him, you can only choose. However, I fought hard to win these things. What does it have to do with him? We are obviously not enemies of him, so why should we pay protection fees to him? A guild leader was a little reluctant. Why would you hand over such a huge benefit for nothing? But after this man's words, the others looked at him with strange expressions. Do you want to slowly negotiate terms with King Yongye? Talk about justice? Or talk about fairness? I'm afraid this person is not sure, Leji. Do you really think this is reality? What are the so-called rules? Can you rely on the so-called eloquence and moral kidnapping to make others give in to you? King Yongye seems to be telling you, are you a reasonable person? In all the previous wars, Lin Jin was decisive and decisive. He would not listen to nonsense. Besides, he still belongs to the dark camp. If they talk to some honest people about this so-called fairness, may be relatively reliable, but if you use such methods with a ruthless person like Lin Jin, you really have no brains. Lin Jin's methods and resourcefulness are not much stronger than them. You're kidding. I know, just do as you say. This man also understood that he had some occupational diseases again and smiled sadly. Attack! Attack! Here, Lin Jin also immediately led the army to launch an all-out attack. On the sea, undead heroes scattered one after another, and magic warships also brought a large number of legions to attack the island. All fleets spread out like a fan, covering the islands in front of them. As for Lin Jin, he was in charge of the central army. In the sky, Lin Jin was standing on the back of the dark iron ghost dragon king, and around him were a large number of death angels and ghost dragons. The dark iron ghost dragon emperor and all the death angels and ghost dragons are slowly advancing. Once the enemy on any island resists fiercely, the angel team and ghost dragon will quickly support it and use stronger power to collapse all the enemy's defenses. From where he sat and looked down, the entire legion began to operate like an extremely large and precise instrument. Below, islands everywhere were conquered. The current Hasima Empire has just been defeated, especially all the nearby islands, and their combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. In this kind of attack, everything is overwhelming. The entire Hasima Empire was shrouded in the shadow brought by Lin Jing. However, no matter how angry the Hasima Empire is at this moment, there is nothing they can do. They had to admit Lin Jin's strength, and they had no idea what other trump cards Lin Jin had. Even if they wanted to fight Lin Jin again, they would not dare to fight Lin Jin on the frontal battlefield. As for launching a counterattack, it will take at least a certain amount of time. During this period, they could only withstand Lin Jin's attack. And after Lin Jin has established a stable foothold and occupied a large number of islands, even if the Hasima Empire wants to turn over, it will only be more difficult. Because Lin Jin's strength has improved, she will only be faster than him. After the war here is initially over, we have to return to the Holy Empire to take a look. Lin Jin looked at the towns around him that were constantly being conquered and thought in his mind, the war here is over. After his initial attack, he can temporarily hand over everything to the remaining undead heroes. Now the Holy Empire is also its all turbulent. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu.